Why is that not stopping? All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus. Here. All right, welcome back to the party,
that's why.
everybody.
Hold on.
I am your host, Lutch, aka.
Hold on. Struggle streaming. All right. Take two.
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Oof, we are struggling today, but we are just getting into it. Welcome to the party. Today, we are going to be talking about moral relativism. This is something that underlines pretty much everything that I talk about. Everything that I talk about can be boiled down to the fact that when we have conversations in this country, we just talk past each other. And it's because we are coming from very different places. And you find that if you actually do sit and talk with people, that they, most of the time people agree on most basic stuff. Like we all agree that, killing people is wrong, and it's just, go down the list. It's very the very fringes of stuff that we actually disagree on. And most of that is just a means to the same goal. So I thought today we could go through some stuff. And you guys all know that IndianJesus is an atheist, and that I don't necessarily align with a lot of other atheists because of my values. I hold American values very highly, and my values. I think that's important. What I don't like is when conservatives, the right side of the aisle, is always talking about morality in terms of religion. Because I'm not religious, but I'm still a good person. So, it's a little bit frustrating, and I would love if we could open up the conversation a little bit more so that people, regardless of what you believe in your personal religious life, that we can all have a similar foundation of American values. So we're going to be going over Sam Harris's The Moral Landscape. It's a book he wrote a number of years back. And I think it started a really interesting conversation. It's not necessarily a finished, complete conversation, but it presented an idea that really allowed me to, as I was moving away from religion, I was able to find a way that, okay, this is right, this is wrong, so on and so forth. So if it's your first time here, welcome. We are partying here. So as everybody filters in, it will be a party. Replay, shout out to the replay gang. Replays are interesting and fun and all that good stuff. But you do want to hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so that as soon as I go live, you'll be the first one here and we can get the party rolling. With that being said, let's dive into our first video here from a Frank Turek. He is he's a pastor, Catholic advocate, lots of different stuff in that arena. And I want to start here because this is, obviously, I would say most conservatives are religious. Most conservatives are Christian in some respect or another. And even if they're not, they still would identify with that ideology in broad strokes. And so, with, again, my point being that we can have this godliness without the God. When we talk to people on the other side of the aisle and they don't believe in this God, whether or not you do or you don't, if you're trying to talk about morality and you're talking about something that they don't believe in, then you're just you're just talking past each other, just exactly like I said in the beginning. So we want to start out with this video. Oh, we got somebody in the building. Let's see who we got here. We got Jihad in the building. What's going on, Jihad? And we got Jamie Dean, of course, Resident Sausage. Hello. And that looks like hey, Bull Brush is in the house. We've got some spam over here on Twitch. I don't know how to get rid of that, but can I get rid of that? I don't know how to get rid of that. But what is up, Bull Rush? Yes, this is going to be a good one. I am very excited about this. So yeah, I want to start with this because this is kind of where I feel like a lot of right wingers, conservatives, Republicans, whatever label you want to put on it, I feel like this is where a lot of you are coming from. So let's do it.
Do you believe that atheists and agnostics, once they like choose that path or their point of view, do you believe that they be as moral as Christians?
Oh no, atheists, agnostics can be just as moral as anybody else. The question isn't, do you need God to be moral? You have to believe in God to be moral. No, there's atheists that are very moral. The question.
So that's not even something that all Christians agree with. But he's saying, of course, you don't have to believe in God in order to act morally. Okay, fair enough.
The question is, can you justify morality without
Somebody's clapping like, yeah, what?
God? And that's the problem, right? It's not, can you act morally? Of course, atheists can act morally. The question is, can you justify what is moral without God? And I say, no, it's just your opinion if there's no God.
So he's saying, yeah, basically saying that, okay, I as an atheist, I can act in accordance with God's law, even if I don't believe that God exists. And so again, so far I don't have a problem with that. I just don't. I'm not acting. Yeah. I don't have a problem with that.
But how? I mean, if you're like, for me, I was raised in a family with, I would say, not to sound conceited, but with very high morals. I respect everyone's point of views. I'm very open-minded. So how would God influence me to be more moral, even if like I think of myself and people tell me that I'm a decent and moral person?
Well, let's back up for a second and ask the question, what is the purpose of life? Is the purpose of life to be moral?
That's what's called a vague or a complex question, a logical fallacy called complex question. Is the purpose of life to be moral? Well, I mean, it depends on the context. Like, what are you getting at? That's not like, how is that helping you to say yes or no in that situation? Just make your point.
I don't know. That's no, I wouldn't. Well, that's. I guess I would say no, but.
Well, what is the purpose then?
To make the world a better place.
That would be then being moral. Why?
Well, yeah, I guess, yeah, in a sense it would be. So that our children and grandchildren can live.
Who cares? We're ultimately going to burn out one day. So what's the ultimate purpose?
So that we can live longer and humans can stay on the earth longer.
So what? Ultimately, we're going to spin out. We're going to go to heat death.
Okay.
So is there any ultimate purpose? There may be short-term purposes, but no ultimate purpose.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so.
Yeah. In the very long term.
Right. In the very long term, there's no purpose. So why do you care about the short term then?
Because I care about my children and grandchildren.
Right, but so did Stalin. And that Stalin lived a great life for himself.
And of course, we know that is an absolutely ridiculous thing to say. Stalin was not acting the way he did because of the fact that he was an atheist. That's, we can get into all of that, but obviously that's such an extreme example. Same as if, well, Hitler did this. Like, that's not how you argue.
His children and grandchildren by killing everybody around him and taking their stuff.
Yeah, he's a bad person, so yeah.
But what do you mean by bad?
He's killing other people.
Why is that wrong?
Because it's not good to kill other people.
Why not?
Because that's what most people would say.
Yeah, but who said? Hitler said it was good to kill other people. Stalin said it was good to kill it. Why is that wrong? Why are they wrong?
Because they killed millions of people.
I know, but why is killing millions of people wrong?
And this is a perfectly good line of questioning. This is a perfectly good line of questioning. We, when it comes down, this is completely philosophical. When it comes down to, and all laws should and do have a philosophical aspect to them. And so digging down and asking why? Well, if you can't answer that question, then whatever you've built on the thing, if you can't say that this is real or this has reasoning, then everything you've built on that is equally as unfounded. So this is a perfectly good line of questioning. The kid's not doing a good job, but we're getting there. We're getting there. I'm gonna redeem this kid.
There's no God.
Because
Bull Rush, I'm assuming since I haven't heard anything from you that we're getting sound, right?
I would just say because it's ruining the human race and it's
right, but it presupposes that there's some value to human beings, right?
Mm-hmm.
That presupposes that, okay? Mm-hmm. Well, why are there values to human beings if we're here through a Darwinistic process which didn't have us in mind? There's no ultimate purpose to life. See, one of the problems when you're trying to discover morality is there can be no morality without purpose. Just a practical example. You can't say that your quarterback throwing a touchdown is better than your quarterback throwing an interception unless you know what the purpose of the game is. And you can't know whether a particular action that we take in the real world is good or bad unless you know what the purpose of life is. And so all this involves a purpose, and that involves God.
So it's very interesting how he framed that. And I think that is in line with, like I said, I think that's in line with how a lot of religious people, and particularly a lot of conservatives, see the world and see how we, there's no other justification. If it's wrong, it's because, why is it wrong? Why is it wrong? Because God said so. And that's where it ends. And that is a fair line of thinking. But the problem is, if you are talking to somebody and trying to get them to understand your logic and they don't believe in God, then you need another way to talk to them. You need another way to talk to them. So again, before we get into the meat of the moral landscape, if you're familiar, you'll know where this is going. But before we get into the meat, I have this one more little video here that will kind of give you a better understanding on what exactly is moral relativism. I want to make sure we're all on the same page. So yeah, this is just a little bit about, what exactly do we mean? What are we talking about? And of course, they've written up for this one. So this is what the average religious person, I would say. No audio again? What? We just had it. All right. But this is what you have on screen right now. I'm about to take it off to try again. But there is no objective right and wrong. That is what most religious people think that atheists believe, that there's no objective right and wrong. And they're not necessarily wrong. But the point is that it's not as simple as, because there's not an objective right and wrong, meaning set in the fabric of the universe. If there's no objective right and wrong, then we could just do whatever we want. We could just go and kill people and plunder and all that stuff. But it's much deeper than that. Let's continue. Let's see. Again, thank you, Bullrush. Let me know if we're not getting audio.
Or what is right in some circumstances is not necessarily right in another. There are two forms of ethical relativism, namely personal or individual ethical relativism and social or cultural ethical relativism.
Thank you, sir.
On the one hand, personal.
So I'm going to speed this. She's talking real slow. I'm going to speed this up a little bit, especially since she's got all that on the screen.
Or individual ethical relativism holds that ethical judgments and beliefs are the expressions of the moral outlook and attitudes of individual persons.
So the ethical personal or individual ethical. Hey, we got Sahil in the building. What's going on, Sahil? Glad to have you here with us. Welcome to the party. We are talking about moral relativism. And if you're not sure what that is, that's exactly what's being explained here.
Hence, for the individual ethical relativists, there is no objective standard of right and wrong, inasmuch as the individual person is the basis of moral judgments.
So again, this is what the most of religious people and people on the right who don't understand the left, this is what they think that their religious opponents believe. And again, they may be right, they may be wrong, but this is a very simplistic level of it, and we are going to dive deep into it.
The ethical relativist may, therefore, say, I have my own view and you have yours. Neither my view nor yours is better or more correct.
Sound familiar in a liberal context? Doesn't that sound like, my truth, and I can do it?
Let us take, for example, sinicide or geronticide. That is the abandonment to death or killing of the elderly. There was a common belief that...
Now remember, it's an interesting choice that they've made here, because this is maybe not directly, but this is very analogous to the Roe v. Wade issues that we're dealing with. So let's see how moral relativism gets in there.
During famines or other extremely difficult situations, the Inuit or the indigenous people of Northern America would leave their elderly on the ice to die. If this is indeed the case,
Savage.
The individual relativist would say that no one, especially the outsiders of this culture, has the right to say that the Inuit are wrong, because the morality of such action depends entirely on the individual Inuit beliefs.
So again, that's kind of another analogous situation is we talk about how we just came out of Pride Month, right? And every company had a rainbow flag in their thing. But we do so much business. America does so much business with Muslim countries like Saudi Arabia, where that is not allowed. But we just say, oh, it's cultural differences. That's okay. It's cultural differences. It's okay to stone a woman in the streets for adultery. It's okay to throw gay people off of roofs because that's their culture.
Hence, in individual ethical relativism, any person has no right to say that others are correct or incorrect, since to do so would assume an objective standard of right and wrong. As we can see, this example is considered an individual or personal ethical relativism because it is the individual that is the basis of moral judgment. On the other hand, social or cultural ethical relativism holds that ethical values and beliefs vary from society to society, and that the basis of moral judgment lies in these social or cultural views. Thus, in determining the rightness or wrongness of human actions, one must base it on the norms of a particular society. Let us take, for example, the ancient Indian practice of sati. As is well known, the ancient Indians had a practice of burning the wife alive in the funeral pyre of her deceased husband. Whatever the reasons behind this practice, the act was seen as heroic. In fact, records show that some wives willingly allowed themselves to be burnt alive on their husband's funeral pyre. Indeed, if an outsider is to judge this act, she may view this as immoral, especially if she is a Christian. But for the social ethical relativist, that might be the right thing to do in that particular culture. This is because for the social ethical relativists, no society's view...
So before she even writes, does that not... her hand's covering it.
This is because for the social ethical relativists...
Hold on. Does that not perfectly encapsulate everything about the far left? Right there. That picture already, before she's even said it.
No society's view is better than any other in a transcultural sense. Hence, no society has the right to say that particular culture of a certain society is wrong.
And as conservative, and again, I'm somewhere, I call myself a disaffected liberal. I'm starting to be more comfortable with the label conservative just because these words are becoming meaningless. But the other side of the aisle, whatever it is, this is what is defined. That you would say this, this is aside from, with religion, you've got your right and wrong. There's no question. Bora says this type of argument happens on both sides with varying levels. Hard to ever get away from it. So how do you feel like the specifically not just conservatives, but we're talking about the religious right in this particular stream. So how do you think the religious right uses this tactic as well? I'm very interested to hear that because there's plenty that they do that I don't like. Plenty. But I don't know that this is one of them. And, just in their own personal lives, maybe. But I think that, the idea that morality is sent on high by God is pretty ubiquitous as far as I've seen.
From what we have presented, we can draw three possible reasons that support ethical relativism. First is on the diversity of moral values. The ethical relativists may have argued that the presence of disagreements on many ethical issues or even on basic moral values or principles will prove the point that we cannot attain objective truth. Hence, the idea of objective right and wrong is inconceivable for ethical relativists. Second is on moral uncertainty. Because of moral uncertainty, the ethical relativists would have argued that because there is great difficulty in knowing what is the morally right thing to do or believe, then again, we cannot attain objective right or wrong. Third and last is on situational differences. For the ethical relativists, the situations and life of different people vary so much that it is difficult to believe that same things that would be right for one would be right for another. Hence, what is right or wrong for one may not be necessarily right or wrong for another.
Right. Again, not having a set line of
That's
what
it for
is
now.
right.
Thanks for visiting us today for another one.
So that, again, basically just that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the idea of, okay, is morality a thing that exists and that we can choose to follow it or not? Or is morality something that subjectively we decide to make the boundaries, and whatever we say is moral, and whatever we decide is not, is not. So let's get into the meat of this stream. And this is, again, we are talking about Sam Harris's The Moral Landscape. Now, politically, ironically, I have become very far divergent from Sam Harris's views. I do not think that ever since Trump came on the scene, Sam Harris's ability to talk about politics has gone out the window. But he is a very smart guy, and when it comes to his lane, when morality, religion, free will, philosophy, that kind of stuff, he is on point. So this is all the way back from 2010, and I want to go through this, and I want to show how relevant it still is, and why we can use this idea, even if it's incomplete. Because there's some people, after we actually watch the thing, there's some people who have little things to debunk here, and reviews and critiques. There's a couple things that we want, so it's not perfect, but it gives us a foundation to have a secular American value. We cannot continue to base our political values on religion. It just will not work for too much of the population. So Bolar says, maybe you're right saying it's on moral and personal level. I guess my argument is that the religious right picks and chooses all the time, excusing certain things for people who aren't who are on their side. Oh, absolutely, that happens, and that happens. Yeah, that happens on both sides. People will kind of jockey their principles for whatever suits the situation. But really, what we're talking about is, remember in that first clip, the guy Frank Turek, he was saying, of course, an atheist can act morally, but where does that morality come from? And that question becomes important because if you are saying God is necessary for us to be moral, then we can never have truly have a separation of church and state, and that God has to be injected into every aspect of the government, because that is the only way that we can be moral. I don't accept that, and neither does Sam. So let's see what he's got to say.
But in his new book, The Moral Landscape, How Science Can Determine Human Values, Sam Harris argues that science can and should be an authority on moral issues, shaping human values and setting out what constitutes a good life. An outspoken proponent of reason and science, Harris's previous two books, The End of Faith and its follow-up Letter to a Christian Nation, were New York Times bestsellers. The End of Faith also won the 2005 PEN Award for Nonfiction. Sam Harris is a co-founder and CEO of Project Reason, a nonprofit devoted to spreading scientific knowledge and secular values in society. He received a degree in philosophy from Stanford University and a PhD in neuroscience from UCLA. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I give you Sam Harris.
So again, I just real quick want to reiterate that politically, I do not agree with this man in what he says, 2015 and on. I don't agree with him politically. But it's important to be able to listen to people who you don't necessarily agree with, or people who you used to agree with, who you don't agree with anymore, if they once said something that you agreed with. You've got to be able to take the ideas on the merit of the idea and not just say, oh, that guy, I don't like that guy, so I'm not going to listen. All right.
So yes, you can hear me. Well, welcome. Thank you all for coming. I'm just going to let them dial me in a little less godly. Well, thank you for coming. It's really an honor to be here, and thank you, Michael and Susan, for inviting me. Thank you, Center for Inquiry and Ethical Culture. That both these organizations represent something that should really be at the forefront of our consciousness at this moment, the possibility of understanding our human circumstance without pretending to know things we don't know. So I'm going to talk to you today about the subject of my current book, The Moral Landscape. And many of you, if you're at all aware of the kind of conversation that gets had in the secular community, know that this is probably the most controversial thing I've done. I don't know, did any of you see that my TED Talk earlier this year online?
Come on, Sam. That's a cheap way to get him on your side early.
So a few of my slides will be familiar to you. At TED, you have 18 minutes to make your case, and of necessity, you're forced to sort of gloss over some details. And the response to TED has really been quite amazing to me. I mean, it's the most vituperative criticism I've gotten. I mean, you can stand up and say religion is dangerous, life-destroying nonsense, and you sort of know the shape of what you're going to get. But if you say that science may have something to say about human values, I can tell you it's quite surprising, the pushback. And so in any case, I'm going to argue tonight that science can, in principle, have a lot to say about human values. And in fact, what we mean by values, what we can plausibly mean by values, and questions of right and wrong and good and evil must fall squarely in the context of a growing scientific understanding of the human mind.
So again, real quick, but Sam is a neuroscientist. So where he's coming from is somebody who is staunchly against religion, but very much into philosophy and an exquisite understanding of the inner workings of the human brain. So his goal, the goal that he set out to do was after 9/11 to understand the Muslim thinking and just religion in general. He went to school for neuroscience, but he minored in philosophy, and he's been in millions of different, not millions, but tons of different debates and stuff. But this is him just kind of giving his piece. So let's get into it.
And it's often thought there's this separation between facts and values, which is philosophically problematic. It's scientifically problematic, which is to say that science can't tell us anything about values. Science deals with facts. It deals with measurable quantities in the universe. And values are not the sort of thing you're ever going to link to physics and chemistry. And there's no place to stand within science where we could ever hope to understand these things in scientific terms. And I perceive this to be one, untrue, but also quite a liability in our culture at this moment. So I just want to tell you the kinds of experiences that gave rise to my thinking on this. So the first thing is that as you all know, I've spent the last 6 years or so since my first book came out publicly criticizing religion. And really the first thing you encounter when you do this are people's reasons why what you're doing is wrong, unseemly, something that you should stop immediately. And the reason you encounter, above all others, is that religion is the basis for meaning, morality, and human values. You get this from liberals, you get this from moderates, and you get it from fundamentalists. When I sit down with someone like Rick Warren to debate the validity of religion, his first reason for the necessity of believing in the divinity of Jesus Christ is not the tomb was empty on the third day. He doesn't give evidence. I mean, he will obviously go down that path with you, but the first reason is there is no basis for morality without belief in Scripture. Now,
and again, this is something that is widely held, a widely held belief. But the people who don't believe it, you are cutting them out of the morality conversation. because they cannot accept God. I cannot accept God. And so you're telling me that I can't be moral. I can't agree with you on our values unless I believe this thing. But that thing is a personal thing. There are values that we agree with. Just take it out of religion.
I used to think there was absolutely nothing to that. I mean, it's clearly a non sequitur. I mean, that's not a reason to believe that Jesus, the Son of God, creator of the universe, coming back to resurrect the dead. I mean, clearly, even if religion was useful in precisely that way, that would lend no credence to the specific doctrine of Christianity or any other. So it's a bad argument, but...
Exactly. Just because something would be good if it were true doesn't mean that it is true. So you first have to contend, if you want to say, if God is real, then morality dictates da-da-da-da-da. You're stuck at if God is real. And if you believe that, great. But if you don't, then where do you go?
The fear that is being expressed there, I have come to appreciate since I gave my TED Talk. Actually, somewhat earlier than that. But in the course of criticizing religion, I've come to appreciate that this fear is actually worth taking seriously. Because I'm continually meeting people, very smart, secular, well-educated people who think that something in the last 200 years has made it impossible to speak about moral truth. That there's absolutely the notion of creating a framework, a universal framework by which we could all converge on the same values, where we could all being humanity as a whole, we could all start giving the same kinds of answers to the most important questions in human life. That is just a pipe dream, and that there's no intellectual basis to entertain it. And I'll tell you a story which I relate in the book, which just kind of seared this into my brain. I was giving a talk at the Salk Institute and made noises of a sort that I'm about to make here, saying that we know that facts, that values are a certain kind of fact. They reduce to questions of human and animal well-being, and we know we're going to increasingly know a lot about human and animal well-being.
So remember the phrase well-being. This is going to come up a lot. Bulrush says, reminds me of the people who approach you walking around town and want to talk about Christianity. Interesting to talk to them, but the distaste for dissent is palatable. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's those same people that if you actually did, or rather, if they were actually able to let go of that one piece, the God piece, the religion piece, whatever that is, if they were able to get rid of that, and you were just talking about what should we do? What should we think is good? You would most likely agree on most things. And the things that you don't are probably not that big of a deal.
Doing this, we know that it's not too soon to say that a culture like what we see in Afghanistan under the Taliban is bad in every sense of the word we could plausibly invoke. Forcing half the population to live in cloth bags is bad. Okay, bad in the sense that clearly it is not a strategy for producing happy, healthy, confident people.
So now we're getting to what the goal is. Remember, we're talking about we need a goal. So happy and healthy people, happy, healthy, confident people. That's where we are so far. Is that we want happy, healthy, confident people. Do we need God to do that? What we got here? Hey, Jamie Dean in the building. What is going on, brother? All you missed is us talking a little bit about what moral relativism is. And we are just getting into Sam Harris talking about the moral landscape and how we can find common values without invoking God.
So I said this at the conference, and it actually turns out that it's actually controversial to denigrate the Taliban at a scientific meeting at this point. And another speaker came up to me and she said, how could you ever say that compulsory veiling is wrong from the point of view of science? I said, well, the moment you see that wrong relates to questions of human and animal well-being, then you see that this is not a way of maximizing it. And she said, well, that's just your opinion. And I said, well, okay, well, let's just make it simpler. Let's imagine we found a culture where they were removing the eyeballs of every third child. Would you then say that we had found a culture that was not perfectly maximizing human well-being?
So again, I want to break this down because Sam can be a little bit monotone. So the basic argument is if if morality is cultural or relative, then the situation that he's about to present should be perfectly fine. So I'm gonna back it up just a second here.
Would you then say,
So
your opinion? And I said, well, this is not a way of maximizing it. And she said, well, that's just your opinion. And I said, well, okay, well, let's just make it simpler. Let's imagine we found a culture.
And again, so this is saying, well, it's just your opinion. And what did Jamie Dean just say? This is what most conservatives and religious people think of moral relativism. That it's just, I do whatever I want. F you, I'm right. And yeah, some cultures are better than others. Some cultures are better than others. But here is why we can believe this, what Jamie Dean is saying, and also accept that morality is in fact relative. So remember, we're saying that there is. So yeah, let's just get into the thought experiment. So imagine a culture. Imagine a culture
where they were removing the eyeballs of every third child. Would you then say that we had found a culture that was not perfectly maximizing human well-being? And she said, well, it would depend on why they were doing it.
It depends on why they were doing it. That's weird, but let's see where it goes.
And I said, well, okay, let's say they're doing it for religious reasons. They have a scripture which says every third should walk in darkness or some such nonsense.
So again, we have the doctrine. They have in their Bible, it says every third child should walk in darkness. And because it says that in their doctrine, they pluck out the eyes of every third child.
And she said, and this is to a moral certainty, this is our verbatim conversation. And she said, well, then you could never say that they were wrong. And this person had just given a talk at the same conference. She's a background in philosophy and science and an expert on bioethics. She's since been appointed to the President's Council on Bioethics. She's one of 13 people advising the President on all of the ethical implications of progress in medicine and science generally. And she'd just given a talk on the moral peril of prematurely using lie detection technology on captured terrorists. So she was worried that we might be subjecting someone like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed to an fMRI scan and thereby invading his cognitive liberty. She was actually especially worried that we might be giving oxytocin, a hormone.
Are you, is this a legit, Wait, do you have a question? Let me know.
That mediates trust in the brain to capture terrorists in trying to get them to be more forthcoming. So on the one hand, her ethical sensitivities were just incredibly scrupulous and finely calibrated to all of our possible missteps. And yet she was quite sanguine about the ritual enucleation of children, and clearly not connecting to the consequences of the real consequences of the misogyny and religious bamboozlement of the Taliban that is a daily reality.
Remember, this is from 2010. So even though that's 9 years removed from 9/11, we were still in the heart of the war.
People in Afghanistan. And so anyways, I perceive a real problem there. Now, I have been faulted.
As do I. So the original problem that we're starting with here is the fact that this woman, whoever he was talking to, because she is a moral relativist, she's saying we cannot condemn the people who are plucking out the eyes of children. We can't, because that's their culture. That's their religion. It's ridiculous, as Bolrush is saying. That's where we're coming from. So it sounds like we do in fact need a God to tell us what is right and wrong, and then we
head and in my subsequent collisions with scientists and philosophers on this issue, for giving certain very old and very boring arguments.
Can you hear me? Can you hear this? I don't know what just happened.
In philosophy short shrift. And I do that because I actually think that there's a lot of discourse about philosophy that we don't have, in philosophy about ethics and these questions that we don't have to pay attention to. So I'm gonna bypass some of those, what I consider intellectual backwaters, even in this talk. There's gonna be a Q&A afterwards. If there's anyone in this room who's a huge fan of metaethics and other areas in philosophy who thinks I've just blown it, and that what I'm going to say over the next 45 minutes just does not get at the core issue, please say something. Please get to the mic during the Q&A, and if you haven't been able to do that, just at the...
Yeah, every religion in the history of the world. Jimmy Dean said, my culture is to kill anyone who doesn't follow my religion. That is religion. That is, until I guess we got to a certain level of civility where, then the new religions with the, Mormonism and the Jehovah's Witness and Scientology and stuff like that. They just, they accept everything before that. The rule is, if you're not one of us, you deserve to die. And this is on top of the belief that if you die a sinner, that you go to an eternal place of torture. But God loves you.
And raise your hand and say, I'm the one with the argument that's going to completely undercut everything you just said. Because I really want to hear from you.
I do that same shit. I do that same shit. That's how you know you can trust somebody. When they're saying, anybody who disagrees with me, I want to talk to you first. That's somebody who knows their shit, or at least is willing to have the conversation and willing to engage and willing to say they're wrong. You have to be able to do that. And if you're looking up to somebody who's never done anything like that, maybe you want to reconsider.
It's long been obvious that we've needed a universal morality, because a very obvious example was when the UN, in the immediate aftermath of World War II, tried to put forward a universal declaration of human rights. This is a completely sensible project given what had just happened in Europe. But there you see the problem in the social sciences in the US and in the West generally. This is the statement of the American Anthropological Association. To a man and woman, anthropologists at that moment, and many of them still do, believe that this is a fool's errand. I mean, any conception of human rights is something that one provincial culture is merely foisting upon the rest of humanity. It's totally illegitimate. And now that's the best our social sciences could do, essentially with the crematory of Auschwitz still smoking. This is 1947. And that this problem continues to this day. And this genuinely scares me, because what it suggests to me, and
I hate how monotone he is, because the things that he's actually saying are so interesting. But he's just like, this is how I'm going to talk about the meaning of life and whether it, has consciousness, or like, come on, bro, give it some vavoom.
And again,
but that just proves how important I think this is for you guys, because I'm doing my best to dress it up.
Slow to concede this publicly, because you don't want to give the Rick Warrens of the world too much room to move. But it suggests to me that we could wake up in a world where the only people who really have the conviction of moral truth are people who have it for bad reasons. People who have it because they think they got it from a voice in a whirlwind. Because they think the book they keep by their bed is the perfect word of the creator of the universe. And specifically, if you look at our collision with the Muslim world and the empowerment of the Christian right in the United States, it's very easy to see. I mean, I can well imagine waking up one day seeing that it's a choice between a religious demagogue who understands just how bad the problem is in the Muslim world and a liberal who doesn't. And that's no world we want to live in.
Interesting.
So what I'm going to argue to you is that facts account for values. They account for questions of right and wrong, because questions of right and wrong and good and evil relate to facts about the well-being of conscious creatures. This is what can be valued in this universe. I mean, very simply, just imagine a universe in which everything that can have an experience, every conscious entity, humans, animals, and everything else, experiences the worst possible suffering for as long as possible. Okay, that's bad. Is there any?
So I'm I want to stop it there because he's starting to get into his thing. But that's exactly what I was talking about before, is that hell, in whatever context your religion has it, hell, the idea of it is for eternal punishment and torture. Boris says, because they think that it makes them better than everyone else as well. Yeah. And this is precisely this, what you're talking about right now, is even if people are, in a political context, even if people are completely right and right in line with what I believe we should be doing as a country, then thinking that because you are, guided by God or whatever you're doing is in the name of God, that already undercuts your message, because you wouldn't need God if it was that good of an idea. If it was that great, then you wouldn't need to say, well, God said it. It would just be good when we just heard it. If you have to invoke God, then how good is the idea if your only method is to say that, well, it came from the creator of the universe, so it must be? That's what we call an appeal to authority, another logical fallacy.
Question that's bad. Do we have to wonder, is that really bad? Is there something worse?
Maybe.
It seems to me the only thing you have to buy to accept my argument is that that's really what we mean by bad. The worst possible misery for everyone. Okay? That's bad. You haven't committed an intellectual sin to say it's bad. If the word bad means anything, it applies there. If the word evil means anything, it applies to someone who would put us all there.
So now again, we're getting into more definitions. So a definition of bad is something akin to that. Wanting to put people in an eternal hell. If we can't agree that that's bad, then we are just not talking about the same things. So, you don't have to necessarily agree that on the specific definitions of what is good and evil. But if we can start from a place where, like, okay, we all agree that that is bad, then, okay, we have found common ground. Jamie Dean says, if you have to convince someone your idea is good, it ain't. Probably. Good, probably, because there's a lot of ideas that I've had to convince people, and I was damn right, and I did convince them, and they're like, oh, shit, should have listened to you. A lot of people.
Now, I don't think this is philosophically controversial. And I'm going to try to push your intuitions around to make you sense that this division between facts and values falls apart from kind of every side you scrutinize it. But here is where it really falls apart, to my mind. That the worst possible misery for everyone is clearly the worst state of affairs. And then there's every other state of affairs. Everything else is better. Okay, and the moment you admit that...
So now we're getting another word, better. So we're imagining this horrible, the worst thing that can be. And then we have better. So I'm just trying to help paint the picture because Sam talks like that.
There's this continuum. And clearly, given that experience is arising out of the laws of nature, given that experience is at every level constrained by whatever gives rise to consciousness and to mental life and to subjective changes, then there are right and wrong ways to move across that continuum. There may be several different ways to reach the same space, but there are not infinitely many ways to reach that same space. So there are right and wrong answers with regard to the question of how to avoid the worst possible misery for everyone.
So again, that is our goal. How do we avoid the worst possible misery for everyone? That's his starting point. That's what his goal is. And if you are talking about morality, that should be your goal as well. If it's not your goal when talking about morality and like discussing what morality is, then I would really like to understand what it is that you're talking about and what are you trying to determine when in this conversation. Does anybody not think that, does anybody disagree with where we are drawing this line and building this foundation? Is there any flaws so far? please let me know, because I would love for you guys to poke holes in this that I didn't see before. There are holes that I will myself poke in it, and then we have a couple of videos after that poke holes in it. But that's how philosophy works. Someone will put out an idea, and it's not perfect, but it's a decently good idea. And then, somebody else will kind of tinker with it and tighten that up a little bit. And somebody will take that and so on and so forth. So that's what we're doing. This is philosophy. We're doing philosophy. You are a philosopher.
And we recognize this. We have many intuitions about right and wrong that however loosely track the primacy of experience. So for instance, when we think about our ethical obligations with respect to the rest of the world, clearly we're more concerned about how we treat chimpanzees than ants. Is that an accident? No. I mean, there are ways to be misled. I mean, we hate rats, but we think squirrels are cute because they have a fluffy tail, say. Okay, so, not having a fluffy tail really is an instance of bad luck for the rats. Is it right to really treat them differently? Well, probably neurologically so. In neurological terms, probably not. But we have a sense that the richness of experience somehow relates to the complexity of the organism.
And so this is analogous to, if you've ever seen that billboard that vegetarians love and vegans love to post as a meme, where it has it's like a billboard that's a bunch of animals, and it goes from a puppy to a kitten to a chicken to a cow, and it's like, where do you draw the line at what's okay to eat? And I'm like, pigs, chickens, and cows. I'm good. Not a question for me. But the question then becomes, why do we need to focus on humans and separate that from what we think about animals?
Now, one thing to notice is that that is a factual claim. We could be wrong about that. It could be true that it doesn't matter how complex your brain is. You could, with the brain of an ant, can appreciate music better than anyone in this room. Okay, that would overturn everything we think we know about how mind is related to matter, but it could be true, right? No reason to think it's true. But again, we're talking about facts. We're talking about truth claims that fall within the purview of science.
Speaking of facts, Jamie Dean says he'd eat a dog if he had to. But you would too. You would eat a human if you had to. Those survival instincts really kick in when the time comes. And if you think that you would never be able to eat a dog or eat another human being, put yourself in a situation where you haven't eaten in 5 days and you've had no water. Boner says, I know this is 100% off topic. Not a problem. But I would like to hear your opinions on veganism sometimes. Interesting. I definitely can. Actually, it's not really that off topic. And I don't have super, complicated beliefs on it. So let's get into it. Basically, I don't accept that it's inherently wrong for us to consume animals. I think that the suffering of animals is something that we need to take into account. So I don't think that factory farming and all that kind of stuff is moral. But as a human who doesn't have the resources to go out and hunt, afford somebody else's hunted meat or whatever, then I'm kind of in a position where I am just stuck eating meat that wasn't necessarily humanely procured. And that's one of my biggest internal struggles. And I don't struggle with it a lot because I'm pretty confident with who I am. I'm pretty confident with my values. But I know that whenever I eat meat, it's because of the death of another animal. But of course, then you get into, okay, well, how do we avoid that? And even vegans will tell you we can't avoid it. So it gets more into minimizing it. And so that's why I have been paying not close attention, but I've been keeping my eye on lab grown meats, where they will take like a few cells from a real cow and then replicate those cells so that you have actual meat, real biological material. It's not like fake meat. It's not synthetic. It's real meat, but it doesn't come from an actual animal. So there's no pain involved. There's no death involved. I think we're a little, a few years away from that, but that's definitely coming soon. And I would definitely pay, a little bit more to do that. I think that, getting off of the factory farm type meats that we have now in mass is something that we need to do as a, as a species. But like I said, I don't think that eating other animals for sustenance is inherently wrong. I think it's something that we've always done. We are part of the tree of life, and everyone else, all other animals do it. And just because we have the technology to work around it, if that's what you want to do, then great. But that doesn't make me immoral for not doing it. What makes me immoral is buying into the factory farming. So as soon as I can find an alternative, or if I find a friend who can teach me how to hunt, I'll be eating elk all year round. Bowler says we can't avoid it. The argument is definitely for the reduction of suffering. Yeah, 100%. And that's actually something that I didn't necessarily understand. And I would give the argument about nesting animals and rabbits and stuff, that when they mill for all the crops that vegans eat, there's a lot of animal death. And then depending on how far you take it, if you consider insects animals, then, we're talking about pesticides. So you cannot avoid it. But definitely, yeah, the reduction of suffering. And I think it's a valid and valiant goal. I just think at this point in time, especially as somebody who has trouble keeping weight on me, I'm just not in the position to go vegan. And nor do I have the desire to. I would much rather find a friend who hunts and just buy meat off of them, become a hunter myself, or wait for lab grown meats. Jimmy Dean says veganism falls apart for me when it comes to eggs and cheese. Chickens are going to lay whether we're there or not. Completely non-invasive, yet taboo. Lost me. Well, to steelman that side of the argument, I believe, if any vegans out there, feel free to correct me, but I believe the idea is that in order to get exactly, in order to get the eggs, you have to, or the cheese, you have to be keeping an animal in some type of captivity. And I think that's what they have an issue with. They equate the captivity to suffering. They're not a free animal, and so on and so forth. Another example of stuff like that is sheep's wool, where if you have sheep who are bred for wool, and you don't shave them, the wool will grow so much that they can't even move, and they'll starve to death. But again, the vegan argument for that is, well, that's because you made them that way. Sheep aren't naturally that way. You don't see natural wild sheep just growing layers of fur or wool so much that they can't. That's because you bred them to be that way. So Janine says counterpoint. Chicken City. Ian still wouldn't eat free range chicken eggs. Just doesn't compete. He does, doesn't he? He doesn't eat those eggs. I thought he did. I guess I didn't. Yeah. Are you sure about that? I think he eats those eggs. Anyway, let's dive right back in. We'll run it back a couple seconds if we have to.
And even, I would argue, religion is playing the same game of putting all the value on well-being. The changes in conscious states of conscious creatures. It's just that religions tend to put all the value after death. So if you think you're going to enjoy an eternity of happiness with God, if you believe the right things in this life, well then, those are the changes in consciousness you're worried about.
That's a separate issue that we definitely need to talk about that. And you're very welcome, Bolrush. The idea that if you believe that this part of your existence, living on Earth and being alive, is the shitty part, and you're waiting for the next part, then you're going to approach how you act and behave and all of that stuff in this life very differently than if you believe this is all we have. you're going to act very differently. And you see that. You see that. I mean, the entire idea behind a suicide bomber is that they're going to paradise. Yeah, he might eat eggs. I assume he doesn't because he. Oh, does he claim? I didn't know that. I feel like he says he tries to be vegan or eats, but I don't know. You might be right. I don't know 100% about that. But yeah, that's a whole other conversation. But it is something that's relevant here. Talking about people who believe that this life is just a waiting room. And it's a shitty one at that, they think. And they think in the next room is literally paradise. That's scary.
It would make sense. I mean, you've got 75 years here, and then you've got eternity. Eternity is where you really want to be well situated. And so, hell, it means nothing without consciousness. If there's no conscious entity to suffer hell is not a problem. So consciousness is still the basis of religious concerns about value. Now, many people think that this notion of well-being is so elastic and difficult to tie down that it's problematic to anchor morality and human values to it. I'm going to get away from that. But by analogy, I want you to consider physical health. Okay, physical health is a genuinely loose notion and clearly changing. We have very different expectations of health now than people did when this statue was carved, when life expectancy was probably around 25 or 30. And our expectations could change totally in the future. I mean, our descendants could live in a world where you would be expected to be able to regrow a lost limb like a salamander. That's biologically possible, given certain breakthroughs in science. Well,
speaking of those, last time we were talking about religion, we're like, well, why are there still apes? Well, hey, one day maybe we literally will be able to turn apes into humans. But not yet.
Does that obviate all of our distinctions?
Obviate? What the fuck does obviate mean? I need to look that up. I have never heard that word before. Obviate. Obviate. Remove. So just say remove, bro. Come on. Why are you trying to big dog us? Just because you... Oh.
Between health...
Hold on. Why did that do that? Okay.
Is he...
No.
Present. I mean,
All
it's
right.
impossible for
There
us
we
to
go.
have a science of health because the very notion of health is difficult to tie down. No, not at all. We have the science of medicine. And no one ever attacks the philosophical underpinnings of medicine with doubts about, how can you say that smallpox isn't healthy? You know what? You don't. Maybe terminal smallpox is another way of being perfectly healthy. And what would you say to a man dying of smallpox who thinks he's as healthy as you are? I'm looking for a nice place to pause that so it can address this. Bullrush says the whole process of egg production begs the question of where these chickens were bred. Exactly. What happened to the males, et cetera, et cetera. Avoiding eggs avoids supporting any of it. Yeah, that's their argument. I get it. I get that argument. But eggs are awesome. Could you convince him?
And so is cheese.
Him.
And so is bacon.
Okay, this is really a non-problem. I mean, you don't have to convince him. Some people can't. Some people are crazy. Some people are not up to the conversation. But so too on questions of human well-being and questions of what we should value in this life. Now, the notion that facts and values are distinct breaks down, again, when you look at how we describe our most basic understanding of the physical universe. So you take water. We now know something about its structure. Water is 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen. We've known this for about 150 years. What do you do when someone comes into the room and doubts this proposition? What do you do with a skeptic about water chemistry? Okay.
Is water wet?
How do you change their mind? Well, you have to appeal to certain values. Okay? You have to, first of all, the person has to want to understand the world. That is a core scientific value. There's some virtue in figuring out what's actually going on. I mean, what would you say to someone who said, listen, actually my chemistry doesn't have much to do with understanding the world. I just want to make everything fit the book of Genesis. That's my version. Okay? That person can use the word chemistry all he or she wants, but it's not chemistry in the way that any real chemist would acknowledge. And no chemist would be burdened with the task of saying, well, if I just can't convince that guy, well, it's maybe there's no truth to chemistry. You know, maybe I'm wasting my life. Okay, that again, I think this is, if anyone in this room doesn't think this is a tight analogy, this is the kind of criticism I get, equating morality and human values to questions of the well-being of conscious creatures. We have to value evidence. What do you say to someone who doesn't value evidence? What evidence could you provide that would suggest they should value evidence?
For somebody who doesn't value evidence, what kind of evidence could you provide to get them to value evidence? This is why we need a fundamental value system, because once we get away from that, this postmodern moral relativism, then it goes all over the place. What was an appeal to emotion? God damn it! I keep doing that. Hold on. Okay.
What logic could you use to show that the necessity of valuing logical consistency?
But even, oh, come on. Even an appeal to emotion, Bull Rush, even that is something that might be effective, but is only going to work on the people whose emotions are appealed to. Right? If you have a logical conclusion, then the whole point of having an objective logical conclusion is that it's objective and nobody can disagree with it. If you're pulling on the it took me a second, but I got it. You're dependent on the people actually caring about the emotions that you're bringing up. Whereas, of course, with logic, it is something objective.
Honesty, parsimony, mathematical elegance, these are all values. Okay, so the notion that many of you, I'm sure, have heard, that loosely derived from David Hume, that you can never get an ought from an is. You can never get...
So put a 1 in the chat if you have never heard of the is-ought problem, because that's super relevant, and I can explain it really quick if we need to, but you definitely need to know the is-ought problem. So just put a 1 in the chat if you do not know what that is.
To a statement about what you ought to do based merely on a description of the way the world is.
That's it.
Okay, facts to values. We only get to is, we only get to scientific statements through oughts, through values. I mean, the only way you say what water is first you ought to respect evidence. You ought to want to understand the world. You ought to be logically consistent. There's yet another way of bridging facts and values, and that's when you actually look at what beliefs are. The belief is our best effort to describe the world in our thoughts. And we form beliefs about facts.
Our best effort to describe our thoughts. That's what we are using. That's what words are. And beliefs about facts. I'm not adding much here. Let's do it.
It entails all of what we do in science and history and journalism and every domain in which we're making claims about the way the world is. You got to this hall tonight based on the expectation that there'd be a lecture here. That was language spoken into your ear or read on your computer screen. Granting it credence is what allowed you to make it part of your internal economy of thought and action. Okay, and that's what makes a belief different from a hope. I mean, you can hope you won the lottery, but believing you won the lottery actually opens the door to the emotion and the behavior. We also form beliefs about values, about morality. And
so I think I think he glossed over that a little bit. But there's a difference between hoping you win the lottery, or rather say you have the ticket and hope you won the lottery, and believing that that you won without scratching off the scratch ticket or checking the things or seeing that the numbers were not your numbers. Beliefs are different, are a type of thought. Boris says, I agree, but I see it becoming more and more the norm. The trick is people appeal to the emotions that they assume will work with the audience. Definitely not supporting this tactic. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I don't think it's I don't think it's inherently a bad tactic. I just you have to recognize it when you see it. You have to recognize it when you see it, because sometimes you're exactly right. You know, that sometimes that's the only way to win the argument. And the question then becomes, what is the value of winning the argument? If you're, debating somebody on stage, winning that argument has a lot more value than you just arguing with a friend. If you're on stage debating somebody in front of a crowd, and especially if it's being streamed out to the world, then winning that exchange is, well, assuming your conclusion is something not immoral, but appealing to people's emotions could be a way to get them on your side. And even if that's not the logical aspect of what you're talking about, then that's fine. It's only when you're trying to convince people of things based solely on emotion, like banning all guns because you're scared of them. That's like the fallacy of an emotion appeal to emotion. So it's complicated. This stuff is complicated. This stream will separate the men from the boys. Some people we know that show up in the chat sometimes, they're just not smart enough for this. They're just not smart enough for this. And I'm not, I've been kind of pushing off some more of the higher brow tactics. I'm reading the last thing here, and I said tactics. It's putting off some of the more highbrow topics. But I've seen a number of you guys in the chat who are, I feel, are smart enough to hear this stuff. I wasn't sure if that would be the case, but here we are.
And spirituality. Now, many people have an intuition. These are very different things. We're sort of misusing the word belief, but we actually looked at this with functional neuroimaging. This is the work I did for my dissertation, and we put people in a scanner and we gave them statements to read, very simple truth claims, but we did it from many different categories. So from geography and ordinary factual knowledge, but also ethical claims. And it turns out that the difference between belief and disbelief looks very similar, functionally identical given the tolerances of the technology. On the left, you have all categories.
So obviously we can't see what he's showing, but I'm pretty sure he's showing MRI results, and they're just saying that neuroimaging of belief, disbelief, and uncertainty look very similar in the brain.
Been together, belief minus disbelief. And then we separated mathematics and ethics, so that mathematics was just equations. People are looking at true and false equations, accepting the true as true, rejecting the false as false. And with ethics, they're looking at statements like it's good to be kind to children. Yes, true. It's good to torture children. No, false. The difference between what your brain does in those two conditions looks the same regardless of the content. So this is, I don't want to make too much of these data, but this, and the brain appears to think it's doing the same thing when it's believing the virgin birth of Jesus versus disbelieving something else, or accepting the truth value of equations. So that should make this radical disjunction between facts and values look a little fishy to us. So as I said, I think beliefs are our best effort to map reality in our thoughts. And when we seem to succeed at that, we call it knowledge. Okay, these are the instances where our talk about reality seems to survive every test that reality can throw
So
at.
boom, right there. So he's saying, actually, let me keep this large. So he's saying, you can see here, when our beliefs overlap with reality, that's our values. These are our values. You could believe this, but if it doesn't comport with reality, then it doesn't matter. It's what you believe and what is real, and we want the overlap. We want the overlap.
And when it fails, we discard it. And there's a you can't quite see it here, but there's clearly an area where our beliefs overlap reality, but they don't qualify as knowledge because they're accidentally true. This is sort of the stopped clock principle of epistemology. A broken clock is right twice a day, but it's still not functioning as a clock. Many people are right about certain things, but it's pretty obvious that they're right for the wrong reasons and are otherwise not to be trusted. And so clearly there's a continuum of facts that we can understand, that we can map in our thoughts with greater or lesser felicity. And many of these facts relate to how human communities can thrive. And we know it's possible to live in a failed state where everything that can go wrong does go wrong. But we know, if you look at a place like Congo at this moment, you look at some...
Shout out to you guys, because when I was watching this at 2x speed, it was a lot more interesting. And I'm trying to, dig in and give some more entertainment value. But I do appreciate that you guys are seeing that there is value outside of just being entertained. There's plenty of places on YouTube you can go to just get mindless entertainment. But if you're looking to get smarter while you're having fun, you're at the right party.
Oh yeah, and these are places where the most basic projects of human collaboration are undercut every moment by just the impossibility of trusting the stranger, the next stranger you meet. I mean, when your daily concern is being hacked to death with machetes or being raped by drug-addled soldiers, everything else that could conduce to your happiness is out of reach. Okay? Now, and we know that there's something to understand about how you move from that situation toward a situation much more like the ones in which we live and raise our children, where you can have intellectual interests, you can have free time, you have a basic expectation that people will treat you civilly, where crime is not your moment-to-moment concern.
And so again, now we're going back to this spectrum, this idea of the worst thing for all people ever, and then we have people with the freedom to do all the things that he just said. So it's starting to take shape. He was building the idea of hell as the one end of the spectrum, and now we're talking about the other end of the spectrum. And again, the idea here is that we can develop an entirely comprehensive way of determining our values without having to bring God or supernaturality of any type into it.
All of these things are fantastically complicated if you go searching for details, but there's some very basic things that we understand about human relations that allow this movement. The rule of law being one. Now, for my argument about a science of morality to run through, all you have to grant is that this on the left is really worse than this on the right, and that the movement between these two ends of the continuum is not altogether random. There's something to be known about that, and the facts fall within the growing purview of science. And the facts can be looked at on many levels. They can be looked at a level of biology, what is actually happening in the brains of people who live in a circumstance where trust is impossible. And we're all talking about brain states. Even beneath that,
hey, we got Miguel in the building. What's going on, brother? He says, why do you care so much if people believe in religions? Do you think religion makes the world a worse place? Yes. I think it probably benefits more than it harms. And that is our fundamental disagreement. But that is not the point of today. The point of today is not that you should or should not believe in God, that you this, that. That's not the point. The point is that we have a separation of church and state. And whether you believe this like Miguel does, or you believe that religion is the worst thing that humans have ever developed, like I do, we can still come together and form an American value, or even if you want to broaden it, a human value, something that we agree, whether there's God or not God. If you want to believe it, that's your business. I'm not hating on that. I mean, I would love to have a conversation with you that I could get you to stop believing in that. But I don't, I'm not knocking on your door saying, hey, I really need you to stop believing this. I would like you to stop believing. Hey. No, you do your thing. I'm fine with that. When it becomes a problem is when we think that the values of our political system are based on God. That's when it becomes a problem. And because all of us, don't know how to speak about morality outside of a religious context, then it inherently bleeds into politics. And that is not okay. Not just because it leaves people out, but because there's some nasty shit in religion that I don't want part of our country. Things that I can't say on this platform. So does it benefit a lot of? Does it benefit most people who believe in it? Sure, maybe. I don't know. That's not for me to say. But that's not precisely what we're talking about. We're talking about whether it has a place in our political landscape. So this is Sam Harris talking about his moral landscape and how we can determine morality and a set of values that we should all live by. That is, even if it's not objective, he's saying it's objective, but again, I'm getting ahead of myself, but an objective way of saying this is right and this is wrong without having to say, this is right because God said so. This is wrong because God said so. And it's even more relevant to those of you who do believe, because if you want the world that you see in God's eye to be our real world, then you need to be able to communicate with people who don't believe the same things you do. Even if somebody doesn't believe in God, you still want them to behave in a way that allows your, the society that you want to thrive. But that's not happening right now. That's not happening. And one of the biggest, I would say the biggest reason, is because we keep cross-talking each other when we're talking about what should be, because so many people are stuck on religion. And the people without religion just don't care about morality. So you have people who care about religion and morality, and then you have people who don't care about morality at all. And instead of the people who care about morality, talk to them about morality, they talk to them about religion, which they already don't believe in. It's not like people don't know what religion is. So if you come to somebody like me and says, hey, the way that you have to live is according to this religion. Well, okay, that brings us into a question about, is your religion true? And I don't really think that is a fruitful conversation in most political contexts. If you're having a philosophical debate about whether God exists or not, great. I love doing that kind of stuff. But when we're trying to get stuff done as a country, then arguing about whether God exists is wasting time. And because Congress is, funded by us, it's also wasting our money. So it's not about necessarily making or asking people not to believe. It's about asking people to leave what they believe out of politics. Politics and religion are separate things. And the only tie is the conservative belief that religious values are inherent to political values. And while I believe that there's a foundation there, we are past that foundation, and we need to find a way to talk about our morals without invoking God. Janie says, I can communicate, sure, but my sword is a much better tool to show my opponents the error of their beliefs. As many, many religious people have said. Miguel says, it has no place in politics, and I am not a believer, but I like the church people. Thanks for taking my question. Always, brother. Always take your question. And which church people? There's lots of church people. I would say, I grew up in the church. Most of them are great people. But there's people who bomb abortion clinics. There's people who will, I was literally at a rally in DC for, I don't remember what it was, but it was a secular meeting, and there was somebody there, with a loudspeaker talking about, oh, you must repent, God will send you to hell, and I actually tried to have a conversation with the guy, and because he couldn't get past the God thing, we didn't get anywhere. And so what is that guy doing? He spent his entire day standing out in the what do you call it? The courtyard, the National Mall. He spent his entire day, and I'm sure it's not the first time, preaching what he believes in a way that nobody can understand it. So you're just wasting your time. Bull Rush says religion will always have an influence over its followers, especially when it comes to politics. The whole point, like you said, is you have to be able to talk with others from their perspective. On point, 100% Bull Rush. See, I knew you guys were smart enough for this. Jamie says the French have a different perspective. We believe in freedom of religion, but they believe in the freedom from religion. I was just reading about something about this. Freedom from religion. Hence the ban on any religious garments in government buildings. The whole burkini incident is also a French problem. Because the French beaches are public government property. The difference, what Jamie's talking about, freedom of religion, where you can practice whatever you want as long as you're not hurting anybody. Freedom from religion means that you are entitled to not have religion in and around your face on any government or public property. And so again, because the beaches are public, you have Muslim women who want to cover their heads and also go to the beach, but the French police are not allowing that, or the French government doesn't allow that. Now, I think that's ridiculous. I think if you want to wear a piece of scarf on your head because you think there's some God who's going to smite you if you don't, then be my guest. I don't think the government has any role in doing that. And that is why America is the greatest. We do it because shouting is fun. Shouting is fun. I think that's what you meant. Anyway, getting back into it. So, we're just talking about brain states.
About genes that may predispose people to certain behaviors. And we're beginning to understand something about the neurology of psychopathy. Certain people lack the ability to feel empathy.
Like Jimmy Dean.
This is a biological phenomenon. And you can look at this on many levels, all the way on up to the levels of economic systems and political arrangements. But in between, clearly we're talking about a growing science of the human mind. And understanding the brain is central to that. It's one easy way to see that there must be right answers here is just to consider what life would be like on Earth for two people. Just imagine only two people exist. You call them Adam and Eve. Now, ask yourself.
So interesting. Let's see where I saw this back in the day. I don't remember exactly where he's going this, but that's the situation. So we got two people. One's named Adam. One's named Eve. Let's see where he's going.
There are right answers to the question and wrong answers to how they could maximize their well-being in this.
So we're back to our well-being argument, or not argument, but our point about well-being. So if well-being, remember, originally we talked about the goal was to get as far away from that worst imaginable situation, worst imaginable pain for all people. That was the low. Now we're talking about well-being, maximizing well-being. So that gives us a nice spectrum of what morality is about. It's from the worst possible suffering for all people to, maximizing the well-being of the most people. Now we're getting a picture of, okay, even in a moral relativistic framework, this makes sense. So let's continue.
They're the only two people on Earth. Well, wrong answer number one. They could smash each other in the face with a large rock. Clearly that's not the optimum collaboration. And clearly there are possible states of collaboration that are open to them, which they may fail to find. It's true that they could be such people who would not recognize the prospects of collaboration. They could just try to kill and eat each other. That's not quite as good as defending themselves against other predators and building civilization and becoming interested in the way the world is and inventing music, and et cetera, et cetera. Now, how does this experiment change when you add 6.7 billion more people to it?
I just realized he's got the Adam and Eve back here.
I don't think it does. I think it just becomes more complicated.
So again, to underline his point, he's saying it's pretty clear. If you only have two people and you want to maximize the well-being of both people, then smashing each other in the face with rocks is a wrong answer. objectively, that will not get you closer to the well-being of both people. So when we're talking about morality today, really all we're doing is scaling that up to billions and billions of people.
So I'm asking you to consider what I call a moral landscape, where the peaks
Oh, he said it. He said the thing. He said it.
correspond to the heights of well-being available to any conscious system, and for our purposes, humanity.
So again, I just want to pause here and show this. This is, the how this is depicted. So again, this is a book that he wrote, The Moral Landscape. But the entire thing is based on, if we imagine that the world exists like this, where there's valleys of morality and there's peaks of morality, then what we want is to be on these peaks. We want to maximize our well-being. What do we got here? Jamie, depending on the goal. Depends on the goal. Is there only one cookie? I'll maximize my happiness at the expense of yours for a cookie. Yeah? Then what happens when you've eaten the cookie, there's no more cookies, there's no more food, and you get a boner? Oh, now things are different. You're glad you smashed her in the face? And definitely could have phrased that better, but you know what I mean?
And the valleys correspond to the lowest depths of misery. And one thing that immediately drops out of this framework is the prospect of there being multiple peaks. I mean, it might be that there are many peaks that are actually incompatible, which is to say, if you're on one, you can't be on another. And if you're struggling to get to one, you're actually moving away from another. Okay, so maybe I think it's unquestionably true that there are many different ways in which human communities can thrive. But there are clearly many ways for them not to thrive. So the existence of multiple right answers to the question of human happiness does not mean that there's not a clear distinction between right and wrong answers.
So again, another huge point. Just because there are multiple right answers doesn't mean that there are not wrong answers. We can, like you said, humans can thrive in different ways, and we can do that differently. We can live different lives. We can have different beliefs and still maximize well-being for ourselves and others. There's more than one way to do that. That does not mean that every way to do that or every way to attempt that or everything that you do is in service of that. There's obviously ways that, like smashing each other in the face with rocks, which would go the other way.
And by analogy, I suggest you consider food. I mean, I would never argue that there must be one right food to eat. Okay? But the fact that there are many answers to the question, what is food, doesn't even remotely call into question a science of nutrition. And you throw in as many caveats as you want. Some people are allergic to peanuts and will die if they eat them. We can understand that in the context of chemistry and biology. Okay? It does not make the distinction between food and poison any less clear or consequential. By analogy, we can think of chess. This is to capture the intuition that if something is morally true.
So again, I want to stop this here just to make sure you guys are paying close attention, because this whole chess analogy is really, I'm trying to move this light so I don't get all these shadows on my face, but I think that one's coming from that way. Anyway, this chess analogy is kind of the takeaway. Kind of the takeaway from the whole book is this idea about chess. So I'm going to run, we got a couple comments here. I'm going to run it back and then we will see. Jamie Dean says, the Aztecs maximize happiness with all those sacrifices. Those souls saved us from the sun wrath so many times. Well, exactly. That's what they thought based on their beliefs. But were those that were sacrificed, was their well-being taken into account? That's what religion does. Yeah, the mountain peak analogy is pretty great. That's exactly why 12 years later, here we are talking about it. Still talking about it. And yeah, Jamie Dean, I'm a big fan of analogies because these things are difficult. These things are complex. So when you can break it down and turn it into something that's more relatable, it just makes complex things more easy to understand. And it breaks down the barrier of being able to participate in politics based on how well educated you are or how smart you are. Just because you're not as smart, just because you are not as well educated, doesn't mean that you shouldn't get a say in how our country is run. And so if smarter people use analogies to help less smart or less educated people understand, I'm all for it. And notice I separated the two. Being educated is not the same thing as being smart. I would not show this to you guys if I thought you were dumb. But I am assuming that you guys haven't necessarily heard of this. And, so Damien says analogies do make complex ideas understandable, but they're horrible at persuasion. I mean, that definitely depends on the analogy and what you're trying to persuade, because I've persuaded many people in my day from many analogies. So yeah, I'm going to run this back a couple seconds.
We can think of chess. This isn't any less clear or consequential.
Pay attention.
By analogy, we can think of chess. This is to capture the intuition that if something is morally true, it must always be true. And if you find a single exception to it, well, then there's no such thing as moral truth. This is something you run into a lot. So if it's wrong to lie, it always has to be wrong to lie. Okay? Because if you can find an exception, well, that means it's not really wrong to lie. And moral truth seems to completely evaporate. Well, think of chess. Don't lose your queen as a principle that really is important to follow if you're going to play good chess. Now, are there exceptions? Absolutely. There are moments where it's the only thing you can do, and there are moments where it's a brilliant thing to do. Okay? And chess is a circumstance of absolute objectivity. I mean, there are right and wrong answers. There's a finite number of games, and you can describe what is a winning move and what isn't. Now, this is a very good principle to follow, and yet it admits of exceptions. I think we live in a space where we know there are certain ethical principles that are very good to follow. The fact that they admit of exceptions just simply says nothing about the prospect of there being moral truth. There still be right and wrong ways to move toward the closest peak on the moral landscape.
So again, just to break that down a little bit, we're saying if we're playing chess, clearly, in general, you want to protect your queen, but there are certain times when it absolutely furthers your goal of winning chess to sacrifice the queen. The important part is understanding what is the goal here. What are we trying to accomplish? And if you're trying to accomplish winning chess, then we can take subjectivity out of it. There's nothing subjective about how to win chess. When you are on the board, you either make a move that gets you closer to your goal. I don't know chess that well, but either gets you closer to your goal. There might be neutral moves. I don't really know how to move, or it gets you further away from your goal. And those are objective. That's not based on your opinion. Those are facts.
Now, this model also entails that there may very well be conscious states that are very hard won, that it take a tremendous effort to experience, that very few people experience, or that no people experience, but which could be experienced by minds other than our own. And that these might actually be the peaks on the moral landscape. You know, there might be forms of well-being to be discovered through great effort, which none of us know how to make, or none of us are even genetically capable of making. I mean, I've been in the habit of in talking about this, I've often said that undoubtedly there's a Tiger Woods of compassion out there. Now this analogy doesn't quite run through at the moment, but
was 2010 right around when Tiger got caught with all his bullshit with his wife? I don't remember.
You get my point. I mean, just imagine if no one had ever figured out how to hit a golf ball very well at all. Okay, would that say anything at all about the prospects of being able to play like Tiger Woods? No. It's clearly there's a horizon past which maybe we all are failing to see.
And again, very simple point there. Another analogy. Just if nobody had ever picked up a golf club and tried to play golf, that doesn't mean that there are not objectively correct ways to get closer to playing like Tiger Woods.
And I think that's true when you see that positive mental states like compassion really are skills of a sort. Regulating emotion is a skill. feeling empathy for others is a skill. These are to some degree trainable. There's neuroscience to back that up, and there's a wealth of contemplative experience to back that up. But again, there is clearly all of the details here must fall within an evolving scientific understanding of the human mind. Now, in counterpoint to this, I want to spend a few moments talking about the kinds of moral alternatives on offer which we should be worried about. And for that, I actually think there's no better case than the sort of death cult behavior we're seeing emerging in the Muslim world.
Now, again, remember this is from 2010, so this was right at the height of Al Qaeda and the Taliban and all that good stuff.
And it's a ideology and it's a behavior that I think
it's not good stuff. Turn a phrase.
Few people are willing to be candid about it. Was anyone at the debate last night with Ayaan Hirsi Ali and the rest? Yeah. I mean, we are all desperate to believe that the problem is not as terrifying as it in fact is. That it's missteps in U.S. foreign policy. The Israelis have been idiotic in how they've handled their fence mending with the Palestinians, and if we just were better citizens of the world, this problem would go away. I think that is a fantasy that is terrifyingly uncoupled from reality. And it is a fantasy that many, many well-educated, smart academics indulge, and everyone else indulges it just to be polite. I meet anthropologists who will look me in the eye and say, there's no one who has ever blown himself up because he's believed in paradise. No one believes in paradise. This whole martyr thing is just spin. It's all politics. So here we have Malone.
Which is obviously bullshit. I mean, at this point, I mean, maybe in 2010, our intel wasn't the same, but clearly we know now that these motherfuckers really believe what they say they believe. And there is no reason not to believe what they say.
Omar, Osama bin Laden, and Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, these guys agree about what is worth valuing in this world. And they agree, I think they probably agree more than any two people in this room on the details. Because they're on the same page because they're literally drawing their vision of life out of a book. And I think we should just look at the context of these beliefs.
So sorry to interrupt your podcast experience. I just wanted to remind you, if you're enjoying what you're watching, please hit the like button and subscribe for more content. And if you really love it, there's some support links in the description. I would love if you could help out the channel. And back to the show. What happened? There we go.
And see just what kind of zero-sum collision this entails with science and any plausible science of human value. I mean, first they believe that the Prophet Muhammad received the Quran
from me or from the video? So let's answer questions while we do that. Yeah, we knew that immediately. But well, some of us did, but a lot of it. Gotcha. Thank you, Jimmy. Yeah, I mean, before that, even before 9/11, there was bombings and stuff, but we didn't quite understand. And then even in the wake of 9/11, people were talking about how these were fringe extremists, and it's not until people like Sam dug deeper into this. We when we were doing the Minds Festival of Ideas stream, Majid Nawaz was on one of the panels. Majid Nawaz, who used to be a jihadist, did a book with Sam about the future of Islam and how we need to. I mean, that's a whole other conversation. But Muslims need to back away from the doctrine and so on and so forth. But yeah, it's serious. They really believe the things that they say they believe. Miguel says, "Okay, I think I get it now. But the masses will never be as intelligent as you are." Well, thank you. I don't. Well, let's. The masses will never be intelligent as you are, or come at politics with logic. I want as many fools in church as possible, or we will have mass chaos. And this is exactly the point, Miguel. I 100% agree with you. I don't want church to just disappear tomorrow because there are very many people who, without God, would cause chaos. But if we start accepting this idea of that, this idea that religious people are not pushing their religion on you, they just hold strong American values, then that's where you can start to build this, where these values exist outside of the church. Because the crazy, fat, blue-haired feminist who's an atheist is not going back. She's not going back. And again, it's just like, if you can't talk to them, if you can't reach them, then that rift is just getting further and further and further. And any hope of a unified America is out the window. And I'm just not ready to accept that that's our fate yet.
Directly from the Archangel Gabriel, who was channeling the perfect word of the creator of the universe. And that the Quran is an absolutely perfect articulation of the highest wisdom that will ever be espoused in any community, anywhere, in any galaxy. I mean, this can't be superseded by any civilization here or elsewhere. And we're left with a book. We're now hostage to the contents of this book, which is, to speak charitably, in no sense the best book we have. I mean,
and he's talking about the Quran, but again, this applies to pretty much any organized religion. Just going back to
is not the best book on any subject you could possibly. It is a profoundly mediocre book. And the penalty for saying that, especially if you're a Muslim, is death. Okay, that's a problem. Okay, that's a problem with sociological consequences. It's a problem with economic consequences. It's a problem. It's a problem. Okay? It's not an alternative morality where we are left saying, well, to each his own. Okay, we are absolutely at war with this vision of life. Now, we certainly hope it's a war of ideas, but there is just, this is a collision. And the net result of this belief system, believing that the Quran is the perfect word of the creator of the universe, is a very clear recommendation that the only appropriate attitude while alive is one of supplication to this invisible deity who gave us this perfect book, and that this life is just a way station leading to a hereafter, which is either going to be exquisitely pleasant or exquisitely unpleasant, based on whether you believe the right things about this book and its messenger. Now, these are Kashmiri Muslims who are worshiping at a shrine believed to contain a beard hair from the Prophet Muhammad.
And the craziest thing to me is, especially take the 2010 just post in general, post 9/11 world, where we had this view of just Muslims in general. It's not like any of that's changed, and it's not like the Bible is much better. The only real difference in terms of danger and what we need to worry about is that the Bible doesn't claim to be the inherent word of God. So that's why we have so many different types of Christianity. There's different interpretations and stuff like that. And then of course, the give unto Caesar what is Caesar's and whatever. There's a verse that basically says, the government and the politics should be separate from personal beliefs. And but how many Christians are really saying that? I mean, it was just until pretty much. I mean, still, you have to be a Christian to even be considered to be the president. And Trump had to pretend that he read the Bible to get elected. They asked him his favorite verse. Oh, there's so many. I don't know. It's just the best book, best ever. I don't know. There's one from Corinthians 2. It's like, bro, everybody knows it's 2 Corinthians. Everybody knows that. All you're doing now is proving to everybody that you're not really a Christian. But there's well, no, in my church, that's what they call it. Oh, okay. Whatever, as long as you're getting Jesus' message.
Okay, now I actually don't mean to make light of many of the desirable mental states they may actually be experiencing in the context of what are, I think, clearly delusional beliefs. I mean, devotion, I think, is a good attitude. Strong communities are something that we want. These beliefs are very energizing. But I mean, it seems to me just patently obvious that given all of the difficulties of being a Muslim in Kashmir at this moment, these people have something better to do than worship the beard hair of a man who was, to my lights, very likely a schizophrenic.
Got him.
And the conception of an afterlife that animates all of this, I mean, it really is a view that this life is nothing but a test of faith. And this is believed by millions and millions of people. We're not just talking...
Again, how fucking scary is that? How scary to have people out here believing that life is a waiting room. And the more people you kill that God doesn't like, the better your paradise afterwards is going to be. Why do I care what people believe? Because beliefs inform actions. And if you believe that this life doesn't matter, then you'll act in ways that are very different than those of us who believe that this life is all we have.
About Al-Qaeda. And the afterlife is, in the Muslim view, a garden complete with rivers of milk and honey and enough almonds and virgins to go around. And this is,
again, look for the real material differences. There's difference in the details, but materially, what is different about the Christian doctrine?
This is a startlingly provincial conception of sublimity. I mean, this is analogous to a modern cult thinking of promising an afterlife where everyone gets to drive a Lexus. This conception announces its origins in the human imagination at every turn. And it's
savage. I love how you just have a line like that. Savage. It's just from the human imagination at every turn. Boom. Fucking mic drop. Fucking mic drop. Religion is bullshit.
Clearly something about which science stands in skepticism. I mean, this is something which you can't say there's no conflict between science and this proposition. And this worldview advocates a certain treatment of women, which is, by any reasonable construal, profoundly unequal and debilitating. This is
now, another interesting thing here. Now, in 2010, fighting for the rights of women was a very left-wing thing. Not that the right was necessarily trying to clamp down, but being a feminist, all of that stuff was left-wing stuff. But now, if you care about women's spaces and you care about women doing this, that, then you're a transphobe. Because, of course, trans women are women. They should get to compete right next to all the biological females. Interesting how things turn.
The immensity of human suffering of women in the Muslim world is unconscionable.
And the woke world. So that's another thing that I want you guys to keep in the back of your mind as we're going through this. Whenever he is talking about the negatives of being a Muslim, the negatives of being a Christian, the negatives of listening to dogma, any of that kind of stuff, I want you to think of the woke left, not just any like normie liberal who kind of doesn't pay attention, but the activists, leftists, the ones that we worry about. Think of them being the religious people and the government and what the government says being their Bible. So I'm going to back that up, and let's pay attention to just keep that in the back of your mind.
profoundly unequal and debilitating. I mean, this is the immensity of human suffering of women in the Muslim world it is unconscionable to the degree to which we've ignored it, apologized for it. And the people who do this most readily are not. I mean, the people who are clear about this are our religious demagogues. I mean, Rick Warren is very clear about what's wrong with this. Now, he lines up with conservative Muslims on all other points that we would find reprehensible, but it's the liberals of the world who say, "Oh, this you can't." Who are we to judge what this proud and ancient culture are doing? You know, it's a Nicholas.
Who are we to judge these brave trans individuals?
Christophs of the world. Nick, if you're here, I would love for you to stand up in the Q&A. This is not a choice, and this has neurological consequences. It has psychological consequences. This is not another style of being as happy as you possibly can be as a human being. Okay? And that is true even if there's a way to as a mystic live in a cloth bag on purpose because this is something that is going to cause you to have some great experience. I mean, there may be some voluntary way to live a very bizarre life that will pay certain dividends. Okay, but still, that's not what's going on here. We have girls who want to learn to read who are getting their faces burned off with battery acid for doing so.
Why? Because God said so.
And well-educated liberal women in this culture aren't quite sure that there's any place to stand by which we can say that that's really wrong.
And there is a huge example of why this all matters. Because if you're not able to say, as a liberal, that all around the world, if girls want to be educated, they should be allowed to be educated, then what are you doing? How are you losing in women's rights to the Republicans, to the GOP, But that's what you're doing. Not you, but you know, the wokesters. That's what happens when you excuse the behavior that hurts women. It's just, that's how, I mean, that's it.
Beyond saying that we just don't like it. And this style of living has given us what now is incredibly familiar, the phenomenon of suicide bombing, which is not, by no means, always directed at us. I mean, for the most part, it's Muslims who suffer this horror. I mean, this is the aftermath of a bombing of Shia Muslims in Pakistan by Sunni. The Sunni view Shia as apostates. And this is a girl crouched over the body of her dead.
So again, imagine you're talking about Sunni and Shiite, but let's imagine that we're talking hardcore leftist versus somebody who mildly supports Donald Trump. How far away are we from this? Now, I'm not talking about suicide bombing specifically, but the level of violence. We've already seen it in some respects. How long until this is just the way things are done?
Mother. Clearly, these consequences are bad. This is not. This is not. Everything isn't up for grabs. And just so you don't think I'm only picking on Islam, we consider the Catholic Church briefly. I mean, here we have an institution that simply is more concerned about preventing contraception than about preventing child rape. It simply is. And that is its conscious policy and its actual actions in the world. It's more concerned about gay marriage than genocide. Okay. This is an inversion. If the moment you see morality relates to questions of human flourishing, this isn't morality. In the same way that talking about the physics of the transubstantiation wouldn't be physics. I mean, you could say the phrase physics of the transubstantiation over and over again. You could convene a conference about it. You could say, and you could apply physics to everything else Catholics believe. You could talk about the physics that allows the Holy Ghost to be everywhere and every which way all at once. There's not a physicist on earth who would have to take you seriously. Why is it that we have to take the use of the term morality and value and right and wrong and good and evil that occurs in this context seriously?
Why? Perfect question. Perfect question. We don't take just like he said, when it comes to the physics of, the Holy Ghost and whatever, we can easily say, oh, that couldn't happen because this, da, 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 da. But morally, we just go along with it. That's Christian. It's good. It's Christian. Back to the moral landscape.
So I just want to remind you why there are a few other reasons why we clearly don't get our morality from religion. And one is that clearly even fundamentalists have to edit the books. I mean, you come to the golden rule and you say, well, this is truly wise. That's why I'm reading the Bible. But then you come to something in Deuteronomy, like if a woman's not...
Come on, show the thing. I mean, we all know the golden rule. I don't know if there's a particular version of it that's in the Bible, but do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And then this says the not. Let me do this. The not so golden rule. Oh, I think he's about to read it and this is from Deuteronomy.
Virgin on her wedding night, she must be stoned to death on her father's doorstep. There's not every fundamentalist Christian and Orthodox Jew, and there are probably a few exceptions, but basically every sane one has figured out some way to ignore that.
So I think this is what Bullrush was talking about earlier when he was saying people just kind of pick and choose. And absolutely right. Absolutely right. But that's been a positive thing because of things like this. The next step is to realize, if we can realize, okay, we are allowed to pick and choose what values we want, then the next step is to just say, oh, we can pick and choose which books, which religions, which ideologies, instead of being, this is what I am, this is what I believe, this is what's been given to me on high, and this is it. That's the point. That's the whole point.
So what does that mean? That proves that the guarantor of the wisdom found in Scripture is not in Scripture. I mean, it's in us. It's in a larger conversation about what it constitutes to live a good life. This is a map of world religion as it's distributed across the globe, and you can see that this is it's partitioned at the boundaries of nations. Now, I think my colleague and friend Richard Dawkins was the first to point this out. At least I'm sure I got this from him. That this is not the way truth spreads itself over the globe. This should look suspicious. I mean, religion is not in the truth business if this is how it's partitioned. And so we can think, especially in this case of India. I mean, what are the chances that India, to the exclusion of every other society, has discovered that the elephant-headed god Ganesh actually exists and should be propitiated? Okay, does anyone believe this?
Nope.
So I've just mentioned the contradictions between faiths. I mean, they're mutually contradictory and self-nullifying.
I love the way that they did this. By scrolling up, you're kind of just seeing what it is. You don't really know what it is, and then you see the reveal, the big reveal of. Oh, I went too far. You see the big reveal of contradictions in the Bible. So it's like, what is this? What do we have here?
I've just mentioned
this is a lot. Looks like a lot of little lines here. That's a lot of stuff. Whatever it is, there's a lot of
contradictions between faiths. I mean, they're mutually contradictory and self.
Oh, it's contradictions in the Bible.
Fine. But within each faith, there are impressive patterns of contradiction. This is just a map of self-contradiction within the Bible. So every arc is connecting a verse in one book or another, which is perfectly refuted by another verse. And the gray bars that you can almost see here are the numbers of verses in each one of those books. And so there are hundreds of contradictions which are just absolute deal breakers. And there's no way this book is presenting a coherent message. John the Baptist was in jail when Jesus was crucified. John the Baptist was not in jail when Jesus was crucified. Then there's the inconvenient fact that our religions allow for and support some of the most barbaric practices we have ever perpetrated on one another, and have therefore the creator of the universe has failed to answer the easiest moral questions. In this case, slavery. I mean, slavery, Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy, was right to say that slavery is supported in the Bible. There's no question it is. There's no honest reading of the Bible that can say, this is the most articulate condemnation of slavery ever written.
Again, if there's anybody who disagrees that slavery is not supported by the Bible, please let me know in the chat, and we definitely need to have a conversation about that.
It would take a paragraph to perfectly express what is wrong with slavery, and it's not in the Bible. God clearly expects us to keep slaves.
Oh, we're getting onto the trolley problem. You guys remember when we talked about the trolley problem?
So that to my mind, should just end the argument about whether we get should be getting our morality out of religion. Now I want to move on to some other ways in which people begin to doubt that there could be moral truth on the side of science, and one is in violation of moral intuition. So many of you are probably familiar with this scenario. This is the trolley problem, which is now ubiquitous in the science.
Type of 1 if you need me to explain the trolley problem. No shame, but you need to know what we're talking about. And, just like we said before, there's a difference in intelligence and education. If nobody ever taught it to you, then nobody ever taught it to you. I'm happy to explain it.
Scientific and philosophical discussion of morality. And so you have a trolley coming down the tracks. If you do nothing, it will hit 5 workmen and kill them. But you stand at a switch, and you can throw the switch.
Okay, well, he's explaining.
Diverting the trolley, where it will only kill 1 workman. Okay, so you will save a net 4 lives. Now, when you pose this, and this has been posed now, I think, to thousands of people, something like 95% of people have a very strong moral intuition that absolutely the right thing to do is to throw that switch. I mean, you would be culpable not to have saved those 4 lives. Okay. But if you describe the same scenario, or what purports to be the same scenario, in a different...
So let's stop real quick. I want to ask everybody here. Type of 1, so we have the trolley problem. Let me see if I can get this picture back. So we have the trolley problem here. We have this trolley. It's coming down the track. Let me get rid of this fucking banner. Jesus fucking Christ. So we got the trolley, and it's coming down this track, and it's already on this track. You're not the conductor. You're not anything. You don't know any of these people, but you see this here. You're right by this lever. If you do nothing, the trolley will come and it will kill those 5 people that were on the track. If you pull the lever, you put the trolley onto a different track where now this one guy is here and he's going to die. So whoever's on the track is going to die. It's up to you to decide, are you going to put this man in harm's way, or are you going to let these men stay in harm's way? Because you didn't put anybody in danger. You're just coming across the situation. So put a 1 in the chat if you would pull the put a 1 in the chat if you would pull the lever and save the 5 people to kill the 1 person. Jamie Dean says the trolley problem. Every government investment will probably be a colossal failure. I agree. I'm not sure how that connects to the trolley problem, but there is no option C. Miguel says, I think I might do nothing. Interesting. Why do you say that? Jimmy Dean says, yeah, exactly. No option C. There's A and there's B. And I tend to agree with Miguel, but I would love to hear the reasoning. Of course, the question is fun, but the reasoning is really the reason behind the scenario. So I'm going to let it play. But Miguel, please, especially since, like he said, we are in the very small percent of people who would not pull the lever when most people would. So I'm curious why you think you might do nothing. But I'm going to let it play. But yeah, please let me know.
Diverting the trolley.
Boom. 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 Exactly. That is exactly what my thinking is. Miguel says, if I pull the lever, I am a murderer. That is absolutely correct. That is absolutely correct. You are putting somebody in harm's way. Now, if you had done something to cause those 5 people to be on the track, then that's one thing. And again, there's no right or wrong answers. It's just, your personal thing. But the reason why people like Miguel and I would not pull the lever is because I'm not going to make the decision to put somebody in harm's way who was not in harm's way. People die. Things happen. I don't know what these guys are doing on the track. I don't know what's happening with the trolley. I would prefer for nobody to die. But I cannot myself to put somebody who is perfectly fine into danger when there's no reason for them to be in that danger. It means I pull the lever assuming the operator would be smart enough to jump off and survive, which is not how it works. It's a silent trolley. They are strapped to the tracks. It's not a trick question. It's a very simple thing. Either 5 dies or 1 die. There's no like, oh, I would do this to get it. No. That defeats the purpose of the thought experiment. I know you're just being Jamie. Maybe if you were a sausage, it might be a little bit more fun. But you, I mean, 100%. That is why a lot of people who say that they wouldn't pull the lever say so. Because you are putting somebody in harm's way that otherwise would not be in harm's way. Now, if you say that you would pull the lever, then that's definitely not a wrong answer. You're saving 5 people's lives who otherwise would die. But it's a difficult situation, and that's why and then I think what he's going to go to is the different iterations, because you change it around. You say, okay, what if you had it was 5 strangers and it was or rather it was 1 stranger on the track and you had 5 family members that were on the main track. Well, then you'd be more likely to pull the lever and kill the stranger to save your family, because that's a different situation. The morality of the situation changes based on the context of what's going on. So very cool. Let's get back into I'm actually going to back it up just a second. Come on.
Tracks. If you do nothing, it will hit 5 workmen and kill them. But you stand at a switch, and you can throw the switch, diverting the trolley, where it will only kill 1 workman. Okay, so you will save the net 4 lives. Now, when you pose this, and this has been posed now, I think, to thousands of people, something like 95% of people have a very strong moral intuition that absolutely the right thing to do is to throw that switch. I mean, you would be culpable not to have saved those 4 lives. Okay? But if you describe the same scenario, or what purports to be the same scenario, in a different guise, the response completely flips. So now you stand on a footbridge, and a trolley's coming down the track, it's going to kill 5 workmen, but there's a suitably large person next to you, and you can just push him into the path of the oncoming trolley, thereby stopping the trolley and saving a net 4 lives. Now, something like 95% of people think that's...
So, give me 1 second here. So we see, now this is a slightly different situation, but it's essentially the same. So instead of pulling a trigger or pulling a lever, what you would be doing is deciding whether or not you want to push somebody onto the tracks. So those of you who said that you would pull the lever, would you push somebody onto the track knowing that it would stop it and it would save those? It's hey, we got Lopaka in the building. What's good, brother? Bah, 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 bah. We're talking about the trolley problem. So, Lopaka, are you familiar with the trolley problem where there's 1 person on 1 track and 5 people on the other? Let me just get the picture back because I would love to hear Lopaka's answer on this. So, real quick, Lopaka, we got a trolley here, a runaway train, and there's 2 tracks. On this track, there's 5 people. That's the track that the trolley's already headed on. There's this track with only 1 person. You are this girl who has a lever. You pull the lever, and you'll change the trolley from going over here to kill 5 people, and it goes over, and it just kills the 1, saving the 5 people. So, this is a common thought experiment that is meant to, just get you thinking. And so a lot of people usually say you pull the lever and save the 5 people, and the 1 person has to die. And so now the second situation is there is 5 people on there's only 1 track, and there's 5 people on the track, but there's a fat guy that if you push that fat guy onto the tracks, he will stop the trolley and it will save those 2 people. Does that change your answer from pulling the lever? So I'm gonna let's just go back through it.
A philosophical discussion of morality. And so you have a trolley coming down the tracks. If you do nothing, it will hit
Thank you for joining us, Lopaka.
5 workmen and kill them. But you stand at a switch, and you can throw the switch, diverting the trolley, where it will only kill 1 workman. Okay, so you will save the net 4 lives. Now, when you pose this, and this has been posed now, I think, to thousands of people, something like 95% of people have a very strong moral intuition that absolutely the right thing to do is to throw that switch. I mean, you would be culpable not to have saved those 4 lives. Okay? But if you describe the same scenario, or what purports to be the same scenario, in a different guise, the response completely flips. So now you stand on a footbridge, and a trolley's coming down the track, it's going to kill 5 workmen, but there's a suitably large person next to you, and you can just push him into the path of the oncoming trolley.
So before we get any further, let's see what Lopaka says. Lopaka says, I would flip the lever, then jump in front and grab the guy and save everyone. Duh. Yeah. Jamie had a similar way of trying to get out of it, but of course that defeats the purpose. And there's no wrong answers, but you got to do something, or doing nothing is doing something. But yeah, so now we're on to the part where, we said most people would pull the lever, move the trolley to hit the 1 person, save the 5. But now, instead of a lever, you have the fat person that you can push onto the track,
thereby stopping the trolley and saving a net 4 lives. Now, something like 95% of people think that this would be an abhorrent act, that you would be a monster to do this. And people look at this and they say, okay, well, clearly the result in either scenario is the same. Clearly our intuitions about right and wrong how do you square them here? I mean, there's no there.
And this is where Republicans and the religious right will say, God. Okay, but so what does God say to do in this situation? And of course, there is no answer. And Lopaka says the lowest body count. So that's a very utilitarian answer. And again, there's no right or wrong answers. But so then, Lopaka, what if there was 5 strangers on the track, and the person that you could push, goddamn right, it sucks. That's why it's a tough question. That's why it survived so long. So what if the person that there's nobody else there but you and let's say your neighbor that you say hi to and whatever, you don't really know them, but it's your neighbor. And then there's 5 strangers on the track. Are you still going to push that person? He said the lowest body count.
You describe it one way, people are for it. You describe it another way, people are against it. How could there be any such thing as moral truth? Well, there are many problems with this. I think we all have an intuitive physics, and a bunch of us spend a lot of time worrying about whether he's really going to stop the trolley.
That's y'all.
But it's also just not the same situation. I mean, it is clearly different. It's a different experience to pull a switch than to push a person. And if in fact it is a different experience, it affects people's minds differently, it's something that has to be accounted for in any real description of the consequences of these actions. But
so again, now we're getting to where this is all taking shape. So we're taking God out of the conversation of morality. If we take God out, then we're trying to determine what are our goals. We know that the worst suffering for all people is, I'm trying to not get blocked here, but the worst suffering for all people is something that we should all be able to agree is bad, something that we don't want. The worst for all people. Then we have the most well-being for the most people on the other end. Now we know what our goal is, to move away from the evil towards the well-being, to move away from the suffering towards well-being. And so that's where Lopaka's answer comes from, original answer comes from, that moving away from having 5 people suffer would be having 1 person suffer. But what is that? How does that, when it comes to decisions that we need to make, how do we, good one. But exactly, how does that change things? And exactly, even though Lopaka's, kind of being tongue in cheek, He was ready to say, lowest body count. Of course. But an angry wife, that changes the situation, doesn't it? So how can this possibly be, good one, Miguel. I'm not going to say that one. I know the YouTube overlords are not going to love that one, but 100%. That's exactly where all of this is going. Is, are we moving towards that goal of minimizing human suffering and maximizing human well-being? That's what this is all about. And we don't need God for any of it. And when you inject God into the conversation, you exclude anybody who doesn't share your ideology, which is bad.
Even if we can't resolve this, even if we can never get our intuitions to track what, even if these situations are actually the same, and you describe it one way and it just never seems right, that doesn't undercut the notion of more. And you, by analogy, look at what happens to our logical intuitions. How many of you are familiar with the Monty Hall problem? So many of you.
I'm not. I hope he explains it.
How many of you are just sure you know the right answer to the Monty Hall problem? Okay, so not.
I think, is Monty Hall the let's make a deal dude? Is that like door number one? So Lopaka says, are they illegals or live here? That would make a difference to some people. Yeah, exactly. That's the entire point, is that when you just say it's 5 people, 1 people, it's easy to say, oh, of course, you save the 5 people. And but then you start adding context. You say, okay, are they family members? Do I know them? Do I like them? Do I hate them? Are they supposed to be here? Are they not supposed to be here? It changes the situation. That's a great question. That's a great point.
This is a famous problem in probability theory, which has confounded many smart people. I mean, when this first became really public, it was in Parade magazine, where Marilyn Beausavant, who's got the highest IQ apparently of anyone ever tested, discussed this problem and gave the right.
The Monty Hall problem? Why don't I recognize this?
Answer. She was just pilloried by mathematicians who said, listen, you may be smart, but you're not a mathematician and you just destroyed your career. Well, so it's possible to get this wrong, even if you spend a lot of time thinking about mathematics. You're on a game show, and you're asked to pick, you're confronted with 3 doors. And
all right, so I want answers from everybody, so let's pay attention to what the scenario is, and then I'm assuming we're going to pick door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3. Let's see.
Behind one door is a car, behind the other 2 are goats. If you pick right, you get the new car. So you pick door number 1.
So again, behind one of those doors is a new car. Daddy wants a new car. How do we do it?
1. And then Monty Hall, after whom this problem is named, opens another.
All right.
One door is a car, behind the other 2 are goats. If you pick right, you get the new car. So you pick door number 1. And then Monty Hall, after whom this problem is named,
welcome back, buddy.
Opens another door, revealing a goat.
So wait, Bullrush, were you here for the trolley problem talk?
And the question is, should you switch? He gives you an opportunity to switch. Do you want to now pick door number 3? How many of you think you should pick door number 3? How many of you think it just doesn't matter who you switch?
Okay, so all right, so let's do this real quick. Lopaka says, that's why I would try to save everyone and sacrifice myself if that would save everyone. Sometimes sometimes you might be in a situation like that, but the entire idea behind this question is that is not an option. You have to, exactly as you said, you have to decide somebody else's fate. That's the entire point of the trolley problem scenario, is that there is no there is no other way. Bullrush, are you familiar with the trolley problem? We went over it twice. I'm not going to go back on it now, but I would love to hear your answer if you're already familiar with the basic 5 versus 1. So here we are in the Monty Hall problem. So we've got a car behind one of these 2 doors, or we had a car behind one of 3 doors and goats behind the other 2. Now shit, I don't remember what he said he picked. So let's back that up, because I want to make sure. Bullrush was on top of it.
The Monty Hall problem. Okay, so not.
Oh, there. I was like, where am I? There I am.
This is a famous problem in probability theory.
Okay. So remember, I want answers from everybody. So keep your fingers ready. I want answers.
Which has confounded many smart people. I mean, when this first became really public, it was in Parade magazine, where Marilyn Beausavant, who's got the highest IQ apparently of anyone ever tested, discussed this problem and gave the right answer. She was just pilloried by mathematicians who said, listen, you may be smart, but you're not a mathematician and you've just destroyed your career. Well, so it's possible to get this wrong, even if you spend a lot of time thinking about mathematics. You're on a game show, and you're asked to pick, you're confronted with 3 doors, and behind one door is a car, behind the other 2 are goats. If you pick right, you get the new car. So you pick door number 1. Okay. And then Monty Hall, after whom this problem is named.
So that's the part I missed. We picked door number 1.
Opens another door, revealing a goat.
So we picked door number 1, and we know that the car is not in door number 2.
And the question is, should you switch? It gives you an opportunity to switch. Do you want to now pick door number 3?
So that's the question. The question is, do you want to switch? You've picked door number 1 when there was it was 1, 2, or 3. You picked door number 1. He showed you door number 2. You already picked number 1, but there's the goat behind number 2. So now you know. Now you know for sure that either you got the right or the wrong answer. There's only 2 options. So the question is, do you want to stick with door number 1, which you originally picked, and nothing behind the doors has changed since you've picked? Do you want to stick with door number 1, or do you want to switch and pick door number 3? What does Miguel say? Now, he's a liar and wants to keep the car. Why would he give me an opportunity to switch? It's a game show. What do you mean? It's a game show. So Miguel is sticking with door 1. Bullrush is staying with door 2. I think Jimmy said he was going to switch. And I'm also going to switch to door number 3. Let's see what happens.
How many of you think you should pick door number 3? How many of you think it just doesn't matter if you switch? Okay. Well, there's a very strong intuition that I think we all share, that, okay, you're in a situation here, there's 2 doors. There's a car behind one, there's a goat behind another. Why would you switch? I mean, you could switch, but what would actually change if you switched? Now, the truth is, there's a clear right answer here. You should.
So Lopaka says to stay on 1 as well. So me and Jamie are on door number 3. And Lopaka, Bullrush, and Miguel are waiting, are sticking to their guns. Let's see.
Switch. You picked under a condition of real uncertainty. You've been given information with this door opening, and you pick. Your chances are 2/3 if you switch, okay, and 1/3 if you stay with your initial guess. Now, people, when you explain this to people, some of them just don't get it. I mean, in my dissertation defense, I actually used this slide, and one of the neuroscientists in my I had 4 people to convince, and one of them said, "I don't believe that answer to the Monty Hall problem." This is difficult for people. It's easier to see when you imagine 1,000 doors. Okay, initially you pick door number 1.
Yeah, you get to keep the goat. You whatever you pick, that's what you win. You win the goat. It's called the Monty Hall problem because I'm pretty sure Monty Hall used to host the Let's Make a Deal game show. That's where this came from. So this was a real scenario. You would be on a game show. There'd be 3 doors. You pick one. If you get the car, then you win the car.
And there were
999
doors closed, and now Monty Hall has just.
So again, we are. Let me back that up. We've changed scenarios.
This is difficult for people.
So before we get to the answer, we are switching it up a little bit.
It's easier to see when you imagine 1,000 doors. Okay, initially you picked door number 1, and there were 999 doors closed, and now Monty Hall has just nullified 998 of them, leaving door 576. And he said, "Would you like to switch?" There it starts to become clear to people. I mean, all the probability has collapsed over here. You've been given a lot of information. The fact that people find this difficult doesn't for a moment make us wonder that maybe there's no logical truth here. Maybe there's no right answer to the Monty Hall problem. So stymied intuition is just not. We have a double standard in how we value it in the moral domain, and we know we have.
He just kind of skipped over it. Yeah. So the correct answer to the Monty Hall problem is to switch because of the probabilities. When you're picking your first door, and now of course it doesn't actually, it's talking about probability. So wherever the car is there. But when it comes to statistics and probability, if you're choosing 1 out of 3, that's a different choice. Then now you're being given a 50-50 choice, and I'm really mad that he didn't go over the rest of it, but I'm not smart enough to know it. So if somebody wants to get a link on the Monty Hall problem, then help us out.
That are just faulty. I'm reasonably sure that everyone in this room sees this tower as leaning further to the right than this one. It isn't. These are the same photos.
Oh, maybe he's still going.
And yet we can get behind these failures of intuition when it matters. And failures of intuition like this actually tell us something about, in this case, the visual system. So we clearly have failures of moral intuition, which is to say we can fail to track, we can fail to be motivated by those facts that would spell the greatest difference in well-being. So this is a now increasingly famous experiment by the psychologist Paul Slovic. You ask people, how much would you give to help this little girl, Rokia, who needs your help?
So I don't know why why he didn't really tie a bow on that. But yeah, it's just a probability thing. And of course, if you're actually on the show, statistics say probability says to switch your answer from 1 to 3, but exactly, Bullrush. It's probability. So there's no guarantee of anything. So absolutely, the car could still be behind number 1. I thought with the trolley problem, he talked a little bit more about the philosophical aspect of it. I'm kind of annoyed that he didn't really get into the philosophical aspect of the Monty Hall problem. But now we're moving, and so again, all of these things are trying to frame how we think about things outside of a religious context. How do we come to our moral values and our ethics if we are not just reading the Bible and doing what it says? How and these situations, these scenarios help. Let's see, Monty Hall or Sam Harris is bringing us a bunch of different thought experiments to set the tone.
People, when confronted with this, give the maximum amount they're going to give to anything. And they confess the highest level of empathy. You ask another group of people, how much would you give to help this little boy?
Our last...
Musa, I think the name was in the experiment. You get the same result. Maximum empathy.
All right, so real quick, we're going to back that one up.
The greatest.
And then Jimmy Dean has done us all a great service. This is just a quick 4-minute video that we're going to run through. I'm actually going to put it. Thank you, Jamie.
Monty Hall problem. And from what I can tell, reading your comments, there are 3 types of people here. Those who understand the problem, or even better, were helped by our video. Those who still just don't get it, and those who are absolutely adamant that we got it wrong. But one thing everyone has in common, it seems, is a desire to discuss and explain how they see the problem. I'm no different, so what I'd like to do now is quickly recap what the Monty Hall problem is, and then explain to you how I see it. So we have these 3 doors. One hides this shiny red sports car, the other 2 have these worthless goats. You, the contestant, choose a door. Let's choose door 1 in this example. The game show host, Monty Hall himself, who knows what's behind each door, is then forced to reveal a goat from behind one.
I think that's an important part of it. The fact that Monty Hall knows which door to go to. I'm not sure how that is involved, but it's involved.
The 2 remaining doors. You're then given a choice to stick or switch. With 2 doors remaining, it seems some of you think this has become a 50-50 choice. Stick or switch. It doesn't really matter. There are 2 doors. One's got the car and one doesn't. But that's not true. And your best chance of winning is to switch. Now, the reason for this is an important fact that I cannot emphasize enough. Monty Hall, the host, knows what's behind all the doors, and he's forced to show you a goat from behind one of those 2 remaining doors after your first choice. This is very important. There is information.
So even I still want to try to figure this out on my own right here. So he knows that you either picked the goat or the car in door number 1. So if you picked the car, he can pick either door. If you picked so if you picked a goat, then there's only one door that he can go to. If you picked the goat originally, there's only one door he can go to. And yeah. Well, no, Monty's not choosing it. But he is you're choosing which door you want to open. But he is, because you've chosen door number 1, but he opens door number 2 to show you that there's a goat in there. So now again, you're still on number 1, and there's a car behind one, a goat behind the other. And the question is, do you want to switch?
Here that's about to be put into the system. Let me explain what happens. When you made that first choice, there was a 1 in 3 chance that the car was behind your door. Surely we agree here.
Right.
Now, in that situation, Monty had 2 goats he could have revealed to you from behind these other 2 doors.
Right.
Now, that's not very helpful. And of course, if you then switched, like I tell you should, you'd have moved away from the car and lost. I'm sorry, I just lost your sports car. I apologize. But let's be honest. There was only a 1 in 3 chance of that happening. Let's wipe the slate clean, or the brown paper clean. And now this time, let's imagine your first choice was that dreaded goat. Now, this is twice as likely. There's a 2 in 3 chance that this is what you've done. We agree on that, right? 2 in 3 chance you've chosen a goat. So this scenario, of course, should be of more interest to us. It's the more likely scenario. And this time, you have forced Monty's hand. He knows where the 1 remaining goat is. He knows it. And he has to show it to you. In this case, in 2/3 of the games you ever play, he is indirectly telling you exactly where the car is. It's here, behind the door where he didn't open. Let me say that again. In 2/3 of the games, Monty can only open 1 door because he knows, and therefore you should know, the car is behind the other one. And because you know this, you should switch. Now, you don't know for sure this has happened. There's a 1 in 3 chance this hasn't happened. But there's a 2 in 3 chance it has happened. It's more likely to have happened. It's more probable. So there you go. Switch, switch. Probability tells you to switch. And this is because of Monty's knowledge. If Monty didn't know what was behind the doors, this would be completely different. Then after his big reveal, you'd be none the wiser. And the odds would indeed be 50-50. You may as well stick. But it's also worth noting in that case, 1/3 of the time, Monty would accidentally open a door that reveals a car. That's not the game we're playing. Monty knows where everything is and won't reveal the car. That's the rules. Monty has the knowledge, and therefore you have the knowledge. And knowledge, as they say, is power.
Beautiful. Thank you, Jamie Dean, for that little explanation. Getting back into it. So that is that was what he was getting at with the Monty Hall problem. So now we're we've got that. So we're talking about, with the trolley problem, we're talking about ethics and stuff like that. Then we move over to the probability of what our choices will do and how that changes. And now I guess he's going to talk about giving help to a child in need.
Difference in well-being. So this is a now increasingly famous experiment by the psychologist Paul Slovic. You ask people, how much would you give to help this little girl, Rokia, who needs your help?
With a name like Rokia, not a goddamn cent. Get a better name. Just kidding.
People, when confronted with this, give the maximum amount they're going to give to anything. And they confess the highest level of empathy. You ask another group of people, how much would you give to help this little boy, Musa?
Type 1 if you know where this is going.
I think the name was an experiment. You get the same result. Maximum empathy, maximum tangible altruistic donation. But you ask them another group, how much would you give to help Rokia and Musa, a little boy and a little girl? And then both empathy and altruism are cut by 25%. Okay? This is clearly a bug, not a feature. I mean, this is if you care about a little girl and you care about a little boy, you should care at least as much about their combined fate. And if you add more kids, the altruism and compassion just falls off in a almost linear way, just falls.
So again, we have yet another situation of morality and perception. If we're asking how much would you give to help Rokia, then it's endless. Whatever I could do. Okay, well, what about Rokia and I don't remember the other one's name, Josh? What about the two of them? Like, okay, well, I still have the same amount of resources, so whatever. It's like, okay, what about all of Namibia? It's like, well, hold on. Shit. Like, what do you want from me? I'm one person. So the level of care that you have for that one little girl has to be spread the more people there are. That makes sense, right? I mean, it's pretty simple, but it makes things very difficult to be as moral as we present ourselves to be.
To the floor. Now, there are ways in which we could understand this. We could say, well, if you add too many kids, we just feel powerless, so we just can't even process it. Okay? That failure to marshal our attentional and emotional resources and material resources is a problem. I mean, this is, and actually Slovik connects this to something he calls genocide neglect. I mean, just the fact that we have endless attention to spend on one personal story of personal suffering. In this case, he uses the example of baby Jessica, who fell down a well in, I think it was 1989. And this was when CNN was at its heyday. And the news cycle for...
That's hilarious. That's hilarious when CNN was in its heyday. This is from 2010, and he's throwing shots at CNN. Oh, man.
72 hours it was wall-to-wall baby Jessica.
Yo, do you remember those days? Do you remember those days? Does anybody remember Weather Balloon Boy? Or stuff like the baby or the miners trapped in the well? There was things. There's actually a scene in The Office. Like there's just things that if you don't catch it live, then you would never care. But because it's happening, does anybody know what the hell I'm talking about? Good times. Good times. Shout out to Balloon Boy. Put a Balloon Boy in the chat if you know what I'm talking about.
And people really had the free attention to worry about her. But you hear that 800,000 people were hacked to death in Rwanda in a few months, and it doesn't make the news for the most part. And if it does, it's just you can't focus on it. Now, it seems to me that this is not good for us. This is a kind of moral illusion, and we have to find some way of building in our better judgment into our laws and our social institutions and our tax code to protect us from our moment-to-moment failures of moral intuition. And so to conclude, what I'm asking you to acknowledge is that given what we can value is a matter of human and animal well-being, given that must be constrained by the laws of nature, then we're talking about a domain of facts.
Jimmy, tag me so I see the notification.
And given that, it's possible for people, both individuals and even whole cultures, to value the wrong things, which is to say it's possible for people to have priorities which cause needless human misery.
So now we are coming in for the landing. It is possible for people to have priorities which cause needless human misery. This is based on what you believe. If you believe that liking Trump makes you an awful racist person, then you will behave differently. If you believe that people on the right just want to control your body over anything, then you're going to behave differently. Believe. So earlier I was asked, why do I care what people believe? And this is why, because beliefs translate to actions. And Sam right here is talking about, religious people doing terroristic things. But remember, we are looking at this through the lens of treating wokeism as its own religion. And when you put it in that frame, you can see how bad all of this really is. When you're just thinking about your own religion and how you practice your own religion, it's hard to see how other people might obfuscate what you believe to be true and virtuous. But it can be done. Because God works in mysterious ways, and God talked to me, and I got a vision, and Jesus spoke, whatever it is. But if we base our reality on reality, then we don't have that issue at all. It's just, oh, you're fucking crazy. Let's get you some medical attention. Let's help you.
And to fail to have priorities that would open doors to human flourishing. And I think this is the greatest challenge we face as a civilization. We have to find some way of building a global society based on shared values. We have to converge on the same economic and environmental and political goals. And it seems to me patently obvious that we don't have 1,000 years to do that. The necessary piece, and the purpose of my writing my current book, is before any scientific details are sought, at the very least, we have to acknowledge that there's a context in which to talk about right and wrong answers. Well, thank you for listening.
So I'm pretty sure he does a little bit of a Q&A here, and I'd love to hear what the people bring to him. Let's see.
In the long run for children, that we would have to admit that it's moral. Now, a lot of people.
Let's just see what the father says.
In which to talk about right and wrong answers. Well, thank you for listening.
Okay, Q&A. That's what
if, for instance, there was some sort of study that showed that corporal punishment actually benefited.
So that's the basis of this moral landscape that he's talking about. That we have all of these different ways to view things. And if obviously this isn't the contents of the book itself. But what he talks about in the book is how do we navigate these things? And it's a lot about what I talk about, how we have these values that we should live by that simply aren't based on religion, but they're based on, I'm not going to hit you because I don't want to live in a society where people just go around hitting each other. I'm not going to steal from you because I don't want to live in a society where people go around stealing from each other. And this is why those crazy people that need religion, I'm not asking for us to just, snap it out of existence. I want us, as the generations go, to put less and less and less and less value on dogma and decrees from on high. And listen more to, this is what we know. This is what we've built from the ground up. We can show it to you through the logic. We can show you through the evidence. That is what we need. Let's see what the Q&A brings up.
Emotional well-being in the long.
And then after that, I got Morty, leave it. After that, there's a couple of videos that are just kind of throwing shade at Sam's position. I think it's important to hear your detractors, and then I want to hear from you guys.
Run for children, that we would have to admit that it's moral. Now, a lot of people objected to that in the sense that which it would never be right.
Right. Yeah, that strikes me.
Punishment children. So it's a tough situation. I'm wondering kind of what you thought about the response to that.
I actually don't. I think it's an incredibly easy question to answer, because just ask an analogous question. It's worse than corporal punishment. Is it good to slice open the belly of a child? Well, if you're performing an emergency appendectomy, yes. Okay, so the moment you connect it to an actual result that is clearly conducive to the well-being of the child, and you're seeking it as therefore an expression of your love for the child, and you're connected to this child thriving, well then yes, you take out the knife and you, provided you know what the hell you're doing, you perform an appendectomy. Now, that is worse than being beaten with an emergency appendectomy. It's, before, without access to anesthesia, you still have to do it. Okay? It's torture. So yes, if corporal punishment actually were just the best way to produce loving, confident, capable people who look back on their own corporal punishment and say, yeah, I'm just thriving today. I had great parents. That's what the situation we would be in. Now, we're actually not in that situation. Actually,
let me stop, because I do have great parents. But not really down with the corporal punishment. Definitely fuck me up a little bit.
Know a lot about corporal.
So don't beat your kids. Please, please. If your kids are old enough to reason with, then reason with them. If they are not old enough to reason with, they will not be able to reason that you hitting them is because of what they've done wrong.
Punishment. A lot is, of course, relative, but there is research on this, and it just doesn't look good on any level. So.
I completely agree with all of the extrapolations that you can get from the assumption that morality should primarily be concerned with the well-being of sentient creatures. But the assumption that the well-being of sentient creatures is what morality is still an assumption.
Okay, but now why? So in saying that, you have failed to find any of the analogies I've drawn compelling, like the analogy to human health. Why wouldn't you say associate?
See, this is why we need the analogies, because homeboy just didn't understand any of this. And let's let Sam handle it.
In health, assuming that health has something to do with living free of debilitating pain and disease and early death, that's an unwarranted assumption. Why doesn't that run through?
Well, I think a human would probably say that it is an assumption that health, that, you know, the Hippocratic Oath is the healthcare exists within a context of a common agreement about the yardsticks of what health is. And
I would fully concede that, but no, chemistry can't, physics can't. I mean, physics is our best effort to understand the behavior of matter and energy in the universe. What do you say to someone who says, that's just an assumption? My physics is biblical physics that just confirms the book of Genesis.
And that's literally what's happening with math. And we're seeing this 2 + 2 = 5 type shit with your not CRT, whatever else it actually is. We're seeing it happen. This was 12 years ago. 12 years ago.
How are those not on a par given your framing of the question?
And the point, again, the point being that yes, he is making an assumption. There's a certain assumption that we all want that well-being. We all want to use that scale of the worst possible torture for all people and the best possible well-being for all people. That if you're coming to the table and talking about morality and that's not what you're talking about, then I don't know what you are talking about. What else could morality mean? And that's a genuine question, because I really am taking, kind of taking the theory of the actual book, kind of taking it in whole. Because it really, it's, I don't see a better way to frame all of this. I just don't see a better way to frame all of this. But that's an important part. Like, yes, it's an assumption. I assume that people who care about morality are talking about what I would refer to as the departure from suffering and the attempt to arrive at well-being. You may not use those specific words, but that notion is what we're talking about. And if not, then I need some help, because I don't know what the hell we're talking about if we're not talking about that in the context of morality.
because physics is about physical reality.
But that's not the...
You can come to conclusions about physical reality that touch on the question of whether or not a particular activity is good or bad for the well-being of sentient creatures. But whether or not the well-being of sentient creatures should be...
That sounds like Josh Zepps. Do you guys know Josh Zepps? Josh Zepps? That sounds like him.
The only domain of morality is still just something that we make up. Now, and I mean, I actually agree with you on everything. So my only concern is that if you were to debate a religious person and seed the ground that the only faith that you need to agree with everything that you're arguing is the faith that morality is about sentient creatures and their well-being, then it would actually be a stronger case. I mean, my concern is that...
But see, I don't even want to concede.
I feel like that is what he was saying. That all his concern is that... What did he say? I feel like that is what he was saying.
Creatures and their well-being. Faith that you need to agree with everything that you're arguing is the faith that morality is about sentient creatures and their well-being.
Yeah, that faith is about sentient creatures and their well-being. Again, what else is there? What else is involved in morality? It's the actions that we take that either, again, get us closer to well-being or further from it. Let's see.
and it would actually be a stronger case. I mean, my concern is that...
But see, I don't even want to concede that much, because I see these scientific values are... The truth is, I think the value of the well-being of conscious creatures is actually stronger than any of the scientific values. It's more firmly grounded than any of the scientific values I listed. So when you...
The well-being of sentient creatures is more firmly grounded than any of the scientific values I listed. I'm not sure I know what that means. The well-being of sentient beings is more firmly grounded than any of the scientific values I listed. Anybody got some help on that?
I ask, well, why should we assume that understanding the universe is good? Why should we value that? Why should we assume that we should value evidence? I think all of that, when we get into the details, is actually subservient to a more basic concern for well-being. And the one way to see that is just imagine imagine disjunctions between them. Imagine when they break apart, when too much knowledge is really a bad thing, and where being slightly wrong about reality actually pays huge dividends. You know, if too much knowledge was going to kill all of us and the rest of humanity, those would be facts we wouldn't want to know. And I mean, we don't publish the recipe for synthesizing smallpox on the side of buses and force everyone to understand it completely. I mean, we're not drumming this knowledge into people's heads. So we don't have this completely unconstrained value on the truth. I mean, there's a right way to understand. There's a complete understanding of smallpox. There's a right way to synthesize it. We could just make sure everyone knows that before they do anything else. There's a very obvious reasons not to do that. And what I'm saying is that the concept of health is just as loose as the concept of well-being. The act of defining my terms, defining a science of morality in terms of the well-being of conscious creatures, is no more tendentious or merely preferential than defining physics in terms of understand the behavior of matter and energy. No. Or
if he didn't define tendentious, I would have no idea what that means. Put a 1 in the chat if you knew what tendentious meant before he explained it.
I mean, it is. We look at biology. We still do not have a good definition of life, and yet biology thrives. And these are, you know, my father is dead. What do I mean by dead? You know, is he really dead? Well, yeah, he's dead. He doesn't answer the telephone. It's you know, dead in terms of no energy metabolism, no respiration. I mean, we have this constellation of variables that go into this very kind of suitcase notion of life and death, and yet it doesn't prevent a very clear science of biology from making progress. And so the moment you admit that there's a difference between the worst possible misery for everyone and everything else, and that conscious states are somehow dependent upon the laws of nature, then you've got the spectrum of changes. Now,
boom, right there. Again, as long as that's the spectrum, then the laws of physics, everything else falls in that. And we can just like the chessboard, chess is arbitrary. There's nothing about the universe that is the rules of chess. We made it up. But once we sit down at the table and we agree, okay, we are playing chess, then we have objective moves, like we were talking about before, objective moves that are good and get us closer towards our goal, and moves that objectively move us further away. That is what the moral landscape is about. And that's the foundation for a secular moral framework.
I'm telling you that when the person comes in and says, there's actually something much more important than avoiding the worst possible misery for everyone, I don't think that person's making sense. It's not an alternate view that isn't intelligible, and I don't think he's making sense to himself. I don't think he knows what he's talking about, and so I don't. And there's just no reason to burn any fuel worrying about that philosophical doubt. And again, I think it's less of a concern philosophically than skepticism with regard to physics and everything else that we consider hard science.
Boom.
Sorry, that was I'll try to be shorter than that and more coherent.
That was fun, thanks. Dr. Harris, I just want to thank you first for your invaluable assistance in aiding my lifelong effort to recover from my Catholic upbringing.
Oh, good.
I said, me too, bruh. Me too.
2 hours due west of here, where I've driven from to see you, is Pennsylvania. It's a lovely place to discover nature. It's not the buckle of the Bible belt, but it's the bow tie. And I'm here to tell you.
That's a good one. I'm going to use that. Pennsylvania is not the buckle of the Bible belt, but it is the bow tie.
I'm having a hard time getting along. I live in the matrix, you know? And so...
Don't we all, brother? Don't we all?
I would love it if you could share some thoughts on how I'm somewhat of a leader in my community, and I have a hard time communicating with people. I'm talking to people who believe in magic all the time, and there's almost no common ground in which we can communicate, and I don't want to just spend my life offending people.
Right.
Is this not exactly what I've been saying? People like this guy asking the question, people like myself, and I think a lot of guys like you out there. You want to have these conversations. You want things to be better. You want things to change. You want people to listen to you. But if they're not primed to listen to specific words, then even if it's them who is losing out, even if it's them who's losing out, you are still unheard, and you still live in that same society. You are still part of that civilization. That's exactly what this is about. We need to be able to articulate what it is that we want, what it is that we believe politically, and what it is that we want for our country without invoking things that science cannot, things that are they're made up. God is made up. And if you believe differently, that's fine. But unless you're willing to support me in a law supporting unicorn, you can't do this, that, or the other on Tuesdays because that's unicorn. That's the unicorn gods. Whatever bullshit you could think of. That's not how we run a country. That's not how we should run a country. And it's not the religious right that's the problem anymore, though. Religious right is, they're still the religious right. But now it's the indoctrinated left. It's the far left that believes what they believe, and there's no getting through, and there's no talking, and it's not necessarily magic that they're talking about, but they're talking about fixing the world through this, that, and the other. How is that any different than fixing the world through prayer? He said, I don't want to spend my life offending people. Who does? But sometimes you've got to find a way to say the things that need to be said, and people are going to be offended by the truth because people don't like the truth.
I'm stuck in this world of I can't talk about politics and I can't talk about religion, and I hope my question's clear because I don't even.
I mean, it's the predicament certainly most of us are in. I think it's. I don't have a clear formula to differentiate those occasions where you should just change the subject or be civil in some other way, and those occasions where you really should. There's a reason to take it to the mat. Except one clear, bright line for me is the difference between all of our socializing and all of our living with people, and those moments where someone's standing at a lectern or running for political office and holding a press conference or publishing an editorial, and those moments where ideas are being publicly expressed as ideas and really have to live or die on their own merits. Then I think we all have a duty to be honest, and we have a duty to criticize those who are patently dishonest. I think that the conscious, the psychological and social change we have to find a way to engineer is to make it just too embarrassing to pretend to know things you don't know at the public level. I mean, just at some point that the people have to become aware of just what words mean, and when a president says, God is behind the American people, or I consult a higher father, I mean, that just has to go over like a lead balloon with the White House press corps. I mean, it just has to, all the hands have to go up, and we have to, what did you actually mean by that? And yet it's received as, by people who believe it, as just a statement of truth.
And so the translation to today would be Fauci. So Fauci says, oh, you don't need a mask. And then a week later, oh, you need the double mask. And then a week later, you don't need to double mask. Nobody should be double masking. Then you see CNN with a report saying you should wear 3 masks. When we found that the cloth, unless it's an N95 mask, and you're using a fresh one every time you touch your face, it doesn't do anything. That's the dogma that I'm talking about. And I've been hearing rumblings that, they're trying to bring the Rona regime back. So you've been warned.
And it's received by the rest of us as, well, maybe he doesn't believe it. It's just kind of vacuous. Our current president says, my faith tells me that gay marriage is wrong. I mean,
that was Obama, by the way.
It's a scandal that he's against gay marriage, and he should be forced to unpack that sentence. What your faith? How does your faith tell you that gay marriage is wrong? I've got a follow-up question. There has to be an argument there. If gay marriage is wrong in terms of all of the suffering it would create.
And think about how fucking far we have come since then, in good ways and bad. The president of the United States, the first black president of the United States, said that his faith did not allow him to sanction gay marriage. And now you're a bigot if you don't want children having bare titties from a man waved in their face. And people ask me why. People ask me why I spend so much time talking about the left. This was the stuff that I was watching 10 years ago because it was the religious right that was the problem. But they're not really giving me a problem anymore. It's the left.
It's wrong in terms of all of the possible happiness it would foreclose. And that's the only way to talk about what I'm hoping to steal the ground under the people who can rely on everyone to just be polite at those moments when someone says, listen, my faith tells me it's wrong. Okay, but whether you have to do that in an elevator or a Thanksgiving dinner, that's a different moment. But yeah, I don't think we win by just being churlish and boorish. So that's the best I got on that.
So guys, I got to appeal to you for a minute. This is the type of stream that is not super popular. Whether it's because I'm turning off religious people, or because I'm turning off leftist people, or just because it's not a super popular thing. These streams have been averaging around 100 views. We're a little more than halfway through. We've got 43 views on this right now. So if you haven't hit the like button, please do hit the like button. I will assume that the 3 of you who are here have done that so far. But this is what this is what it is. You can't just come on here and talk about whatever you want to talk about. I think by the fact that you guys are still here, I would assume that you think that this is worthwhile. But not a lot of people do. And I can't only do the streams that I want to do and still get out to the people. So I need you guys. Welcome to the party. This is a party. We're doing this together. So tell a friend about, the channel, share the video somewhere, get a few more people. Just if you can get one more personal. Oh, thank you, Bull Rush. I really appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. But yeah, tell a friend. You're clearly somebody who's into this stuff. Miguel, you've also been here. I know Jamie, you're into this stuff, and I've got that video queued up. But it's tough to find that balance. So if you enjoy the stuff like this, then I need support on stuff like this. Not that I have no interest in doing more pop culture relevant topical stuff, but I got to play the game. So I got to do stuff that is more relevant. Just last week I did something on the Mises Caucus. I think you guys were here, but that one didn't do very well either. So, you know, I'm going to do more of the stuff that I want to do. And as time goes on, I'll do more and more and more of the stuff that I want to do. But I am in a transitionary period. So anything you guys can do to help to get the word out, the more people I have on stuff like this, the less I can do the bullshit that just brings in the randos. So that's my little spiel. Thank you. Get back into this. We got a little while left, and then we've got some dissenters.
I'll echo, I'm sure everyone else is going to say the same thing, but it is a pleasure to finally meet you and talk to you. It is somewhat similar to the last questioner's question point, which is when you were talking about the moral illusions. In fact, actually, I've experienced it now at least a couple times personally. Like,
ask the question.
Predominantly through Facebook. There's a thing that's going on.
I cannot stand when people do this. I watch a lot of these live debates and speeches and stuff, and they usually do a Q&A at the end. And people are so bad at this. Like, do you not understand that there's a stadium of people here to see Sam Harris? And, well, there's this thing on Facebook, and, you know, I thought about it. And they'll go from this thing to this thing and this thing and this thing and this thing. It's like, dude, what is your fucking question?
Right now, it's actually involves a student that committed suicide in our town, Tyler Clemente. You've probably heard about it on the news and stuff like that. He actually came from our high school.
Shout out to Tyler. He, if you don't know Tyler, he was from Jersey, a kid who was bullied for being gay and jumped off a bridge. He went to Rutgers, and he was, you know, he wasn't in school when I didn't go to Rutgers, but, you know, being from Central Jersey, everybody that I know went to Rutgers, and it was a tough little period. It wasn't really cool. He was bullied. You know, his roommate hit a camera and filmed him having sex with the dude, and then I don't remember if he actually showed it to people or just threatened to show people, but Tyler wasn't out, so he jumped off a bridge. Now he would be so heavily celebrated. He would have come out years ago. Miguel says, so funny. I had to step out and get my daughter from helping little kids at Vocation Bible School. Indoctrinating them young. All right. Fair enough. Well, I made it out. Hopefully your kids will too. Just kidding. We're all having fun here. So yeah, this dude is talking about Tyler Clemente, who killed himself, and let's see if he ever gets to his question.
And the outpouring and coverage of that is amazing. But nevertheless, I'm on a daily basis. I post to Facebook or Twitter, whatever it is, things along the lines of like the genocide issues that you talk about, or the larger issues that involve many.
What's the question?
Suffering, and it gets no traction, and it goes even further than that. And this is where I guess my question starts to finally emerge, which is the bug that you speak of, I think, is nuanced on many levels in terms of human consciousness and our ability to expand our empathy, because there seems to be an active negative feedback. It's like when people are caught, not by surprise, but when you confront them with the fact that they have not consciously considered the suffering of some group X, there's an active negative feedback. When I debate with other people, the things that I get hammered on the most are always those things involving groups of other individuals suffering, for which I actively try to bring their attention. So the question is, this bug that I agree with you is there. Right. It's more than just individuals being tested. It's more. There's a societal active negative feedback.
Yeah.
What thoughts on what to do? I mean, I don't know exactly how to go about addressing that personally.
Well, I think the interesting thing to notice is that
like, you see what I mean? That's so typical that people will just ramble. Like, write your question out on your phone. Then when you get up there, if you have to reference and give some context. So you said this thing, this, and that thing, that. So my question is that. That's what we're all waiting for. Nobody's here for you, bro. Sorry, just my little tangent.
Our minds are not entirely our own. I mean, they're not even, in some ways, they're not even mostly our own. I mean, basically everything we think about and all the kinds of distinctions we make and the things we feel are entangled with this sort of intersubjective space, and we've got culture, we've got social norms, we've got all these things influencing us, and we have to, insofar as we are individuals thinking our own thoughts, we have to influence it back. I mean, we say things, we publish things, we do things, which then change the context in which we exist. And I mean, my basis for hope is that the context can change pretty radically and pretty quickly. And the best analogy I know for that is with regard to racism. I mean, racism in this country has changed.
All right, this isn't really doing it justice. So before we move on, Jimmy has done such a hold on. Such a favor to us all. And for those of you who are too young, where's this from? Am I going to get claimed for this? I don't care. Not monetized yet. But for those of you who don't remember, welcome to Balloon Boy.
Good evening. I'm Mike Check, and tonight on Unsolved Internet Mysteries, Balloon Boy. Here's the story you probably know. On October 15th, 2009, Falcon Heaney, 6 years old, hopped into a balloon and was carried off into the air. For 2 hours and 60 miles, he traveled across the vistas of Colorado, eventually landing just shy of Denver International Airport. But when they opened up the saucer, there was no boy. At first, it was feared that Falcon had fallen along the way, and a manhunt started to find the boy's body.
Oh my God.
But after a couple of hours, Falcon wandered into the living room of the family home and confessed that he had been hiding in a box in the attic of the garage. It was one of the biggest news stories and memes of the year.
Type a 1 if you do not remember this. If you do not remember this, type a 1.
During the event, Balloon Boy was also the most searched term on Google. But it was an expensive game of hide and seek. Up to 50 rescue workers were involved, including 2 military helicopters, police, the Colorado National Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, ambulances, firefighters, and the...
Miguel, how old are you? I'm just curious. Because this was in this must have been 2000, somewhere around 2010, somewhere around there. I don't know, maybe it's...
balloon drifted so close to the airport that a bunch of flights had to be rerouted. The total cost of the incident was estimated at $2 million.
Damn!
Press flocked to the Heaney home, and the family gave an interview on CNN. And then, this happened.
So if those of you who are just joining us, we're just taking a little break from something I brought up, Balloon Boy, and some people hadn't heard about Balloon Boy. So we're just checking out Balloon Boy, and then we'll get back into the action. Welcome to the party. Please say hello, and you will be welcomed by the best chat currently on YouTube. Don't look that up.
He's asking Falcon, did you hear us calling your name at any time?
Yeah, bro.
You did?
You did?
Why didn't you come out?
So I gotta run that back. Because they were on they went on the news and they were like, oh my God.
CNN. And then, this happened.
He's asking Falcon, did you hear us calling your name at any time? You did?
You did?
Why didn't you come out?
You guys said that we did this for a show.
Police and the press were quick to change angle from accident to publicity stunt. The mother and father were charged, and they pleaded guilty. So that's the story. Or is it? To this day, Richard Heaney, the father, adamantly claims it was never a hoax, just an experiment gone wrong. And after doing my own research, I'm starting to believe it. This is the story you probably don't know.
What? What is...
Let's take a closer look at Richard Heaney. He's an interesting guy. He likes to do science and chase storms,
getting into the path of the oncoming tornado.
He is also an inventor.
Hi, I'm inventor Richard Heaney, and boy, I love my truck. That's why I would never permanently mount toolboxes or a lumber rack in the back. No, I'm going to use my pickup to pick up hot chicks. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah! HeaneyDuty.com.
He's obviously nuts and a bit of a human meme.
I just invented perpetual motion.
And what about the rest of the family? Youngest, Falcon. Eldest, Bradford. His wife, Mayumi, originally from Japan. And middle child, Ryu. The family appeared on the hit reality TV show Wife Swap twice. And it was their behavior on the show that made the police and the press suspicious. Before we break down the case against Richard Heaney, I'm going to show you raw footage from the liftoff.
All right. If you did know about Balloon Boy, type a 1 if you didn't know about all this, because I did not know about all this. Baca says, the dad also put the kids on talent shows before. He's a glory seeker. Oh, definitely. Definitely. But yeah, how many of you know about the rest of this? I did not know about all of this. I did not know.
Now,
about
first thing, did you see it? Helium canisters. 3. They're big and they're expensive, and it's much more helium than they would need.
Is that what he's talking about? Quick story. When I was in college, we were doing whippets, you know, the laughing gas from you get at the dentist, and you know they sell the little canisters for whipped cream, whatever, and people will do that. And my friend bought a 50-pound tank, and you could just go. It's not legal in Jersey, but you could just go in Pennsylvania, and we were right, you know, maybe 40 minutes from the state border. You could just go to Pennsylvania, go to any car shop where you can, you know, remember Nos from Need for Speed or Fast and Furious or whatever. That's what it is. You could just get laughing gas, and then we just had it was literally off the ground. It was that high, and we would just fill up the huge, gigantic balloons, and yeah, probably. But not familiar with Internet Historian. No.
For a one-time hoax, but the right amount for ongoing experiments. This is a purpose-built structure for Richard's experiments. Seems elaborate for a hoax.
Sorry to hear that, Jamie.
A high voltage sticker, because Richard really was testing electronics on board.
Go on, Red.
Yeah.
This is a release cord, not a tether, by the way.
Why?
Whoa!
Okay. Are you Heather?
One of the loose tethers.
Get up! Tell me now!
Now, Richard gets mad, and it really doesn't feel like acting. Either he genuinely is losing his temper over the loss of his balloon, or he's deliberately making himself out to look like an asshole.
Spider-Man! Turn it out, Keith!
The kid sure is doing a good job of acting too, and remember that they would only have one take because there's only one balloon.
So I'm pretty sure this video that we're watching, the footage, that was played, maybe not at the time, but as the story was unfolding. I'm pretty sure I remember seeing this footage. Not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure.
4th canister.
More helium.
What? He's in there! Stop rolling!
Don't start!
Yeah!
He's just right here!
No! No, man!
But here's another weird thing. This photo from the police shows that Richard's electrical equipment for readings and experiments is still on board. Why? Why let your stuff get smashed out in a field somewhere? Now that you've seen the liftoff, let's look at...
To become famous. Like, what do you mean? Paca says, I was caregiver for a guy that spent $120K on whippets and died from brain tumors. Holy shit. Yeah, definitely not something that you want to do all the time. Whippets should be, whippets are fun. They're, anybody who's done whippets and tells you they're not fun is lying. But it's, you know, it should be a very, I mean, I did that in college and I probably done it twice since. Yeah, maybe 2 or 3 times since. Like, not something you want to do on the regular. But there's a reason they call it hippie crack. That stuff is super addicting. Not like in the sense where you'll get withdrawals, but like you could just never have enough. You like whenever you get, like if you're doing the little whippets, you get to the end of the box and you're just like, oh man, that's all that I have left. And you're like, all right, let's put all the last 4 together in one balloon. There's never enough. That's hippie crack for you.
The case against the Heenies, that the balloon couldn't have lifted Falcon. He called the news before 9.
Oh yeah? Do you mix both? Or are you a little bitch?
911, the live slip up on television, a confession, and a guilty plea. Pretty airtight, right? Nope. Let's start from the top. Could this balloon lift a boy? The balloon is 17 feet wide by 6 feet tall. With this, we can figure out the surface area and the volume. We also know the construction materials: plastic, alfoil, cardboard, thin plywood, duct tape, wire, strings, tether. The balloon's total volume is over 900 cubic feet.
This is a lot longer than I thought it would take.
That gives us a lift potential of 65 pounds, minus the weight of the craft, and Falcon only weighed 37 pounds, the police weighed in. That gives you enough lift potential to raise the boy with another 11 to 12 pounds to spare. Next point. You're about to hear the 911 call. The media and police both said that Richard called the news first, then 911. That was a lie. The phone records show that he called the FAA first, because he knew they could track the balloon better. Then they told him to call 911, and he immediately did so. When he did, the 911 operator put him on hold. When taken off hold, Mayumi picks up the phone.
Okay. And so it was an experimental plane? It was flying saucer. And that's gone too, right? That's correct. How long is the flying saucer gone as well? We gotta get lights on. Okay. Hang on just a second. Don't hang up, okay? Just a minute.
They get put on hold for a second time.
We have any kind of a tracking device or anything on it? No.
How do you not have a tracking device on something that you're tracking?
Yeah, okay, where was the saucer? Was it in the backyard?
Yeah, here, take that. Hello?
Yes, is this Richard? Yes, it is. Was the flying saucer in the backyard?
Yes.
Okay, so it obviously has electronics where he can know how to work it. He can sit up off the air, off the ground?
No, he doesn't know how to operate.
So we are sure that he's in that.
Yeah, we looked everywhere, and my son just said because we had it tethered. It wasn't supposed to take off.
So there's no electronics on, there's no tracking device, right?
No.
Okay, hang on just a second.
By this point, they've now spent 20 minutes with the police, and they've been put on hold for a third time. So it was no wonder that they called the news and asked for a helicopter. Next point. What did Falcon have to say about the answer he gave on CNN?
Well, what happened was, this Chinese reporter walked up to me. He asked me if I could show him how he got the edit for his TV shows. So I said, okay. And then after that, another person asked me, so what happened about this balloon?
Shout out to Falcon's hair. Sorry. Oh, this is less smooth.
Thing. I did it for the show. I said that because I thought he was talking about the Chinese guy.
Oh shit.
It's not a great excuse, but it's within.
Oh shit, that's a big deal because that was a big moment when they were on TV and they were asking and they're like, "Did you hear us calling you? You were hiding?" And that was supposed to be the story that they were giving that was not real because obviously Falcon wasn't in the balloon when it landed. And if that's true, that he was just confused it, which makes sense for he was like 5 or whatever at the time. Then yeah. And Jimmy Dean says, "What year was this? GPS probably were new tech." Yeah, but I mean, for an inventor, and if you know, like what's the point of a weather balloon if you don't know where it lands? What's the point of a weather balloon if you don't know where it is? You have to have some type of and I remember being very young when my dad had a Garmin, the big like standalone GPS, the sat nav as the Europeans call it. So I mean, new, but I highly doubt you were inventing a weather balloon and you have no way to track it.
In the realm of possibility. On the day of the Heenies' arrest, the police issued a warrant to take phones, computers, documents, cameras, everything they could. And what did they find? Nothing. Nada. They interviewed Falcon, Brad, Rio, each several times without parental supervision. Again, what did they get? Nothing. So the police had nothing. That's not great for the prosecution. So the police would need a confession. They tried Richard, but he wasn't admitting to anything. So they pressed Mayumi, and she spilled the beans.
Oh,
but hold on,
Jesus.
because her confession sucks. English is not her first language. Police arranged the meeting under false pretenses so she didn't have a lawyer with her. And also, it doesn't make any sense. She said in the confession that they built the craft only 2 weeks prior. Interesting. Here's Sherry from Wife Swap.
There was one point where I had to hold the spaceship and clean it and carry it, and Falcon ran into the spaceship and hid in there.
Built 2 weeks prior? Well, Sherry just said that she was cleaning it during filming, which was 8 months ago.
Are you suspicious of him, and if so, why? Knowing him, I couldn't imagine that he would tell the whole country that his son was up in the balloon.
She also speaks about Falcon.
What's Falcon like? Literally is the type of child that you would actually see that would go into the spaceship. So it wasn't surprising.
What is the type of child that would go into a spaceship? I feel like most children would be like, oh, a spaceship. Like, I mean, I guess you'd have some kids that wouldn't and some kids that would, but that's a weird description.
Maybe Richard might have thought he was in there.
So that leaves a big question. Why did the police pick on Richard Heaney?
I'm being persecuted, I think, for the benefit of Alderton. His term runs out in 2011. He's probably going to run for governor, who knows, but not off my back.
How dare Richard Heaney accuse an honest man like Sheriff Alderton of... Richard said that he was taking it to court. He would not plead guilty. He would not confess. So over the next month, the police applied pressure, bringing up topics such as Mayumi's citizenship status and federal charges. It was lose-lose for Richard. Potential felonies, the cost of court and lawyers. His wife could be deported.
I just want to let you guys know that people are coming into the stream, and it's not about anything that has to do with the title and the thumbnail, because we've taken this detour. So I hope you guys appreciate that.
The story was #1 on
But we will get back to it.
Google, and the press had already decided it was a hoax, so any jury would be stacked against him.
What?
It was a hoax.
Yeah.
And if you are here confused why we're not talking about religion and politics, we're just having a little bit of fun. It is the party. Welcome to the party. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. And like I said, we're just taking a little break, and then we're going to get back into the good stuff. Not that this isn't good. I mean, the meaty stuff.
Guilty or innocent, this plea was the only sensible choice he had. The Heaneys were handed a $36,000 fine and a short term in jail, and Richard would have to formally apologize in court before a judge and the police.
I'm very, very sorry. And I want to apologize to
Well, that's exactly it, Miguel. That's exactly it. These are the kind of stories where if you didn't catch it, like, it's not really that big of a story. But the fact is that everybody was watching it at the same time. And we didn't, there were so few events like that. We got about 2 minutes left of this.
all the rescue workers out there. And
But yeah, exactly. If you didn't see the original chase of the balloon, then there's no reason to care about any of this. But this took over the world.
And people that got involved to take humanity.
Lastly, despite poring over dozens of interviews over the span of 8 years, I have not been able to find one instance where Richard has been caught in a lie. There's evidence of the police lying, evidence of the media lying. Richard's story has not changed. So where does that leave us really? One piece of evidence. This interview. The testimony of a sleep-deprived 6-year-old who's not even really listening to the question.
Also remember that on it might have been this one, but the very next interview that the family did, Falcon fucking puked on air. He was so nervous, he puked on air. I don't know, man. It's, this is convincing, but you never know.
That's it. Those 10 words are the main substance of the case against Richard Heaney. When I first started researching this story, I thought it would be a fun chance to take a few cheap shots at some liar from Colorado. But now I'm not so sure. I'm not saying for certain that this isn't a hoax, but I think there is more here than what was decided in the press and by means in October of 2009.
All right, so that's Balloon Boy. We had a little diversion, and I want to show you guys Balloon Boy just because everybody should know who Balloon Boy is. The real point that we're talking about here is on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 to the slappening. How much did the media run with it? Well, considering the media didn't really take the slappening that far. I mean, this was the Balloon Boy was a story for weeks, if not longer. And then obviously they went to jail, and then after all that stuff. So I would definitely say this is it's a scale of 1 to Balloon Boy, in my opinion. But anyway, getting back to the task at hand, we can do that. We can have little sides and then get right back into it. We were talking about moral relativism, and the reason that politics is so awry, or one of the big reasons why politics is so awry these days, is because we don't know how to talk to each other. People who believe in God think that everybody has to believe in God. And people who don't believe in God think that everything people who believe in God think is horrible and awful. And that's simply not the case. There's simply so much that we all agree on, and religion gets in the way. So we went through a whole bunch of stuff. I got a quick 2-minute video just to recap what exactly the moral relativism itself is, and then we'll get into some some detractions of Sam Harris, and then I want to hear from you guys. So let's go.
Moral relativism.
So before we get into that, Miguel has a very big question for me. It says, do you believe there is something beyond this life, the afterlife? And I have an astounding, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. A lot of people aren't comfortable with that question and that answer. I don't know. Maybe. Possibly. Seems like a big question, right? But it should be okay to just say, I don't know. There very well could be. There very well could not be. I am comfortable with withholding my conclusion until there is enough information to get the correct answer. When I die, I'll either be dead. I agree with you, Jamie Dean. I'll either be dead or I'll be in the afterlife and be like, well, now I know. There's no requirement. There's no requirement to have answers to these difficult, large questions. It's okay to just say, maybe, possibly. That's it. It's okay. Just say, I don't know. You can't know everything. You don't know everything. And if you try to act like you do know everything, you're an asshole. So don't be an asshole. If you don't know, just say you don't know.
Relativism.
What do you think, Miguel?
Moral relativism is the idea that there is no universal or absolute set of moral principles. It's a version of morality that advocates to each her own. And those who follow it often say, who am I to judge?
So this, again, going back to the political aspect, when we first started, we were saying, oh, this is the woke way of thinking. But we can take this relativism of morality and say, okay, we accept that there is nothing in the universe that dictates this is good behavior and that is bad behavior. Just like there is nothing in the universe that dictates that chess is played a certain way. We made that up. If we accept as en masse, if we can accept that we are the ones that have to make up our morality, then we can sit down at the table and start doing that. But if we continue to fight over whether morality is inherent from God or not, nobody is moving on that question. If you believe in God, you believe in God. And if you don't believe in God, you sure as shit don't believe in God. And the likelihood of that changing is very small. Some people go back and forth. Most people go from believing to non-believing. There's a bunch of people who never believed and then went into believing. I would argue most of those people were brought in based on emotional, the emotional context. But either way, there's people on either side who both want a good, prosperous, free America. Everybody wants that. But we have the leftists listening to their dogma, the U.S. government, the globalist government, whatever you want to call it. That's who their God is. They've replaced religion with government. And they're not going back. So what we need to do is to show them that, hey, this stuff, this relativism stuff, if you believe that, that's cool. However, relative to what we believe in this country, not in this religion, but this country, as citizens of the country, we have decided the rules of the chess game. And you have to follow them, or you can be ostracized from society. You can go to jail, whatever the relevance is. Gil says, I lean yes on the afterlife question. I lean yes, but I don't think it's Jesus or Allah. I like to believe there's something else coming. Hope the game continues. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people think very similar things to this, but I question where or why or how or what is it that led you to that. I've searched far and wide. The reason I can comfortably be, and not only an atheist, but an anti-theist, is because I've searched far and wide trying to prove the God that I believed in. And I couldn't do it. So I'm always curious what people use as evidence to their God. And when you think about, far left, extreme, I'm not talking about, just your average person who voted for Joe Biden because they don't really pay attention to politics. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about activists. We're talking about people who are actively trying to uproot the life that we have, the values that we have. It's scary. It's scary. But again, let's look at this through the frame of, okay, if we're to all accept that this is the case and that we are deciding the rules, what rules do we want to be in place?
Moral relativism can be understood in several ways. Descriptive moral relativism, also known as cultural relativism, says that moral standards are culturally defined, which is generally true. Indeed, there may be a few values that seem nearly universal, such as honesty and respect. But many differences appear across cultures when people evaluate moral standards around the world. Metaethical moral relativism states that there are no objective grounds for preferring the moral values of one culture over another. Societies make their moral choices based on their unique beliefs, customs, and practices. And in fact, people tend to believe that the right moral values are the values that exist in their own culture.
That's an important point right there. People tend to believe that the right moral values are the values that exist in their own culture, which shows us, as Sam alluded to in his presentation with the map, that doesn't seem like how truth would propagate. Truth shouldn't be regional. Truth should be universal. But these values, it makes sense for you to be living based on what's appropriate for you. And I don't expect other people, other countries to have American values. I just expect America and Americans and people who are in America to have and embody American values. Miguel says, I don't believe in any religions. Never have. Rejected Jesus at age 7. But I do believe in God or gods or alien creators. I just like to think there is something beyond. I tend to agree in the sense that it makes sense that there would be something higher than human life in the universe. It's very improbable that we are the pinnacle of life throughout the entire universe. But again, you use the phrase, I like to think. You use it here, I like to believe. And you said here, I like to think. What do you mean by I like to think? Do you believe it or you're convincing yourself because it makes you feel better? because belief is not a choice. If I say, you guys have been here before. If I say I'm 7 feet tall, you don't have a choice to believe that. You know that I'm not 7 feet tall. You know that. Or I could tell you that Morty is chomping on my feet because I haven't fed him in weeks, but it doesn't bother me because I don't have feeling in my feet. You don't have a choice whether to believe that. You don't believe that. But and Miguel, I give you a lot of credit. I give you a lot of credit for simply being able to say this. Cool. That's cool with me, man. You do you. Whatever makes you feel better, I'm all for it. Is that what atheists think? Yeah, man. It's not as straightforward as, this team versus that team, and that's what they try to make it seem like. Most people, Miguel says, most people through history believe in the afterlife. It's sad to think it's just over. I disagree with that point. I think it couldn't be more exciting for this to be the only experience that we have. It couldn't be more special if this is the only day. This is the only July 11th, 2022 that will ever be. And it's special to me that you guys are here with me, because this day will never happen again. Every day, every moment is its own, dare I say, miracle. Dare I say miracle. And that's how you get to, through this stuff, you can reject, the bullshit of religion and still find yourself as an ethical, moral person.
Normative moral relativism is the idea that all societies should accept each other's differing moral values,
Nope.
given that there are no universal moral principles.
Meh.
Most philosophers disagree, however. For example, just because bribery is okay in some cultures doesn't mean that other cultures cannot rightfully condemn it. Moral relativism is on the opposite end of the continuum from moral absolutism, which says that there's always one right answer to any ethical question.
Which is God.
Indeed, those who adhere to moral relativism would say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do.
There we go. So, give me 1 second here. So, I mean, that's what the fuck? Hold on. So that's really what we're talking about, guys. We're talking about talking with other people. We're talking about language. How often have you heard me talk about language obfuscation, semantic obfuscation? That the left is using words as weapons. How many times have you heard me talk about that? This is exactly what I mean. We've talked about the Antifa, anti-fascist, but using fascist tactics. Anti-racist, but segregating lunchrooms. The "Don't Say Gay" bill that doesn't say gay at all. And there's nothing to do with being gay or anything like that. It's frustrating, and it's scary too, because I don't know that it feels like nobody else sees what's going on, and it makes me think I'm crazy sometimes, because either I'm onto something that's super important, or I'm just some dude with a theory talking out of his ass. And I don't know. You guys, whatever, I'll let you reserve your own judgment. So, next up, we have this video here, another short video of Jordan Peterson and Matt Dillahunty of the Atheist Experience talking about Sam Harris's moral landscape. If you are not familiar with Matt Dillahunty, please type 1 because I would love to go down that road a little bit before we close up. But Matt is another atheist, and Jordan Peterson, we all know very well, is super Christian. So the sound is low on this one. I'm gonna turn. I've had the sound, the volume turned down for most of them, so I'm gonna turn this one up. Hopefully, it gets louder, but this is as loud as it goes. Oh, we got a comment here. I keep fucking doing this. So yeah, Matt Dillahunty is somebody who grew up in the Southern Baptist church, and he was going to be going into seminary or whatever. And then just like myself, in his path to kind of substantiate his beliefs, he was like, oh shit, this is bullshit. So yeah, we can go into a couple. So he runs a show called The Atheist Experience. It's a call-in show. They do it every Sunday, and you just call in, and the basic premise is you tell us what you believe and why, and then we'll go from there. Super interesting. So we'll definitely get to one of those calls. I would love for you guys to see that. But for now, let's get into this. So again, remember, they are talking about the moral landscape. Remember the picture of the different peaks. That is what we are focusing on. That if we can all accept that morality is like that, then we have the choices within ourselves to decide to be on the peaks or to live in the valleys. That's the whole point. So let's see what Jordan Peterson here and Matt Dillahunty here have to say.
About well-being is the language that Sam uses.
Oh,
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
Sad.
I don't care whether or not somebody else considers that morality. I would think at a minimum, would you and I agree that
That whole well-being thing, man, as a basis for a metaphysics, that's just a
we're not basing metaphysics on it?
Sam is.
No.
So and Sam is. So the Jordan Peterson has a problem with him saying the basis for all this. Remember, we talked about the spectrum of the worst suffering for all and the most well-being. He already says, Sam already says in the book that we are making that assumption. But once we make that assumption, we're on the same page. So apparently, Jordan Peterson has a problem with that.
Not.
Yes, he is, because he's out to maximize well-being.
You can take with him.
Well, okay, sorry. Do you think I'm wrong about that claim? That's what I understood.
I don't think Sam's saying anything metaphysical about it. I think so. Here's the thing: we are physical beings.
Well, it's his fundamental claim, so it's sort of at the basis of his ethic. And so he says, well, we should work to maximize people's well-being, or at least to. Well, he does a bit more than that, because he says we should minimize their suffering.
He's not maximize, minimize in this sense of simple consequentialism. Let me do this.
Okay.
We're physical beings in a physical universe, and the laws that dictate how things work in the universe, they are the ultimate arbiters of what is or isn't in our best interest, whether we know it or not. So, for example, so far as I can tell,
then why do you need free will?
I don't think.
Why do you believe in it then? Why do you attribute agency to things if the laws of the universe can
get to that one point?
Real quick, because we could take this in a slightly different direction. How many of you type an F in the chat if you believe that we have free will? Type an F in the chat if you believe that we have free will.
Well, yeah, but there was a contradiction.
Because free will isn't relevant to this.
It is if the laws of the universe are what are dictating what's good for us.
No, because if you chop off my head, that is clearly not good for me. And it doesn't matter whether it was an act of free will or if it was my lawnmower.
It's clearly not good for you because you think you're valuable and worth preserving.
Yes.
Okay, that's the issue. Why do you think you're valuable and worth preserving?
Because I am the descendants of people who thought they were valuable and worth preserving, and the ones who didn't think that have killed themselves. But this is not a statement about. This is not a statement about intrinsic value.
I don't know. Yes, I think it is. Okay.
Oh, we're going down a rabbit hole. I thought we were going to do a nice short stream, but we're going in. No Paca's down for it. All right. Let's finish this up. There's 1 minute left, and then I'm going to switch gears, and we're going to talk about free will and why I can prove, or Sam Harris can prove, that free will not only doesn't exist and you don't have free will, but the entire concept of free will is nonsensical.
Okay, but I think it is.
Okay. The reason that we talk about this in well-being
is because irrespective of whether or not I care about well-being, there are facts about well-being.
Sure, let's hear it, man. Line those suckers up.
If you chop off my head, it's in contradiction to my well-being. I mean, that's, but the point.
No, I wasn't willing to grant that, actually.
Okay.
I'm saying that's a metaphysical presupposition. You're just saying I have to accept that.
No, I'm not telling you at all what to accept.
Sure you are. You're saying that your death would be
I'm
wrong.
trying to explain what my position is.
Jordan's a little jumpy. Chill, bro.
Okay, but you said that wouldn't be in accordance with your well-being. Okay, that's a metaphysical statement or philosophical statement. It's not an obvious fact.
That
That's
chopping
not a
off someone's
fact.
head is contrary to their well-being.
Depends on how you define well-being.
Sure.
Yeah, but it
But
matters.
if you define well-being as this glass of water, we're no longer talking about the same thing.
Well, you can-
Exactly. I'm going to run that back because it went a little bit quickly. What do we got here? Paul Rush is ready for it. So that was an important exchange. Because Matt here on the bald dude, he's trying to say, it is objectively not good for me if you chop my head off. Or it's not in the interest of my well-being if you chop my head off. And Peterson says, well, that depends on how you define well-being. Fair enough. But if you define well-being as something other than what we've defined it, as the departure from the worst suffering and movement towards well-being, if you're just talking about this glass of water, then then we're having a different conversation. All words are colloquial to some extent. You know, you talk about a G-string. If you're in a strip club, that's very different than if you're at a Guitar Center. So let's see what they got. 17 seconds here.
Define well-being. That's fine. That's what I'm waiting for.
I'm gonna run this back because I want you guys to hear that.
That's a metaphysical statement or philosophical statement. It's not an obvious fact.
That
That's not
chopping
a
off someone's
fact.
head is contrary to their well-being.
Depends on how you define well-being.
Sure.
Yeah, but it
But
matters.
if you define well-being as this glass of water, we're no longer talking about the same thing.
Well, you can define well-being. That's fine. That's what I'm waiting for.
This is what I'm.
If you can't do it, you can't define well-being.
Well,
It's
then
very
why should I try? I
difficult.
certainly can't do it if you keep telling me I can't do it.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'll back off. I'll back off. Go ahead. I'm all ears.
What is
Sorry. So, obviously they didn't show the rest of it, but that's exactly the point. Jordan Peterson was all ready to be like, no, you're all wrong. But, well, okay. How do you define well-being? The opposite of the worst possible suffering. It's pretty straightforward. It's not necessarily entirely as scientific as Sam wants it to be, but it absolutely is a rational, logical thought. So we have one short-ish video that is a response to the book itself of The Moral Landscape. And it's a little bit dense, but again, I think you guys are smart enough for it. I wouldn't show it to you if I didn't think so. I think you guys are smart enough for it. And then, since we have a little bit of time and we got through this a little bit faster than I thought, we can get into some free will shit. And Bull Rush is ready for it. So, without further ado, let's dive into it.
Many moral skeptics piously seek humanism or distinction, as though it were well known to be the last word on the subject of morality. And
so again, this is coming back to the is-ought distinction. You cannot derive an is from an ought. An is a description, or excuse me, an observation, and an ought is a prescription, what you should do. That's a age-old thing in philosophy. Just because you can observe things doesn't mean that you can derive what should be done.
till the end of the world. They insist that notions of what we ought to do or value can be justified only in terms of other oughts, never in terms of facts about the way the world is. Why, hello, my fellow apes. You ought to enjoy this one. Or... Just over a month ago, Sam Harris reaffirmed a
So
series...
this is from February of last year.
tweet he wrote 2 years prior, in which he expressed how we can get from an is to an ought, or how can pass Hume's guillotine, which is considered by most philosophers as unsurpassable, as ironclad. Hume's guillotine, or as it's more commonly known, the is-ought problem, asserts that no ought statements can be inferred from premises expressed in only terms of is. And it relates to Harris, of course, because he claims in his moral landscape that science can determine human values.
So I'm going to argue.
Getting a little echo here. Are you guys hearing that? I feel like there's something else playing. No? Okay. Just me going crazy, struggle streaming.
This is just an illusion. The separation between science and human values is an illusion, and actually quite a dangerous one at this point in human history.
Over the years, quite a few academically minded people have tried to explain to Harris where he's going wrong, but with evidently no success.
You're introducing a new assumption, that we should avoid the maximum pain for conscious creatures.
And given Harris's recent reaffirmation...
Again, I agree with that assumption. We should avoid the maximum pain for conscious creatures. I accept that is, yeah. Is it still going? I don't have any disagreement with that. I don't see why that's a problem.
I thought I'd do my best to explain the issue from a somewhat oblique perspective. As many of you know, unlike most who have critiqued Harris, I once accepted his moral landscape thesis outright, and while I don't anymore, I still think that it's a major contribution that with a few tweaks actually accomplishes what I suspect Harris intended.
And that's exactly where I stand. That I'll do that. We're at 143. So yeah, that's exactly where I stand. That I don't necessarily take the contents of the book completely as they are told. Jesus, from listening to videos like this and other people. Morty, that's my cord. You're pulling my head down. I've seen the flaws in it. Yet, as rationality rules here just said, it still is a good foundation for our morality. And with his video here, I guess he's going to show us what Sam really meant.
Harris intended. I'll expand on this later. Now, as the glorious Voltaire would insist, let's begin by defining our terms. The key terms are, unsurprisingly, is and ought. An is statement describes the way in which things are. It's a description of reality, a fact. A few examples are that the Earth revolves around the sun, ice cream is high in calories, and Harris is the author of the moral landscape. In contrast to descriptive is statements, ought statements are prescriptive. They prescribe how reality should be. A few examples are, you ought to ask him out for a date, I should probably stop singing, and Harris ought to stop saying that Hume's guillotine is a trick. So that's the key terms defined, right? Well, at least in my opinion, no, not quite. Putting aside the fact that many definitions of ought either contain the word should or provide essentially the same definition as should, the primary word that really needs unpacking is prescription. And the reason for this is that prescriptions presume goals. Some definitions explicitly acknowledge this fact, such as the following. A prescription is a proposal or a plan which gives ideas about how to solve a problem or improve a situation, whereas other definitions don't acknowledge this presumption, such as, a prescription is the act of telling someone else what they must have or do.
So that's the ought. That's the ought that everybody is looking for. We can look out at the world and see this is that, that is that, that is that, that is that. But the big question is, what ought we do? What should we do? How should we act? How should we behave? What should we do? And you just can't get that answer from observing what is.
The main thing I want to stress here is that if the person on the receiving end of the prescription doesn't hold the presumed goal, then the prescriptive statement is a fart in the wind. Prescriptions are predicated on goals, and words such as should, ought, good, and bad merely describe whether or not actions promote or impede the goal. Now, rather than reading Hume's words and laboriously explaining how moral philosophers arrived at the conventional interpretation, I'm just going to illustrate the guillotine through an example, which I'm borrowing from Rala. Nasrallah, like myself, rides motorbikes, and she gives her following syllogism. Premise 1. Riding motorcycles is very dangerous. Therefore, you should not ride motorcycles. The great thing about this example is that the conclusion obviously doesn't follow from the premises. It's a non sequitur. The first premise is an is statement. It describes a fact, whereas the conclusion is an ought statement. It prescribes what one ought not do. And it's precisely because there is no ought premise that the conclusion doesn't follow. Without an ought premise, the ought conclusion is a fart in the wind. If we add the premise, you ought not do things that are dangerous, then the conclusion does follow. No.
See, again, this is, so we can see here that what he's saying is missing is that you ought not to do dangerous things. But that seems to be inherent in the, once we, is it still going like that? Let's try one more time. Let's try this. Let's stop the share. Let's do a whole fresh share. But that is exactly what Matt Dillahunty was just saying about the notion of if you're not talking about well-being, then what are you talking about? If we're not living in a way where we already believe you ought not to do things that are dangerous, then what are you doing? Of course you ought not to do things that are dangerous. If you want to live well. Now, the philosophical reasoning, sure, it's not there. The premise of you ought not to do dangerous things is not presented in the book. But as I just said, and as Sam agreed, there are assumptions that are made, and that's okay, because we're getting better guidance than we otherwise would have.
Notice that if we do this, we are not getting an ought from an is, but rather an ought from an ought and is. To reiterate, yes, one of the premises is purely factual, and some get caught up on this, but the guillotine doesn't assert that facts have no moral relevance. It merely asserts that if you have an ought conclusion, then there must be an ought somewhere in your premises. One last thing of note is that technically we could shroud an ought as an is by saying it is the case that you believe that you ought not do things that are dangerous. But in such a case, the ought premise is merely concealed. We're still getting an ought from an ought. All right, or as Harris would say, okay.
Okay.
With this in mind, let's address Harris's.
That's a cheeky little joke from his podcast because he says that all the time. Okay.
Syllogism. One premise or tweet.
Type a 1 if you do not know what a syllogism is.
1. Let's assume that there are no oughts or shoulds in this universe. There is only what is, the totality of actual and possible facts. At first glance, this appears to be a reductio ad absurdum, in which one attempts to establish a claim by...
So again, I always like to, point out logical fallacies when they come up. Always a good opportunity. So this one that doesn't help us, does it? That doesn't help us either. So reductio ad absurdum is a mode of argumentation that seeks to establish a contention by deriving an absurdity from its denial, thus arguing that a thesis must be accepted because its rejection would be untenable. Basically saying that you have to accept it because it just is. Like, okay, well, that's your reasoning because I have to. That's what he is saying here.
Showing that the opposite leads to an absurdity or contradiction. But for whatever reason Harris chose this as a first premise, it isn't for the purpose of reductio. He doesn't go on to demonstrate how this assumption results in absurdity or contradiction. And so let's put this aside from the outset. It appears that with this premise, Harris is just trying to make clear that he's not starting with his conclusion. 2. Among the myriad things that exist are conscious minds, susceptible to a vast range of actual and possible experiences. I see nothing controversial with this premise. Harris is merely describing facts about sentient creatures. He's explicitly in the realm of is statements. 3. Unfortunately, many experiences suck, and that, ladies and gentlemen, and for reasons I'm about to provide, is game over. Before I do so, however, let's read the rest of the premise for full context. Unfortunately, many experiences suck, and they don't just suck as a matter of cultural convention or personal bias, they really and truly suck. If you doubt this, place your hand on a hot stove and report back.
And this is directly
I don't really
this is directly from the book, that little thing that some things just suck. If you doubt that, put your hand. That's directly from the book.
Hot stove. But why? Well, let's spell it out. Syllogism. Premise 1. Putting your hand on a hot stove reduces...
So I didn't see any ones. Everybody knows what a syllogism is, right?
...your well-being. Therefore, you should not put your hand on a hot stove. This is strikingly similar to Nasrallah's motorcycle syllogism, and it suffers precisely the same problem. It's a non sequitur. The conclusion that I should not put my hand on a hot stove, that it would suck to put my hand on a hot stove, is as fallacious as the conclusion that I should put my hand on a hot stove, that it would be brilliant to put my hand on a hot stove. But if we had the premise, you ought not do things that reduce your well-being, then we...
Which again, why would we not... Why would we assume that that's not there? That is an assumption that I think we should be able to make. We should be able to make the assumption that we all believe you ought not to do things that reduce your well-being. You ought not to do dangerous things. You ought not to, that's where, like, yes, Sam Harris didn't necessarily spell that out, but it seems obvious to me, at least. I don't know. What are you guys thinking of this? I'm in the dark here.
Have a valid argument, but in such a case, we're not getting an ought from an is, but rather an ought from an ought and is. Thus, in an argument in which Harris is aiming to prove that we ought to do anything, he's using language that presupposes a standard, a goal. And since oughts and shoulds are prescriptions that are predicated on goals, I would say, yes, Harris is begging the question. And hence, he has not surpassed Hume's guillotine. He has not bridged the is-ought gap. He hasn't got from is to ought from solely is statements.
No, and he never was trying to. He was only trying to say, if we make this assumption, this ought assumption, that we ought not to do things that cause suffering, and we ought to do things that flourish well-being, there's no issue.
Now, you might be thinking that I'm making a presumption on the definition of suck that Harris is using, and that's a fair concern. And so let me give you my reasons as to why I believe we're justified in this assumption. First and foremost, Harris doesn't hide the fact that he defines good as that which supports well-being. Here's how he puts it on page 15 of The Moral Landscape. If we define good as that which supports well-being, as I will argue we must, the regress initiated by Moore's open question argument really does stop. And because of this, it follows that he defines bad as that which does not support well-being. Ergo, he tells us that putting our hand on a hot stove will suck because having our flesh fall from our fingers is bad. It sucks for our well-being. And the second reason I think it's fair to make this assumption is due to Harris's choice words of, they don't just suck as a matter of cultural convention or personal bias, they really and truly suck. For something to really and truly suck, there must be an objective goal in reference. Put it this way, if Harris is...
And what was that objective goal that we talked about, that Sam Harris talked about? Maybe not as clearly in the speech, but that was very clear from what I was saying. We have well-being of all people, and we have the suffering of all people. The objective is to move away from suffering towards well-being. And see, another reason why this is all relevant to politics is because you know, especially on the right, a lot of religious people assume that because we atheists don't have a religious doctrine, that we just don't think about this stuff. When in reality, oftentimes it's y'all who think you know everything. It's like, well, God said this, and God said that, and God said that. When you haven't even really read the Bible all the way through, you don't really understand the parts that you have read. You just listen to what your pastor says on Sunday mornings, and you don't know what you believe. You don't know what you think about this stuff. So it's actually the people who are forced to think about this that have a better grasp on human morality, I would argue, than most religious people.
Saying that it really and truly sucks without reference to a goal, then he's just farting in the wind. Whereas if he's saying it in reference to a goal, which in his case is well-being, then he's correct. It's not just a matter of opinion that putting one's hand on a hot stove is bad in light of the goal of maximizing well-being. It is objectively, scientifically, and factually bad in light of the goal of maximizing well-being. If your opinion is that it's good in light of maximizing well-being, then either one, you've got a sound argument for why putting one's hand on a hot stove will eventually maximize well-being, or two, you're just wrong. But to cover all angles, if Harris isn't using a definition of suck that's related to bad, then, as we're about to see, his argument doesn't make any sense at all. He doesn't get to any ought. 4. Conscious minds are natural phenomena. Consequently, if we were to learn everything there is to know about physics, chemistry, biology, psychology, economics, etc., we would know everything there is to know about making our corner of the universe suck less. Yes, if we knew everything, we'd know precisely how to make things suck less in accordance to any axiom or goal. But it doesn't follow that we should have a specific axiom or goal. 5. If we should do anything in this life, we should avoid what really and truly sucks. If you consider this question begging, consult your stove, as above. Again, I won't consult my stove because I happen to believe that I ought to maximize my well-being. And in relation to this goal, having my flesh melt would suck even more than listening to a sermon from Frank Turek.
Where do you get your morality?
That's hilarious. Frank Turek was the guy that we started with in the talking to the student. That's hilarious.
From if we're just molecules in motion, what is morality?
Circle.
Yeah, on second thoughts, just bring me the stove. But the fact that I won't consult my stove is merely evidence that I want to maximize my well-being. It isn't in any way a proof or justification for why I should maximize my well-being. 6. Of course, we can be confused or mistaken about experience. Something can suck for a while, only to reveal new experiences which don't suck at all. On these occasions, we say, at first that sucked, but it was worth it. I see no issues with this premise. Being stabbed over 100,000 times might suck at first, but the beautiful tattoo in the end will be worth it. 7. We can also be selfish and short-sighted. Many solutions to our problems are zero-sum. My gain will be your loss. But better solutions aren't. By what measure of better? Fewer things suck. The word better, like the words good, superior, or greater, only have meaning in reference to a standard, a goal, as is the case with words such as sucks, bad, inferior, and worse. The question is, better in accordance to what standard? Well-being? Sure, we can say that some act is better than another in servitude of well-being, but we can't just say that one act is better without any reference, without any standard.
But we have the standard. That's the whole point. The whole point is we have the standard. The standard is well-being. I don't understand what the confusion is. Are you guys with me? Are you against me? Are you with him? What are you all thinking?
8. So what is morality? What ought sentient beings like ourselves,
aside from what his beard looks like,
do? Understand how the world works, facts, so that we can avoid what sucks, values. So there's Harris's conclusion, and if you weren't already convinced that he's defining suck in relation to bad, then I'm sure you are now. To put it bluntly, this conclusion just doesn't make any sense if he's not defining the word suck in such a way. But if he is defining it in such a way, then, as already said, his argument is indeed begging the question. To bridge the is-ought gap, if indeed such a thing is even possible, one must get a value judgment from exclusively factual premises. But to say that something sucks is to express a value judgment.
And so, is that the end? Oh, no, so we got a couple minutes left. So, but, you know, what he's saying is that philosophically, it doesn't necessarily logically follow what Sam Harris is saying in the book. But the point is that it doesn't need to be completely philosophically sound if it's just a perspective that we're taking and a lens through which we're looking through the world and understanding how to behave. We don't have a God to look up to. Atheists don't have a God to look up to. So we need to figure this shit out on our own. And I mean, Sam Harris's books changed my life and gave me some real direction. And like I said, ever since 2015, he's gone off the rails politically. But with this stuff, he knew what the fuck he was talking about.
Earlier, I said that I still find Harris's moral landscape to be of great value, and I'll conclude by explaining why. Whilst Hume's guillotine isn't in and of itself a trick, a fair amount of people have nevertheless tricked themselves into thinking that science and facts are utterly irrelevant to morality, and at truly grotesque cost. Under the rubric of respecting other cultures, otherwise very intelligent people...
Thank you, Miguel. That is exactly what I am looking to do. You know, people don't typically watch stuff like this, and I'm just trying to make it more accessible so that, again, instead of having to go to the church to get all this stuff, we can just do it on our own. Lapaka says, speaking the Queen's English sounds so proper. The Queen's English. I agree. Sounds so proper.
Will shrug their shoulders at the suffering of others because they've convinced themselves that they have no justification to intervene. Harris talks of this at length in multiple chapters, and it's my interpretation that it's this apathetic crowd that he wrote the moral landscape to startle. They witness, for instance, women being treated as second-class citizens, and are convinced, ironically, that it would be egregious for them to speak against such atrocity.
This is what we were talking about before with like the burkinis, and in France, how they have the freedom from religion, so they can say that you can't wear your religious garb on the beach. You know, I think what we have is a little bit better.
Further still, some of these people accuse people like Harris or myself as being authoritarian, since we want to force our beliefs on others. But this simply isn't true. Perhaps my favourite moral philosopher, Jeremy Bentham, wrote that nature has placed mankind...
I agree with you, Bullrush.
...under the governance of two sovereign masters.
Jealous of that beard.
Pain and pleasure. It is for them alone to point out what we ought to do, as well as to determine what we shall do. On the one hand, the standard of right and wrong. On the other, the chain of causes and effects are fastened to their throne. They govern us in all we do, in all we say, in all we think. Every effort we make to throw off our subjection will serve but to demonstrate and confirm it. The point of my quoting Bentham is that whilst there's nothing to say that we ought to value our well-being, everybody does, courtesy of evolution by natural selection. Given this, we can, and indeed should, attempt to correct the moral mistakes of others. If you think I'm not serving my goal of maximizing my well-being because I believe that some fact is true when it's not, tell me. Don't just shrug your shoulders and say, oh, it's another culture. No. If I'm subordinating half the human race because of an edict in a book that I'm convinced was created by the architect of the universe, correct me. Show me how the facts that I believe in are not true. Show me how my arguments are not sound, and I'll drop the book. The moral landscape is perhaps the most useful source we currently have to make this case, but it's really unfortunate that the author, whom I have a lot of respect for, still claims that he surpassed Hume's guillotine. Harris, good sir, the bad news is that you haven't, but the good news is that you never needed to. Despite being called the is-ought problem, it's not a problem, and that's a statement of fact, not a value judgment. Anyhow,
okay.
Thank you all kindly for listening. I really appreciate it. And of course, an extra special thank you.
So that is the, basically the best argument against Sam Harris's work on the moral landscape is that it doesn't fix the is-ought problem. But there is, outside of that, even his detractors will say it is something, super helpful. And for people like myself who don't have a prescription of what to do in every single situation, I need to do homework. I need to figure out, what is it that I think about the world? What is it I think that people should do? What is it that I think I should do? And not that everybody shouldn't be doing this, but if you have religion, then your religion does that for you. And I just wish it was, atheists got a little bit more credit for, you hear all the time, well, we didn't have Jesus, then, everybody else be murdering and killing her. Well, obviously not, because more and more people are getting away from religion. And aside from the woke mob becoming a thing, it doesn't seem to be hurting many other people. But that woke mob is specifically the people that I'm talking about, that we have to reach, and we can't do it using religion. Buller says, how does nihilism play into this, you think? So I think nihilism is a necessary part of going, not all atheists, but because like if you grew up and you were never part of a religion, then I don't think, I just think it's probably something you don't really think about. But for those of us who did grow up in a religion and had a framework there, then it was taken away. I think nihilism is an inherent logical next step, where you think, okay, well, what is all this? None of this is worth it, and none of this means anything, and go on, so on and so forth. But if you do the work and you actually read the literature and actually talk to people who know what they're talking about, nihilism isn't some sad way of being. If you're a nihilist, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're some sad, lonely, whatever. It just means that you accept that there is no inherent meaning behind our existence. There's no inherent meaning behind our world, behind our society. And therefore, you are allowed to make up whatever meaning you want. And that, in my opinion, is beautiful. Now, I think absurdism is a little bit more where I find myself, which I feel like, and this is a very uneducated take on it, but I see absurdism as the next step after nihilism. And you say, well, none of it matters and whatever. But then you get into absurdism and you can start enjoying the aspects of the world, the universe that don't make sense. And you can bask in the glory of the fact that the thing I was just saying, that there will never be another July 11th where the 6 of us, 7 of us, 10 of us, however many are here, are hanging out together. This will never happen again like this. Of course, y'all, I'm expecting y'all to come back for the next stream. But I mean, this stream, this day, all of this happening, it happened and then it's done. The last 4.5 hours of the stream, they're done. So that time that we had, it didn't have any inherent meaning, but it meant a lot to me. It meant a lot to me that you guys are here, that you guys are paying attention, that you guys are engaging. That's how nihilism plays into it for me. So, Bullrush, since you were so excited to hear about free will, I got something for you. Let's see what our boy Sam has to say.
The red pill on free will makes you much more forgiving of a lot of this stuff.
Yes.
Because you see just everyone is an open system. No one authored themselves. No
Right.
one created themselves. No one can directly regulate the effect of every influence that they had or didn't have. It's like you are the totality of what brought you here. I mean, the universe has sort of just pushed you to this point in time.
You talk so slow.
And the only thing you've got is your brain and its states, and That is based on your genes and the totality of environmental influences you as a system have had working on you up until this moment.
So this is again, this is an argument against free will. We do not have free will. Not only do we not have free will, but the notion of free will itself does not even make sense. I don't know how far I was gonna pull up, I was gonna pull up a whole lecture that he did, but I don't have the patience for that. So obviously, this is him on Rogan talking about the same thing, hoping that he gets into the depths of it. But let's see.
And so the next words that come out of your mouth are part of that process. Now, some people find this to be a frankly demoralizing picture. Right? They think, well, okay, well, you're telling me I'm just a robot, but you're a robot that is open, continuously open to influence of kind of internally based on its own processes. I mean, there's top-down control of executive function in the brain to your emotional life, say, and you're continually open to the influences of culture, right? The culture is this operating system that you're interacting with in each moment, and whatever's getting in can change you in radical ways very quickly. I mean, there's no telling how much you can change on the basis of one new idea coming your way, right? Now, I would argue that that process of change, I mean, if I say something that changes your view on anything, that's not evidence of free will. That is evidence of just yet more causality. I mean, you don't pick the changes that come your way. If I get you to see something that you didn't see a moment before, you're not responsible for the fact that you didn't see it a moment before, and you're not responsible for the fact that you now see it. It's just
so. This is exactly what I was saying when what was it? I was saying you don't have a choice to believe. You don't. You don't have a choice to believe. So you don't. If you're thinking something and somebody gives you new information and that changes your mind, that's not a conscious thing that you've done. Your mind has been changed. You never had the option to hear that information and not change your mind. That's basically all he said so far.
Like the dominoes just kept falling, right?
Right.
But it does give you a far more patient sense of all the causes and conditions that have created this odious behavior you're now disposed to react to in the world, right? Like you can. Everything on some level is more of a force of nature than it is something that you need to take personally. It's like if there's a hurricane blowing outside, we don't respond to it the same way we would respond to, Al Qaeda dropping a bomb on us, right? It might create the same amount of damage, but in the latter case where we have an identifiable agent, right? We feel like, okay, now we're in the presence of human evil, and we have to go kill these motherfuckers, right? Now we may have to kill them, right? Because that may be the only way of putting out this stopping the damage they're committed to causing. And we would kill hurricanes if we could kill them, right? I mean, we would nullify them. But the feeling we have in both cases is very different. The feeling you have attributing ultimate authorship to a person's behavior is super narrow psychologically and ethically, and it's the feeling of vengeance, right? Like this feeling of vengeance is so natural to get triggered in response to a person. It's not natural in response to a wild animal who may have done something terrible, right? I mean, there have been examples of this where people have taken vengeance on animals, and it just looks like a kind of moral dysfunction on the part of the people who did it. I mean, there's a famous picture of an elephant that got hung from a railroad crane, I think back in the 1920s, right? So like if the circus elephant escaped and it ran, it rampaged through the streets and it trampled, a few people, and the people in the town, I don't know where this was, it was in Baltimore or someplace, were so outraged that they decided to lynch the elephant, right? And yet
you lynched an elephant? You lynched an elephant?
There's something uncanny about that sort of misappropriation of agency to an elephant. I mean, what is a mistreated circus elephant going to do when it gets out and is terrified and is trying to get away from people? It's going to trample a few people. So we have a very different set of books we keep ethically for humans, and some of it's understandable, some of it's inevitable, but a lot of it gives us moral illusions that we don't need to have, and it gives us a kind of just an inability to take stock of all the variables that are actually guiding human behavior and react to them and mitigate them and disincentivize them intelligently. I mean, punishment makes sense not because people really, really deserve at bottom whatever their punishments are. It doesn't make sense in a retributive paradigm. It makes sense if it's the best tool to discourage dangerous behavior, and it works, right? So it's like, if you're going to punish people for things they can't control, well, that's stupid, right? Because as much as you punish them, that you're not going to moderate the behavior.
So Lopaga says early 90s, we started to label everything and having to analyze everything. I got news for you, brother. They were doing that long before the 90s. Long before the 90s. This type of thinking, this type of philosophy goes back to Plato. All the way back. This stuff has been built on in a almost what's the word? I don't know. It's been a direct building on everything that Plato and Socrates did. And that has been built upon. And now we're at, there's a couple questions from back then, like free will, like the is-ought problem. Those things were not developed in the 90s. Those are age-old questions. Just like, what is the meaning of life? How did we get here? All of those things. This is philosophy. I mean, they definitely, society changed a lot when we started mass prescribing, narcotic level drugs. But I'm not 100% sure that's relevant to what we're talking about here. But interesting take.
So you have to punish people for things that are actually under voluntary control, and it only makes sense if it's the only tool to do the job. And if the moment you have, you may have brought this up last time we spoke about free will, but this is really the sort of reductio ad absurdum of where most people
did
are.
I bring
on
up
this
the
topic.
wrong one?
The moment we really understand human evil at the level of the brain, the moment we understand psychopathy, say, which is, maybe that's not the totality of evil, but that's, certainly center of the bullseye. Once we understand psychopathy as a neurological condition that's governed by genes and environment, and we can actually intrude at the level of the brain to mitigate it. So psychopathy becomes a disease, right? It becomes an injury, a syndrome, right? That we can fix. And let's say it's a very simple fix. Let's say it's a pill, right? Let's say it's just a neurotransmitter imbalance. In the presence of that breakthrough, we will feel very differently about that species of human evil. We will not judge it in the same way. Because what will happen is you'll give people the pill and they'll say, fuck, I can't believe I was that dangerous asshole. Like thank you for I'm as horrified by who I was before you cured me as you were, right? And
so that really paints a picture, right? If we had a pill to just give to murderers or child abusers, and it would fix them, then we would have a very different view on what to do with those people. Right now, basically universally, we're all like, if you abuse kids, bury them under under the prison. But there's a lot of science that's going towards the idea of free will that's starting to say, we don't necessarily have all the choices that we think we have. Now, before we get down that road, I am not defending pedos. Let's make that clear. I'm just saying we're having a philosophical conversation. And philosophically, if we could cure all of the pedos, then it would be evil to want to keep them as pedos and punish them when we can just fix them. That is the not defending pedos, and certainly not defending pedo activity.
So psychopathy in the presence of a cure for it would look much more like diabetes than it looks like evil in the present case. And people aren't imagining what it would be like to be there, what it would be like to actually fully understand the underlying neurophysiology here and actually have something. I mean, there's no guarantee we'll be able to deal with it in a simple way, but it's certainly possible. And I mean, the classic example is just like the Charles Whitman example, where you have a brain tumor that's causing this aberrant behavior. In that
type of 1, if you're not familiar with what did he say? This dude, what did he say? Charles Whitman
is just like the Charles Whitman example, where
Charles Whitman. Do we know about Charles Whitman? I think he might be about to tell the story, but type of 1 if you don't know about Charles Whitman, and if he doesn't explain it, I will explain it.
You have a brain tumor that's causing this aberrant behavior. In that case, everyone sees, okay, this is not evil. This is a brain tumor.
That's the tower shooter guy.
Yeah. Back in '64, I think.
So it seems like that's as much as he's going to go into it. So back in 1964, there was a guy who went up into like a clock tower and just started unloading on people. He then, I believe, shot himself in the chest or something, not in the head. And he had a note pinned to him that said, please, experiment on my brain and see what's going on. There's definitely something wrong. And they saw that there was a tumor right on his, I want to say, pituitary gland or amygdala or whatever it was. The gland, hold on, the gland that helps regulate your emotions. And so we could see clearly, and scientifically that the behavior that Charles Whitman was exhibiting, going up and shooting people, was directly due to this tumor pressing on his, let's just say it was his amygdala. It was pressing on his amygdala and changing his brain chemistry. So what do we do about that? And to take a step back, did Whitman have the free will to not go up in that clock tower and shoot people? If he didn't, then how is that different than the rest of us? And if he did, then what does that say for people who have tumors on their amygdala? Jesus.
And so, but in the same way that a brain tumor is exculpatory there, I think a full understanding of the underlying neurology would be exculpatory. Again, it doesn't mean in the meantime, before we get there, obviously we have to lock up dangerous people if there's no way to help them. But the more we see the causes, the more we view this in terms of just sheer bad luck, right? Like there are people who, when they're adults, are quintessentially evil, and they provoke the greatest feeling of vengeance from us. But if you just walk back their timeline, you recognize that they were 4 years old at one point, right? They were the 4-year-old who was destined to become this terrible person.
Right.
It's an unlucky 4-year-old.
Right.
And so at what point, where's the bright line that says, okay, here's the point where it's appropriate to just hate this person and feel no compassion. And on the other side of this line, you should just feel compassion because this person's unlucky. There is no such line. And
if he doesn't bring it up, remind me, just say, if I don't talk about Saddam Hussein, or just type Saddam Hussein in the chat if he doesn't bring it up.
And a complete understanding of this lifeline in scientific terms would obliterate any line you think you have, right? It would just be this cascade of causation. And, adding randomness to the picture doesn't help, right? Randomness is just, somebody's in your brain rolling dice, influencing your behavior that way. Well, that doesn't give you the free will people think they have. So ironically, there's what seems on some level deflationary of the gravitas of the human spirit for people, opens the door to, at least in my view, a far more ethical and tolerant and patient and understanding view of human failings and human frailty. And then at that point, you can just have a conversation about what's pragmatic, what works, what helps people change. Like, can this person over here who's doing terrible things, is there something we can do to make him a better person? Well, if there is, let's do that without all the judgment.
Wouldn't it be amazing if that's how we treated these public shaming events? Like, wouldn't it be amazing if we gave someone an opportunity to say, this is what I did. This is how awful I feel about this. I would never do that again. I'm a different person. That was 20 years ago, whatever it was. And have everybody join in. Hey, anyone could be you. Thank you for being honest about who you are now. Thank you for evolving. Thank you for expressing yourself in a way that makes.
Can you imagine this world? I can't. It would be great. I can't imagine this world. This is, but I think if we start accepting these ideas and start talking about them and start slowly implementing them from the ground up in culture, we can make changes. We can really do something. Everything that's ever been done started somewhere with one person. There's a bunch of us here, so we already got a head start.
Be other people who have also committed really just unsavory or just unfortunate things in the past, unfortunate acts in the past. They can feel relieved by the fact that you've grown and evolved to become a better person.
Oh, yeah.
And that you're a different thing now, and you are the product of all of your experiences. You're not this one thing. You're not stuck in who you were when you were 16 years old. If you were Marky Mark and you hit that guy with a stick, whatever he did, you're not stuck in that spot forever. These don't it's not a scarlet letter. It's not a mark on your forehead that you keep for life.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the Liam Neeson incident, which I find so interesting, is that there's.
Do you guys remember the Liam Neeson thing where he told a story, which I don't know what told him to do this, but he told a story about how one time he had, I think it was a family member or something, who was paid by a black man. And so he just took a bat and was roaming the streets looking for any black dude to just beat the shit out of him. And he said that he was like, yeah, this is horrible and I'm so ashamed, but he still got in a lot of trouble for it. Not a lot of trouble, but I mean, people gave him shit for it. That's what he's talking about.
A case where, I mean, what he's revealing about himself is pretty amazing, right? It's like he just decided, okay, we need a truth and reconciliation commission for who I used to be, right? And just volunteered this. And for me, I don't actually understand that state of mind. I mean, there are many aberrant states of mind that I can understand. I certainly understand what it's like to want to harm somebody and to feel vengeance and all that. But the instrumental violence piece, I don't understand. I've never felt like, okay, this type of person wronged me or someone close to me, so any person of that type will do, right? Like that. But that is such a problem the world over in human history that it is just fascinating ethically for someone of his stature to reveal that about himself, and he put it,
and it really is, and it's shame. I don't want to say it's shameful, but it's just sad that wasn't able to be taken in the spirit that it was meant to. Like, obviously, that's not good. Obviously, that's racist thinking. Like, oh, one person did something to one person, and I'm going to take that type of person and that's racism. But the man said that it was a mistake. The man said that he realizes what was wrong, and we should be, even if most of us have never, like Sam just said, have never thought in that way, shouldn't we be glad that somebody who was thinking that way was like, oh shit, that I was thinking that way, and that's not good? Or do we just want the people who think that way to just stay in the shadows and stay quiet and bottle it up until?
in terms of honor. I mean, it was an honor. I mean, this is what is so dysfunctional about honor culture, right? This is what we see more in the South than anywhere else in the country, and this is what you see basically everywhere you go in the Middle East. And this is what Islam inculcates to a degree that's fairly unmatched in its community. This notion of honor does link up with this tendency to find satisfaction in instrumental violence. But when you try to run that software on my brain, that just looks like madness, right? The idea that any other person will do, right, of a certain type,
right?
That's just I don't that resonates not at all, right? And so it's just damn interesting. And the fact that the lesson being taken from this seems to be this should be the end of your career for having talked about this in the way. And again, apologies if there's some part of the story that I've gotten wrong or I'm not missing or missing.
Right,
but
so this seems to be the end.
It seemed to me that
he's not talking about the part of free will, which I thought he was going to talk about. So, Bull Rush, I need you for this. Whoever else is here, I need answers here because I'm not playing a video. I'm just talking to you guys. So, I can prove to you that you do not have free will. I'm going to ask you guys, and then I'm going to wait. So get your fingers ready. I'm going to ask you guys to pick a flavor of ice cream and put it in the chat. Any flavor you like for someone that comes to your mind, your favorite flavor. Somebody give me an ice cream flavor. I'll just check my phone in the meantime. Oh, I got a snap. If this motherfucker spoiled some Better Call Saul, I swear to God. Nope. All right. So Bull Rush says cake batter ice cream. So Bull Rush, were you, so remind me, I believe, did you say that you believe free will exists, or that you didn't believe that free will exists? Either way, I would like you to answer why you picked cake batter. And anybody else who wants to answer, we can still keep it going. So the question is, pick a flavor, any flavor of ice cream. I almost choked myself on that one. Lopaka picks pralines and dick. All right, just like Wayne's World. So again, why did you pick that flavor? Don't worry, I am loading up the next video, the last video. But again, I need audience participation, or this will not work. So why did we pick cake batter? Why did we pick pralines and dick like Wayne's World? Why? Oh, why? Oh, why? And Bull Rush says, I enjoy that flavor every now and again. Now and then. Perfect. Is that the only flavor that you enjoy every now and then? I'm going to make an assumption and say that's probably not. And Lopaka picked the pralines and dick because it's sweet and salty. Lopaka, did you choose to enjoy the sweet and salty mix? Or did you just have it one day and then you liked it? So that's your favorite. There's no other flavor that you like. It's just cake batter. And then again, going back to Lopaka. So while you guys are answering, the point here is that if we are to have free will, it's what day is it? Monday night. It's a Monday night. And there's nothing, we're all hanging out, just doing our thing. And I'm simply asking about an ice cream flavor. You can pick. Okay, gotcha. I'm just asking you to pick a flavor. You can pick any flavor you want. There is no limitation. So if free will exists, then this would be the ultimate example of you freely choosing something. So Bull Rush says, no, I have other flavors that I enjoy. But you didn't choose those. You chose cake batter. And Lopaka chose pralines and dick. Like Wayne's World. So the question becomes, was there ever an opportunity for you to pick another flavor? So Bull Rush, you may have been thinking, okay, he's asking me about an ice cream flavor. Oh, that's why nobody's here. Fucking teal. Let me say that before y'all motherfuckers leave me. And you said cake. You said, oh, I like cake batter. Vanilla good. I don't want to give chocolate as a basic answer. So let's go with something fancy. Cake batter. Bull Rush, can you give me an example of another flavor that you like? And Lopaka, remember the original, the question about your sweet and salty is, did you choose to like sweet and salty, or was it just something that happened when you had it? If you were able to choose something else, which is what free will entails, the ability to have made other choices, why didn't you choose classic vanilla? There's no answer to that question. You didn't choose to choose cake batter over vanilla. Whether you thought of vanilla and then went back to cake batter and then brought chocolate into the equation and then got rid of that and then was between chocolate, vanilla and cake batter, whatever the process that happened in your mind, you didn't control that. That happened to you. So then you're in the same boat as Bull Rush, but with the opposite way. So why were you intending to buy vanilla? Point being, again, this is the freest choice you'll ever be able to make. You don't even have to eat the ice cream. It's just a question. Yet you still came to one answer. So the question is, did you ever have the opportunity to say something other than what you said? Bull Rush says cake batter seemed more of an out there flavor to say. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Like everybody probably says chocolate or vanilla or strawberry, right? But you didn't choose to feel like you wanted to give more of an out there flavor. That was a product of the neurons firing. Whatever has happened in your life before this moment to make you feel, well, exactly though. Exactly. You can only say one. So how did you choose? Did you make a conscious thought, conscious choice? Or was that the one that your brain spit out? And we're kind of, parsing semantics here. Obviously, you are your brain. But again, my point is, did you ever, if we could rewind the clock, do you believe that everything that's happened in your life, let me get rid of this for a second. Everything that's happened in your life up until the moment that you said cake batter, everything that happened up into your life until 10:43 Eastern tonight caused you to not want to give a basic answer. Whatever you've done in your life before. And whatever you've done in your life before was based on whatever you did in your life before that. And all of your life is based on the fact that your parents fucked. Your daddy knocked your mommy up. Where is the choice? Where is the free will? I'm not saying you are not free to do so. But I'm saying, did you actually have a legitimate choice to say something other than cake batter? Or was the neurological process always going to land there because of everything that happened prior in your life? Obviously, Sam Harris does a much better job of I'm gonna take one more stab at trying to find that thing, because if he can do it. All right, fuck it. All right. I was ready to kind of just oh my god, I have to get up early. But how much do you guys care about this free will stuff? Because I've got a 59-minute video from the Lex Friedman podcast that's specifically about free will that I would love to go over with you guys. But if you're not going to hang out, I totally understand. It's getting late. You let me know. So Boris says, does the proposition of no free will change anything? Well, of course. Of course. We were just talking about how Sam Harris was Sam Harris was just talking about the crimes that people commit. And, the Charles Whitman example. We treat things differently based on intentionality, based on what's the word? Based on just the ability to make those decisions, the discretion. There we go. The discretion to either do bad things or not do bad things, to do good things or not do good things. If we don't have those choices and we are operating in a way that is purely deterministic, then everything that has happened already has caused everything that will happen. So let's do this. Let's go into what Jordan Peterson has to say about this. Obviously disagreeing with Sam Harris, and we'll see if that clears up the conversation a little bit. I was really hoping Sam was going to go over the thought experiment, because obviously he's way smarter than I am and way better at doing it than I am. But I was thrown for a loop. When I read his book Free Will, and he did the ice cream thing, and I was like, holy shit, I don't think I have any free will. Well, let's see.
Could you please discuss free will and Sam Harris's and others' ideas of its non-existence? Well, that's a good, complicated question to kick things off. So I want to tell you a little bit about how to conceptualize free will, I think, first, because it's obvious that we don't have infinite free will. Our choices are constrained in all sorts of ways. And I think part of the reason that there's a continual discussion about free will in the philosophical literature is because just conceptualizing the issue properly is extraordinarily difficult. So
since y'all down, I'm going to see if there's anything much here. This is only a 13-minute video, so we'll see if there's much here or if he's just kind of babbling, and then we'll go into the other thing.
I like to think about it, at least in part, the way that you think about a game. You know, if you're playing a game, obviously the game has rules. So if it's a chess game or a basketball game, then there are things that you can do and things that you can't do. And
chess games, common themes.
And so it's a closed world in some sense. But the fact that there are things you can't do when you play a game also seem to open up a universe of possibilities for things that you can do. So chess obviously constrains you to a board and to a certain number of men and to a certain pattern of rules. But the strange thing is that when you put in those rules, because rules sound like limits, they sound always like things you can't do. But when you set up a constrained world like that and you lay out a system of rules, what you do is open up a near infinity of possibilities. Same with music. You know, music has rules, obviously. And if you follow the rules, then you make an infinite variety of music. And so there's a very interesting dynamic that's hard to understand between constraint and possibility. And there's a deep idea that's associated with that I read in some Jewish commentary on the biblical stories that I read a long time ago, talking about the relationship between God and man. And the idea was that God, imagine a being with the classical attributes of God, omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence, all-seeing, all-knowing, and all-powerful. What does a being like that lack? And obviously the answer is nothing, right? Because by definition, those three traits provide for absence of limitation. But then that's exactly what's lacking, is limitation. And there's some strange connection between limitation and I was saying, say, limitation that's rule governed, as I mentioned before, and the opening up of possibility. So it isn't necessarily the case that now determinism and limitation aren't exactly the same thing, but they're analogous and they need to be discussed together. Okay, so that's the first thing, is that whatever our free choice is, it isn't limited. It's limited. It's deeply limited.
Okay, I was gonna say it absolutely is limited, but okay, he is a very expansive talker, so it can be hard to keep up with him sometimes, but I'm doing my best to translate for you guys.
Now, here's another thing. If I take my arm and I go like this, you see, I'll do that again. Now, you see, there's a movement like that, and then my hand stopped just before my other hand. Now, it takes a certain amount of time for the neural messages to go from my brain to my arm and back. And the time it takes my hand to go like this and stop is actually shorter than the time it takes a message to get to my brain and back. So what that means is that when I plan this movement, which is called a ballistic movement, it's called a ballistic movement because it's like a bullet. Once you let it go, it's gone. There's no calling it back. I've actually organized the neurological and muscular sequences that enable that action before it's implemented. I set all that up, and then it's released, and the whole thing cascades. And so once the action has been released, let's say, then I don't really have any free will because I can't stop it. Now, so you think about that. It looks like there's a temporal gradient with regards to free will. Is that as you look out into the future, perhaps the farther out you look into the future, the farther down the road, let's say, the more free your choices are. But the closer they get to implementation, the more they become deterministic.
Wow. I was expecting him to just, come with some religious, of course, without free will, God, this, that, the other. But that's a very interesting way to look at it, as you're, the closer to T0, let's call it, that your whatever event we're talking about, the more free will you have. Interesting. Let's finish this, because I think I think I may have discovered something here.
Governed,
not me personally, but just in my own thinking,
by standard causal processes, and there's some transition point where they change from being what we would describe as choice, that we haven't got to free choice yet, but at least to choice. There's some transition point between that and ballistic movement. Here's another way of thinking about it. Like, we know, for example, that people who are expert at playing the piano look ahead of where they're playing, and they're doing the same thing. They're watching the notes. They're
same for guitar,
seeing where they're going, and then they're disinhibiting the automated structures that enable them to play what they.
Same for YouTube, for that matter. Sometimes you guys will comment something and I have to read the comment while I'm talking, while I'm addressing. Well, it ain't easy.
Practiced so thoroughly, they're disinhibiting those structures, and then they go automatically. And then what happens if you make a mistake is that consciousness notes the error and then unpacks the motor sequences that have been practiced, and then you re-practice them and sequence them again until they become automatic and deterministic. So there's choice in that you're reading ahead, but there's no choice in that once you've read ahead and disinhibited the actions, then they run ballistically.
And I would disagree with him in the sense that you're not choosing to read ahead. You're not choosing to read ahead. I think we have the illusion of choice. And so when we talk about it, we have to use that word choose and choice and stuff like that, because of how much it really does seem like we're making choices. But when you don't even need all this philosophical stuff. If you just break down humans to, the atomic level, we're just a collection of atoms. There's a brain inside. Somehow there's enough electrical processes going on that we have this thing called consciousness. But outside of that, you don't choose to breathe. You don't choose your heartbeat. It just does it. Your body is a machine. It works that way. And so your brain does the same thing. It projects this illusion of choice when really it's just reacting electrically to prior stimuli. And that goes all the way back to birth. And then it's the same for your parents. It goes all the way back to their birth. And same for their parents. It goes all the way back to their birth. And same for all of humanity and all of the universe. We had the Big Bang. And then everything after that can't have been any other way than it is. That's physics. We're adding in some type of supernatural or divine element if we're to change any of that. And I'm fine, but I need proof of that. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that I have the ability to negate millennia of causation to create my own choice. That doesn't make sense. Do you agree or disagree? Let's get back into it.
And then you can think about the same.
And I want to finish this particular video, but I want to do a deep dive on free will. I think, I want to find where Sam is talking about the ice cream thing, because, again, I didn't do it justice. And there is a debate he did with Dan Dennett, who believes that free will does exist. And they get really in the weeds of that stuff. But it's already 11 o'clock. I have an early client for the first time in a while. So we're going to finish this one and then we're going to finish up. But like I said, I can't do these kinds of streams every day because people just won't watch. You guys are the smart ones who actually, want some value out of some intellectual value out of this stuff. But most people just want, political infighting. And as much as I love fighting about politics, this is the stuff that I really like. But so we will definitely get back to free will. The topic is certainly something that is not shallow at all, and we will be able to spend an entire stream on it. Boros says, can't my experiences simply influence my free will? Also, would this be constructive thought process to shape how you function normally? Dude, that is a fucking that second question fucked with me for years. And it still hasn't settled, because when I read Sam Harris's book Free Will, where he explains the whole thing, like not just a lecture or whatever, but I actually read the book. It was actually a short book, but I was coming out of my drug addict days, so I had been convinced by the book that free will doesn't exist. And then I was like, okay, so then I can't, you can't blame me for becoming a drug addict. Like everything that happened in my life, it brought me there. But then I don't get credit for not doing drugs anymore either. Okay. And then what about going forward when it comes to drugs and not doing drugs when I want to do drugs? How do I do that? How does that play into it? And precisely that question is why I decided to say, let's dedicate an entire stream to this, because it's just as deep as the the moral relativism question is. It wouldn't be fair to just kind of ducktail this in at the end. And for you guys, I really want to share this with you and spend the time digging into it. So, maybe we'll, it's only 11 o'clock, so I don't have to like jump off right away. But in terms of diving into an entire other thing, I think it's better left to another stream. But this is a fantastic question. And this is exactly the type of question that we need to be asking. I don't know. I don't have the answers, but that's how we get them, is asking the right questions. And then taking this question that you see right here, packing it into the back of your brain, and then as you go about your life over the next day, week, month, year, whatever, you think about this, and maybe there's something that happens 6 months from now that connects to this thought right here. And look at that. Then we've got a philosophical breakthrough. So let's finish this and do some fun stuff and then call it a night.
Thing that's happening when you're driving in a car. You don't look right in front of you when you're driving a car, because whatever is right in front of you, if you're going 40 miles an hour or whatever, you've already run over. You look a quarter of a mile down the road, and that gives you the opportunity to see what's coming and to set up a sequence of increasingly automated movements that culminate in whatever it is that you're doing while you're driving.
Right. But again, at that level, how much choice? If you see something a quarter mile down the road, like you see an accident quarter mile down the road, how much choice, how much free will are you really exercising? You're doing things, sure. You're thinking about, oh, what should I do? Should I go right? Should I go left? Should I stop? Should I do that? But just like the ice cream, whatever you ultimately decide on, could you ever have picked something else? Of course, you thought of other things. But the actual moment of saying, okay, this is what I'm going to do. Your consciousness didn't tell you that. So where did it come from?
And so there's a gradation from choice to determinism.
That's a good way to kind of just gloss over it. There's a gradient, but where do we draw the line?
Gradation. And I don't often see that addressed when people talk about free will. Now, Sam's issue with free will is that if you get someone to do something like lift their finger, and you scan their brains using a variety of techniques while they're doing that, what you'll see is that there's an action potential that and you ask them to voluntarily move their finger, so they're doing it, let's say, by free choice. There's an action potential that you can read off the brain that occurs before the person either moves their finger or, let's say, decides to move their finger.
And that's a big point. That why I want to do this separately is that they have studies where you can just to simplify it, like you can pick left or right. There's a button you can hit, left or right, and you're connected to like fMRI machines or whatever, brain reading shit, and up to the last time I read, I think it was 6 seconds. 6 seconds before the person actually pressed the button, they could read the brainwaves that said they were going to choose that. So before they even knew what they were going to choose, just like Bull Rush, even before he knew he was going to choose cake batter, the electrical signals for typing out cake batter and hitting enter were already there. They were already there for full seconds. And we're talking about electricity. So I would have enough time to be like, to interrupt you, but I bet you're going to say cake batter. By the time your brain decided cake batter, I would have had enough time to be like, oh, cake batter. And then by the time you said, how did you know I was going to say that? That's how much time is between the decision in your brain and the action that you're conscious of.
That occurs quite a bit before the feeling of voluntarism or that voluntary act. And so that's been read by Benjamin Libet, who did the experiments, as indication that even the feeling of voluntary choice is determined. But I don't think that that's a very useful way of addressing the issue, because the issue of when you lift your finger up, again, is it requires pre-programming to disinhibit. Like, you know how to do this, right? You don't have to learn to do that. So you have a little automated circuit that does this sort of thing. All these finger movements and everything, you can see babies practicing them. And they develop automated circuitry that tends to be posterior left hemisphere in order to run those automated processes out. And what you're basically doing when you decide to do something that's a routine that you've already practiced or made out of subroutines that you've already practiced is disinhibiting them. And the degree to which you might regard that as free exactly is unclear, as are the temporal limitations. So I don't think that Libet's experiments demonstrate conclusively that there's no such thing as free will, even though there are action potentials that indicate that there is brain activity signaling even the onset of a voluntary choice early.
Wow, so that's very interesting, that even knowing that we can read your brainwaves before you are aware of what you are going to pick when you are asked for a choice. We know, based on, again, I think it's an fMRI, but I don't remember what it was, but whatever test they did, even though they could tell what you were thinking, what you were going to choose. Hey, Darshan in the building. Catching the last round. But yeah, even though they can measure what your brain was going to do before you did it, Dr. Peterson still doesn't say, or rather still says, that free will exists. Further seeing why we need to dedicate an entire stream to this.
Now, another thing that we might look at in relationship to that is, so we can look at it phenomenologically, and we can also look at it in relationship to how people treat one another. So phenomenologically, it seems clear that we have free choice, and it isn't obvious to me why we have consciousness if free choice isn't real, because consciousness looks to me like a mechanism that deals with potential before it's transformed into actuality, let's say. And I think consciousness is also the faculty, so to speak, or a manifestation of the faculty that enables us to pre-program deterministic actions. So again, let's think about someone playing the piano. They're practicing. After you repeat and you repeat your finger movements, if you're playing the piano, any complex motor skill is like that. You have to repeat it. And you're using consciousness to program it, to sequence the motor movements and to pay attention to them. That all seems voluntary, and it involves the activation of a tremendous amount of your brain, because if you're doing something new, a lot of your brain is activated. And then as you practice it, the amount of brain that's activated decreases. It shifts from right to left, and then it shifts from frontal to posterior, and a smaller and smaller area. So what's happening is that consciousness is creating little machines in the back of your head that do things in an automated manner. And
some people don't believe in evolution. And we know all of this. And some people have the gall to say, why are there still monkeys?
The consciousness looks like consciousness appears and feels, that would be the phenomenological end, as if it's doing that voluntarily, and it is associated with a different pattern of brain activity.
And so, I know those were a lot of words right there. Basically, what he said is that he was just saying, yes, what we experience feels like we are making a choice. Sam Harris says that that feeling is an illusion. And Peterson's saying that there's some credence to that, but not exactly, that we do have choice. Where do you fall?
And so, okay, so there's that. There's the phenomenological reality of voluntary choice and effort as well, because conscious programming of that sort is also effortful. It doesn't seem to run deterministically like a clock does. And then finally, there's also, and I don't know what you think about this with regards to evidence, but what constitutes evidence is not always that easy to determine.
Link has been dropped! Panel time!
Even in the scientific domain. So think about how we think about ourselves and other people and how we treat ourselves and other people. You can imagine that you're like a clock running down, and that's like a deterministic model. But people aren't clocks. We're dissipative structures. A clock is something that runs downhill. Human beings, you can look up dissipative structure. I think that was an idea that was first formulated by the physicist Schrödinger. We're not clocks by any stretch of the imagination, and we take energy in and we disperse energy, and we're anti-entropic in a temporary sense. So that makes us and
even racist, Darshan. You see good in everyone.
Life is as well. Schrödinger wrote about that in a book called What is Life? And what we seem to do, this is how it looks to me. We don't contend with the present, and we're not driven by the past. Instead, what we see in front of us is a landscape of possibility. And in my wilder moments, I think that's associated with the physical idea of multiple universes, but that's in my wilder moments. It's just a speculation. And so what we see in front of us is an array of potential universes. And those are the universes that we could bring about as a consequence of our actions. And we make choices to the right or the left. There's a lot of mythological speculation about that sort of idea too, in an ethical sense, because we decide what sort of reality that we want to bring into being. And so we encounter potential like God did at the beginning of time when he made order out of chaos. Chaos is this chaotic potential. We confront chaotic potential with our consciousness and we cast that into reality. And that, now then you think, well, is that really the case? Well, that's hard to say because there are limits to our knowledge about consciousness and about reality. But if you treat yourself like you're a free moral agent with choice and that you can determine the course of your life, then you seem to get along better with yourself and to be less anxious and to be more productive. And if you treat other people like that they're free agents that are making voluntary choices about how reality is going to come into being, and you reward them when they do it properly and you punish them or otherwise discipline them when they don't, when they do it badly, then your relationships with them seem to work. And then if we predicate our society on the presupposition that each individual human being is capable of doing just that, then we seem to have extremely functional societies. And so, and this is something that Sam Harris has been taken to task for many times, is if you dispense with the idea of free will, how is it you organize your relationship to yourself, your interactions with your family, and your relationships with the broader social community? It's a very complicated issue. So I believe strongly that we have free will, that we're responsible for our choices. Those choices are constrained in many, many ways. I think there's a gradient of free will.
Nobody's coming up.
Free out into the future to increasingly constrained as the present manifests itself, to deterministic in the moment, when in the moment of action, we might think that we enter the realm of deterministic causality at the moment of action, something like that. That's how it looks to me.
All right. So if nobody's going to come up, then I guess I will finish off with a nice short. Oh, what is this? Hold on. I got to add that to
mixtape.
The list for when we do talk about free will. So yeah, just a short, fun video. It's a cartoon. Do I have this up? No. Oh, it's a cartoon. But before we get to that, I want to thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate it. You know, I know this again wasn't necessarily the most exciting and topically relevant thing, but what does Bullrush say here? Can free will not start at the beginning of the unconscious signal? Can't make the can't make the stream yard, but I'll have to. Oh, gotcha. I'll have to make one eventually. Yeah, I mean, can free will not start at the beginning of the unconscious signal? I guess theoretically, I'm sure Sam Harris would probably say no. I don't know why it wouldn't, but I would guess that the answer would be no, that it can't start at the beginning of the unconscious signal because, or rather, if anything, it ends at the beginning of the unconscious signal. Once that unconscious signal has been sent, you have no say in the matter. The time that, remember the time he said the time that it takes to do that, or what I think he was doing this one, the time that it takes to do that, once you've started, that's why, like, if you ever been playing sports and like, let's say you're playing baseball, right? And you're about to go, somebody hits the ball, you're in the field and you're about to throw to first and you see the dude's already there. So you're like, fuck it, let me try to go to second. Is that how you would do it? Or you go to second first? I'm not a baseball fan, but let's say you're about to throw to second base, but dude's already there. So you're looking for first base. And depending on where you are in that unconscious signal timeline, you can either be, and stop and then throw it where you want, or it's going to be like, oh no, and it's already out of your hand. So if anything, free will would end at the beginning of the unconscious signal. But the point is that the unconscious signal, even if it was brought on by conscious thought, that conscious thought is inherently affected by everything that happened before it. So, to go back to the ice cream thing, most people will say chocolate or vanilla, and, you ask them why they like that, and they say, oh, it's my favorite flavor, or it's my least favorite flavor, or I just had it yesterday. And so you start digging into that. Say, okay, we're talking about cake batter ice cream now. Again, we're going back to this freest choice that you could ever have. Randomly pick an ice cream flavor. So you say cake batter. Cool. So when we dig into that and we ask why, and you say it seemed like a more out there flavor to say. Well, did you choose to search for a more out there flavor? Or did you have vanilla or chocolate come to your mind first? If they came to your mind first, then did you ever have the real opportunity to say chocolate or vanilla? Or was your brain always going to lead you to cake batter? So basically, a huge recap for Darshan. We start off talking about moral relativism and why the understanding of how that plays into politics. So, the idea that morality is or is not relative is very important in how you make decisions. And obviously, decisions you make lead to the actions that you take. But the religious right specifically will look at atheists, and by extension, the left, and say they have no morals. They need God. This has all happened because God is out of the picture. Da, 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 da. We need God in school. All that kind of stuff. But then we get to the place where you're not going to get atheist, the blue-haired atheist with the mohawk who's a feminist. She's never, ever, 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 ever going to go back to believing in religion. That is just not going to happen, as much as you or anyone else might like that to happen. So if we are to live harmoniously, or at least not violently with these people, then we have to find a way to speak to them, to us, Not to us. I'm not one of them. I'm in between. We have to speak to them in a way that they can understand. So we can talk about values and what values are important to us. And even if for you or the next guy, those are your religious values, if you talk about them in a religious framework, then you are automatically disqualifying that blue-haired feminist from being part of what you're talking about. And now you have othered her, reinforcing every bullshit victimization line that she's ever heard that's led her to dye her hair blue and think that men are evil and believe in the patriarchy, oh, whatever it is. You're reinforcing all of that. Instead, you want to be able to come to these people and talk on common ground and talk about values. Talk about, hey, we want, we want our children to be taken care of. We want freedom to do this. We want the ability to smoke weed. We want the freedom to get gay married. Whatever it is. And then as long as we, and I say we meaning the non-woke people, both on the left and all the way to the right, if we can all agree on American values, and we don't have to agree on our religious beliefs, but we agree on American values, then we have something that we can bring to the blue-haired feminist. It says, look, I know that we are not the same, but we have the same goals. We want this country to flourish. We want people in this country to be okay. Let's talk about that. That is a conversation that may happen. I don't know. We're pretty far down that road. But it's much more likely to occur than to be like, oh, you need God, you need Jesus, you need the... That is not helpful. Even if you are right. Like I said, as an atheist, I am one of what seems like few atheists who's able to see that our country, our American values, while different and separate from Judeo-Christian values, American values were built on the back of Judeo-Christian values. And so there is a respect, even as an anti-theist, there's a respect I have for those Judeo-Christian values, even if I don't believe in the any of that shit. You can know that I'm a good person because when we start talking about values, you understand that we hold the same values. Literally everything, Jimmy. Literally everything. I've got a 30-second video left. Before we get into that, again, I want to thank you guys for hanging out. I really, like I said, this wasn't the most exciting stream, I know. It wasn't the most topical one, and not all of them are going to be. I do my best to try to stay on top of things and keep it fresh and, hit the headlines and get, more people in here so that you're not just sitting and watching me, so that we really are having a conversation. This is meant to be a community. This is meant to be a party. What does it say right below me? Join. Thank you for joining the party. You have joined a party. This is a party. Cheers. But I can't do it alone. There is nothing sadder than a one-man party. Thankfully, I've got you guys. But I want to blow this up. Let's get this going. So again, this is not going to be every single stream. The streams like this are for you guys, the guys who are ride or die, the guys who are smart enough to even deal with this. Thank you, Darshan. I appreciate that. I do appreciate you guys listening, but I would love, even if you're not coming up, just being in the comments. That helps me out so much. It's hard to just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. If I can respond to you guys, that makes it easier. And that makes it better. That makes it more fun. Jimmy says, totally something sadder than a one-man party. And that's a sausage party. That would be so funny if your name was like Jimmy Dean. Oh my God. It would be like you're a sausage and then you're making, you know, and Lopaka's here for makeup tutorials. So I know I'm pretty, but I'm not that pretty. But no, I really do appreciate you guys. And, you know, take pride in that, because again, when there's 100, 200, 500, 1,000 people in the chat, you guys are the ones that I'm going to remember. There can be some random A-free B9. I'm going to be like, who the fuck are you? I don't know who you are. But whenever Lopaka comes in the building, whenever Jamie's in the building, whenever Bull Rush is in the building, I'm going to remember who you guys are. Because it means a lot. It means a lot to me. So I would assume that you guys are already subscribed. If you're not, please do. I did just change all my support links to at TheIndianJesus, or on CashApp just TheIndianJesus. So hey, if you want to help me out, I finally have a client in the morning, which is why I'm cutting this a little bit short, if you call 5.5 hours short. But let's close this out with a nice, fun little cartoon here from Freedom Tunes. Seamus Coughlin. Let's do it.
I think that
Wait. We need to see that. All right.
I think that we need to normalize every sexually perverted behavior known to man.
So are you a pervert then?
Unfair, unfair.
Oh, well, yeah. I think it's a bad idea to normalize sexual perversion. What's in this freak's browser history?
Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Don't forget to follow me on socials. I've got the thing right there, IndianJesus off, like official. And the Discord link is in the description. Join the Discord. That shit is going to blow up, I'm telling you. And as soon as it does, I'm going to make it private. So if you're not in by the time it's private, there's going to be some kind of paywall where people are actually willing to pay. And they will be, because it will be fun. So yeah, join the Discord. Like I said, it's only a few of us in there so far. But I've been posting as if, you know, there's a bunch of people in there. Oh shit. You know, as more people come in, just like this, it's gonna be better and better and better and better. So join the Discord. If you missed yesterday, Dashawn was just on talking about some free panels to support your business, support your book. There's the links in the Discord there. Make sure you check all of that out. I am so glad that you guys joined me for this party. I am your host, Lech, aka TheIndianJesus. Thank you so much. Oh, Biggest Diggest showing up right at the end, just like he always does. But I appreciate it anyway. Thank you guys for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I would love if you could hit those support links. But, of course, if you can't do that, it is absolutely free to like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell, share, do all of that good stuff. But even if you don't want to do any of that and you just want to sit at home and think about how awesome I am and how great this channel is, you can do that too. That would be perfectly fine. Until next time, gentlemen, I am out of here.